TGIF, everybody. Welcome to The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield. Lots to get to on today's show, and we're starting with a trio of baseball guys, DraftKings contributors Matt Meiselman and RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman. Fellas, it's time to break down your favorite plays in a couple different categories on tonight's 14-game MLB main slate. No early afternoon chaos today. So let's start on the sportsbook side of things. First base is a run line or money line bet that you like. Matt, where are you going for this one?
I feel like I'm stealing Eric's pick here, potentially with the Angels, because he's been a big fan of Patrick Sandoval for the last couple of weeks. But that's the bet that I think is the most appealing. So I don't think Sandoval is a great pitcher. I think he's a solid one, and he's benefited in large part from a pretty easy schedule. The last two starts out, he's had tougher matchups with the new look A's and with the Dodgers, but he actually fared kind of well in those matchups. But this is more about Zach Greinke just not being that good of a pitcher at this point in his career. And the Astros are not at full strength lineup-wise. Alex Bregman's still out. The back end of that order is just not very good. So I kind of think the Angels should be favored against the Astros at home with Sandoval going against Greinke with the pitching advantage. My one concern here is if Shohei Ohtani doesn't play because he started last night's game. So he got a few at-bats and was the starting pitcher. If they give him the night off, then that would change things for sure. But as long as Ohtani plays, I think the Angels are in an undervalued spot for this game.
Eric, did Matt steal your pick?
Well, I'm glad to see my Patrick Sandoval love is getting noticed. That was actually my second favorite bet on the slate, so I'm fully on board with Matt on that one. But it's slightly behind the Rangers plus 145 over the Athletics. The Rangers, they can't hit. That's true. They do have the worst lineup here. That's why they're the underdogs. But plus 145, I think, is too long odds given the gap between the two pitchers. I think Dane Dunning, I don't like him as much as I like Patrick Sandoval, but there's something there with him. 4.07 ERA, but most makers have him close to right about league average in his walk rate, which is nothing special. But when you combine that with a 50 to be a successful mid-rotation starter in this league, and I think he should be able to do that in most of his outings. He's got a 2.70 for him lately. Cole Irvin, on the other hand, has a 3.45 ERA, but he's gotten there through a formula that basically doesn't work at a sustainable way in the major leagues. Most of the ERA estimators than that. He doesn't walk anybody, just a 4.4% walk rate, but that's kind of my favorite upset, just slightly ahead of the Angels here.
All right, Paul, what about you? A run line or money line bet that you like on today's slate?
I'll give you two on the money line, and it's because of the pitching matchups in both cases. I'll take the Tigers at home over the Indians at plus 100 on the strength of their 7-3 record over the last 10. Cleveland is 3-7. Zach Plesac has had trouble lately. 13 allowed in his last 57 innings pitch. He got roughed up by the Tigers in his last start, allowing 5. He's getting stretched out over his last 5 appearances, 4 of which have been pretty decent, especially his last one, where he blanked the Indians 5 1/3 innings while striking out 4 and not walking a batter. And my second pick, I've been bashing the D-backs all year, so I'm going to be nice to D-backs fans today. And they'll face Madison Bumgarner, who's looked the vintage version of himself over the last 5 starts that he's made, allowing a total of 10 earned runs over his last 39 innings pitched, striking out 20 and walking 4. Meanwhile, his mound opponent Blake Snell has had a serious issue with control over his last 10 starts, walking 30 and allowing 45 hits for a whip of 152. Take the home side for plus 145.
All right, Paul, second base is going to be a game total that you're targeting. So where are you going to be looking for this one?
Again, I'm looking at a pitcher's duel, and it's in Seattle tonight. Robbie Ray and Chris Flexen. They're two of the best pitchers going right now, and these two teams are in contention for the wild card. So they've both been solid over the last several starts, and they're facing off in a pitcher's-friendly park. So I like the under at 8.5 over here. Then the Red Sox will arrive at Fenway in ill humor after dropping 2 of 3 against the Rays. I think they'll run up the score against struggling O's starter Spencer Watkins, who limps into this one after being roughed up in his last 3 outings where he's been touched for 13 runs and only 15 and 2/3 inning pitched. Take the over of 11 runs because the Sox starter has only one quality start in his last 5 outings himself.
All right, Eric, how about you? A game total that you're targeting?
Yeah, I'm looking at Atlanta, Washington to go under 9 runs. Both teams haven't hit much since the deadline. Atlanta's actually been worse, 23rd by WRC plus compared to 19th for Washington, but I would expect Washington to be worse than that going forward, given that they got rid of some pieces, most notably Trey Turner. But And then the two pitchers, I like both of them tonight. Charlie Morton is nearly twice as old as his opponent here, Josiah Gray. Maybe not quite, but he's been in the league about 18 times as long. But he's been as good as ever this year. 3.52 ERA is well supported by his peripherals, striking out nearly 28% of opposing batters while still keeping his above average ground ball rate. He'd started to fall off a bit in recent years, but think he's back to the way he's been in his late 30s peak here. Then Josiah Gray on the other side, not proven at all. I think he's made just 4 major league appearances, but he's shown something in there. 4 ERA is fine. Walking too many guys, can't keep the ball on the ground, but he's striking out 32.1% of opposing batters when you're already whiffing nearly a third of batters at the highest level this early in your career. I think that is a great sign for how good your stuff is. He struck out a ton of guys in the minors too and didn't have the same walk issues and didn't have a shockingly low ground ball rate, which is just 23.8% right now. So I would expect that skill set to lead to a successful career for him. I think he was a very good get in that Max Scherzer, Trey Turner deal. One of the top prospects in the league. I think he should show that down the stretch.
All right, Matt, how about you? Is there a game total that you're targeting?
Yeah, there's a pitching matchup here that I think will translate right into our DFS picks, where we have Jesus Luzardo facing Adbert Alzolay. And I think this is kind of just a slightly above average pitching matchup. But the total's 7.5, and that actually seems high to me. And it's mostly because of the lineups. The Cubs and Marlins were probably the two teams that traded the most of their actual good hitters at the deadline. I mean, there just is not a lot left from either of these offenses. And the Cubs' best remaining hitter is probably Wilson Contreras, just got put on the IL yesterday. So there just is not a lot of hitting talent on either of these teams right now. And you're going into probably the best pitching park in baseball in Miami. The Cubs have been giving up some runs lately, but that's been at home and it's been warm weather, wind blowing out of Wrigley, which is always a problem, and a much better offense in the Brewers than what they're going to see in the Marlins. So I think Alzolay can keep things under control. I think Luzardo potentially is the best pitcher on the slate, regardless of price. So yeah, I know I'm kind of jumping to that answer before we get there, but I do think that this could be a pitcher's duel. So 7.5 runs for this game, it seems like a lot for me.
Okay, yes. Moving on, we will transition to DFS. So for third base, I need a DFS pitcher that you want to roster tonight. Eric, we'll start with you.
Sounds like I might be taking Matt's answer here, but I've been a big Adbert Alzolay guy throughout the year. And he had a shaky, I think, end to the last month and his first start this month were both not great. But he bounced back with a very strong outing against the White Sox of all teams. Struck out 7, walked none, allowed just 2 earned runs in 6 2/3. So I think he's completely fine. And I'm confident in him going against one of the weaker lineups in the league, as Matt mentioned, at one of the most pitcher-friendly parks in the league. Alzolay on the season, 4.71 ERA, but both his xFIP and Sierra are just under 4. And I think that's the level we really should expect from him going forward. He's one of only 14 pitchers who've thrown at least 100 innings this season, who's been better than average in all 3 of strikeout rate, walk rate, and ground ball rate. He's not well above in any of those, but being good all around puts you in the company of guys like Corbin Burns, Zach Wheeler, Brandon Woodruff, Clayton Kershaw, and also apparently Joe Ross, who maybe I should look into a bit more. But I don't think he's Corbin Burns just yet, but I also think he's probably better than Joe Ross. So he's a guy I trust a lot at just 7,600. I think is a great price. And you could even pair him with my other guy, Patrick Sandoval, 7,100, and really spend up on hitters if you want.
All right, Matt, are you going with Adbert Alzolay as well? Did your buddy Eric steal your guy?
I don't think I'm going to pick him as my favorite GPP pitcher because I think the ownership on Alzolay and then especially on Luzardo will be a little bit out of control, where I think they're both fine plays, but rostering these two together might be a popular strategy. And then you could just pay up for, let's say, like the Red Sox or something, or the Rays. It'll be easy to fit offenses tonight with those two pitchers. So I kind of want to look elsewhere to someone else. I think Mike Minor for just a little bit less money at 6,400. That's just too low of a price for the quality of pitcher he is. So he's probably in the same category as guys like Luzardo and Alzolay, and he's right around what they cost. But I think the ownership on him will be much lower because he doesn't have this matchup in Miami against the Marlins or Cubs. He's facing the Cardinals at home, who are an average at best offense. And yes, they are better against left-handed pitching, But Tyler O'Neill has been out of the lineup. And even so, it's just not a great offense, even if they are better against lefties. So I think Minor is my favorite guy for GPPs, even though I think Luzardo and Alzolay are the safer choices.
All right, Paul, what do you think?
Give you one for low, one for medium, one for high price in this range today, Jesse. I made the case for Baumgartner earlier, so I'm not going to go through all that again. Just take him as a bargain price of $7,000 because of the matchup and his recent performance. I like him a lot tonight. I also look at the Astros versus Angels matchup as a high win probability game because of a depleted home lineup against a veteran pitcher, Zach Greinke, who has pitched around some long ball issues of late, but still allowed 3 or fewer runs in 7 of his last 8 starts. You aren't going to likely see him priced as low as $8,500 too often, in my opinion, despite what the other guys are saying. And if you look at the high price side of the slate, give me Robbie Ray in Seattle tonight for $9,200. All he's done over his last 10 starts is pitch to a 2.25 ERA, limiting opponents to 195 batting average, striking out 67 and walking 18 over that span.
All right, Matt. So you took Mike Minor as your pitcher. He's not pricey at 6,400. So are you paying up for a DFS hitter for your lineup?
Yeah, I want to avoid Boston and Tampa to some extent as the expensive teams, and maybe even Cleveland too. I think there should be a lot of ownership on those 3. So the team I'm looking at as the pivot is the Blue Jays. And I think Chris Flexen is a fine pitcher. He doesn't get a ton of strikeouts, but the appeal here is just that I think the Blue Jays go overlooked in an okay matchup, maybe a decent matchup. And they are a little more expensive than some of these other teams, but Vlad Guerrero Jr., 6,200. I mean, you don't really have to make too much of a case for Vlad on any given night. He's just an unbelievable hitter, probably the best hitter in the MLB right now. And I think his ownership will be in check. I think the Blue Jays in general as a stack will be moderately to low owned. So that's the team that I like the most at this point, with some other teams in their price range being probably a lot chalkier.
All right, Paul, where are you going for a DFS hitter?
I've got a couple for you. You have to like CJ Cron at $4,300 heading into tonight's action. There's not a hotter hitter of late, in my opinion. He has 8 hits in his last 19 at bats, including 14 RBIs and 4 homers last week. Meanwhile, the pitcher's coming off the IL stint after being rocked in his last 4 starts. So I like that matchup. Then similarly, I like Louis Urias, who is in the middle of his own power surge with 3 homers and 8 ribbies, including in his last 10 for 18 streak over the last week. He'll cost you $4,000 as he faces Pirates starter Mitch Keller, who's been pretty awful in pitching to a 7.02 ERA in his last 10 starts. And guys have been talking about Albert Alzolay. He's 0-8, maybe a lot of lack of run support, but also with a 5.90 ERA in his last 10 starts. He's facing Lewis Brinson. And this is a shocker for me. $2,000 price tag for a guy who's on an 11 for 21 streak, which includes 3 homers and 8 RBIs. Somebody's got to explain that one to me.
All right, Eric, a DFS hitter that you want in your lineup. Where are you going?
Yeah, I'm going to go with a bargain. The guy who's just at 2,800, although he performs like somebody about double that price when he's in the lineup, and that's Darren Ruff. He's just a part-time guy, occupies the short side of a platoon, but he's been mashing lefties. He's hit 3rd or 4th against the last 6 lefties the Giants have faced, including since Brandon Belt, his fellow first baseman, has returned to the lineup. He's still been in there. And actually, he's been having his kind of Eric Thames renaissance ever since coming back from KBO, not getting quite the same hype that Thames did. But he's hit 273, 381, 542, and now just over 300 plate appearances over the last 2 seasons after spending 3 years as a Samsung Lion. He's got a 1,028 OPS against lefties this season, and it's not just this year where he's been a lefty matcher. Over the course of his career, which includes some rather mediocre years in Philadelphia before he jumped overseas, he has just a 91 WRC plus against righties, which is why he never stuck around as an everyday player, but a 152 mark, so over 50% better than the average hitter against southpaws over the course of his career. You're not going to get a guy who hits lefties that well under 3,000. I know Austin Gomber's been fine this year, but he's not scary enough to keep me away from somebody who hits lefties as well as Ruff does.
All right. Thank you, guys. Love starting the show with some baseball talk. We're going to turn our attention to the NFL and the B block. But first, here's a NASCAR price check for this weekend's race in Indianapolis.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Peter Stevchik. Let's look at the salaries for Indy. whose salary jumped up this week. Denny Hamlin, $9,400 up to $10,000 over the last 3 seasons. He has 6 top 5s at the road courses, but 0 wins. Kyle Larson, $10,200 up to $10,800. Hendrick owns the road courses. He won at Sonoma. He won last weekend at Watkins Glen. Chase Elliott, $10,600 up to $11,000. Hendrick owns the road courses. He should have won at Daytona. He did win at COTA and at Road America. Whose salary dropped this week? Ryan Newman, $7,300 down to $6,100. This new road course heavy schedule not working out very well for Newman. His best finish at a road course this season is 20th. Kurt Busch, $10,000 down to $9,000. His career stats are the best at road courses this season. He has the 5th best average finish at the road courses. Daniel Suarez, $7,500 down to $6,600. Mechanical failures have resulted in ugly finishes in his last 2 road races. If he could get opposite luck, then he could easily get a top 15 finish. Favorite play of the week, Chase Briscoe, $7,900. I'm tough on Briscoe, but he's a good road course racer. 2 Xfinity wins, including 1 at Indy, and 3 top 10s at the road courses this season. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., $5,900. He's cheap. He's likely going to qualify in the back. He's got a top 20 finish in the last 2 road course races. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at RaceForThePrize. I'm Pierce Teacher. Catch me on DK Live.
2.
Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm joined by our NFL panel, DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Sanson, and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Guys, this is NFL Best Bets Part 1, so we're looking at some interesting team-specific future bets for the 2021 season, as we've been doing all week. Before we get started on the team specials, though, we've been doing that all week, like I said. There were 2 NFL preseason games last night. Patriots and Washington football team faced off. Steelers and Eagles met in Philly. Any takeaways from either of those games, Jeff? I think Mac Jones is kind of like making maybe a little bit of a run for the starting spot in New England.
Yeah, a lot of checkdowns from Mac Jones. I just pumped the brakes on that. It was fine, but no real like hard throws there. The guy I was most impressed with was actually Jalen Hurts, and people are going to look at his game log and go, 3 for 7. He's inaccurate again. He had 2 drops, 1 throwaway on a play where Carson Wentz probably would have taken a 20-yard sack. The 3 completions he made were tough throws, over 10 yards, darts over the middle kind of thing. Hit Dallas Goedert in stride. I thought he looked really good. And look, I don't want to say it's too loud, but Dwayne Haskins kind of looked good too. But for me, the biggest takeaway was definitely Jalen Hurts. I think he looks ready to go. I think he's going to have a big year.
All right, Stan, what was your biggest takeaway?
Biggest takeaway, probably 2. One was Quez Watkins. He had the splash play on the little bubble screen, showed off his 4.35 40 speed. He's been the buzz in camp. Like every day, like the beat writers have just been raving about him. So it was nice to see him. He also, Hurts missed him on a long throw. So he had 2 targets. I think more importantly, though, he was out there with Hurts in 2 tight end sets. So, I mean, if he's going to be starting, he has the game-breaking speed. He can be like the Deshaun Jackson type guy. So that's kind of interesting. And then Zach Ertz, he played more than Dallas Goedert. And then Kenneth Gainwell, he's been a popular target. People thinking that he might take over the 3rd down role. He didn't play with the starters at all. He was behind Boston Scott, Jordan Howard. N'Keal Harry, I guess he still kind of sucks. He played 36 snaps, 1 target, 1 catch for 4 yards. And I think the other big thing was Antonio Gibson. He didn't play on 3rd down. So shout out to Dwayne McFarland, PFF. He tweeted that Gibson was on 57% of the snaps. McKissick still got 50% of the passing down snaps with the lone long yardage ones. So, his ADP's in the 2nd round. If he's not going to get the passing work, that's going to be bad for him.
All right, AJ, what do you think? Any key takeaways from either of those games?
Well, I think the one for me is on the other side for the Steelers. We talked yesterday about all their offensive weapons. I thought it was interesting that Claypool didn't have a single catch in this game. He did have a run that he lost 2 yards on. Juju, for his part, he caught all 3 of his targets and looked solid. So I think it's going to be an interesting breakdown of how they shuffle around that roster.
All right, guys, speaking of the Washington football team, Ryan Fitzpatrick is the new man at quarterback, Fitzmagic. And the sportsbook is giving plus 1,200 odds that he's going to break his personal season high in touchdowns. The bar is set with the over-under of 31.5. So, Stan, does he get there in his first season in the nation's capital? What do we think? Can he make the Fitzmagic happen?
There's always Fitzmagic and there's Fitzcatrick, right? So you never know. I'm gonna fade this one. I mean, there's good. The situation is great. Plenty of weapons. Logan Thomas, McLaurin, Samuel, Gibson, Washington. They were seventh in passing play percentage last year, so that's good. But there's plenty of bad here. I think they're gonna have a good D. The game script to bring down the passing percentage down. More importantly, though, when you break down Fitz, he has a career 3.3 interception rate. Last year it was at 3%, so like that was among the league leaders. If Fitzpatrick rears its ugly head, it's definitely within the range of outcomes that he gets replaced. In his 16-year career, he's played a full season only 3 times. Washington QBs, they threw in the red zone 50 times last year, which was basically like Drew Lock territory. So for perspective, the leaders, Deshaun Watson, Tom Brady, they threw over 80 times. So you're not getting those opportunities in the red zone. And then finally, Fitz has a 4.4% TD rate. He's averaged 1.35 TDs per game. So in order for this number to hit, he'd have to average 1.88 TDs per game, which is well above his career high or career average. And then, that's assuming that he plays 17 games. So, as the illustrious Randy Jackson so eloquently used to say, that's a no from me, dog.
Oh man, AJ, is it a no from you, dog?
Absolutely. I mean, for all the reasons that Stan highlighted, let's hypothetically say that their season goes well. He has good games. They're winning a lot. What are they going to do with the ball in the third and fourth quarter? They're just going to feed Antonio Gibson constantly, and that's only going to serve to further hurt his chances of hitting this mark. So if it doesn't go well, he's on the bench. If it goes well, they're going to run the ball. I just don't see any way that he gets there.
All right, Jeff, are you pessimistic about Fitzmagic here, or do you
No.
want to go? Okay,
Look,
thank you.
I'm like the salt guy. Let's do a little sprinkle here. I mean, I think this bet is perfect for sprinkling. I mean, I really do. Plus 1,200. This isn't plus 120. This is plus 1,200. We're getting into like golf outright territory here. Look, it's a big ask. I mean, I'm not trying to say this is automatic or something. This is a big ask for Ryan Fitzpatrick, but to what Stan said, who are they going to replace Ryan Fitzpatrick with this year? Taylor Heineke? I don't think so. Like, I just don't really see that scenario happening. I think this is Ryan Fitzpatrick's team, and I really see the Washington football team very similar to Tampa last year. I think they're going to take a lot of shots downfield with Fitzpatrick. I think they want to do that more, and I think they have the weapons to be successful with it. I'm not expecting 40 touchdowns like Tom Brady threw last year, but I think this team is in a weaker division. I think they're going to be going up against a lot of secondaries. And I think if Fitzpatrick does stay in there for 17 games, he at least has a shot to do this. And I do think, again, it really comes down to the odds. I think his shot to do this is better than plus 1,200. I think you're getting a pretty good offer here on something that's realistic, because I don't see Washington going with anyone else here. I think it's the Fitzpatrick show for them this year.
All right, up next, the Minnesota Vikings, who will be looking for big things from last year's rookie wide receiver sensation, Justin Jefferson. So the DK Sportsbook is asking if Jefferson can have just as strong of an effort in his sophomore campaign by putting plus 175 odds for Adam Thielen and Justin Jefferson to combine for over 2,495 and a half regular season receiving yards. So AJ, you're looking at almost 1,250 yards apiece. Is that realistic for the 2021 season?
Absolutely think it is. And this is one where I want to get a piece of this action. You look at Jefferson for his part, 1,400 yards last year. I really think he can do that again. And that gives you a little bit of cushion on Adam Thielen, who I know didn't reach 1,000 yards last year, but he was pretty close. And you have to remember, he only played 15 games. So you give him that extra 2. And I think he could easily get closer to 1,100 here, and that little cushion from Jefferson. So at plus 175, I would definitely take a piece of that action.
All right, Jeff, do you want a piece of this action?
Oh, I hate to be against AJ on everything. He's such a nice guy, but I got to be against him here too. I mean, this is a big total. This is really big. And like, I think Justin Jefferson, if he's healthy, yeah, he'll definitely, approach 1,500 yards again. There's a good shot, but you look at the Vikings and there's some issues here. They've got a quarterback who, he's not, let's just say it, he's not vaccinated, and it could lead to him missing games. And if Kellen Mond is in there for even a couple games, that could really hurt these guys' totals. You've got an aging wide receiver in Adam Thielen, who's dealt with multiple soft tissue injuries over the last few years. And Justin Jefferson is already banged up. So all things considered here, I just don't really like targeting anything on the Vikings. I just feel like they're a team that's a little bit, seems like, on the verge of imploding. Maybe I'm wrong, but with the Kirk Cousins stuff and with just some of the injury stuff, and like I said, Thielen getting up there, I don't think you're quite getting good enough odds here for me to take a shot on the over.
Stan, do you have enough faith that Adam Thielen's going to stay healthy to take this at plus 175?
Yeah, I don't know about the health. I mean, it's really hard to predict injury, but I'm with Jeff on here with this one. I think I'm going to fade it as well. If you take last year's per game numbers, Jefferson, that puts Jefferson 1487, Thielen at 1048 if they play 17 games. So that's 25-35, right? So you're over. The thing is that's only 40 yards. And so that breaks down to 2.3 yards per game for this to not hit. I really think the Minnesota defense is going to be much improved this year schematically, and they signed a lot of guys. If you look at the Minnesota passing rate, it was 54.25% last year. I think it gets closer down to 50%. 2019, that number was 51%. So if you're seeing a 3% decrease in passing opportunities, that's going to be huge. And so, if I think the D is improved and the passing rate goes down, I do have to take the number because I think the line was pretty close to begin with.
Okay, guys, the Chicago Bears have a new look offense with Andy Dalton at QB. And let's be real, with all likelihood, rookie Justin Fields probably going to take that role over at some point. So without an exact answer yet of when Fields is going to play, are you comfortable with plus 190 odds for the Bears to have a winning record this season, Jeff?
Oh, I'm right on the fence with this one. I feel like I probably lean towards the yes, just because I just don't think that Justin Fields is going to be on the bench for very long. And we'll give Andy Dalton a little bit of credit. I mean, he went 4-5 as a starter behind perhaps, one of the worst defenses in the NFL last year. That's not bad. It is kind of thrown into a tough situation. I think at the very least, if Dalton starts 3 or 4 games, he could get the Bears perhaps off to a 500 start. But for me, the Bears have the third worst strength of schedule to go against, which means they have the third toughest schedule in the NFL. So that is definitely a huge concern. Otherwise, I would be all over this. The Bears still have a very elite defense. They have Detroit in the division. And like I said, I think once they get Fields in there, they're going to be a good team. But this schedule scares me a little bit. So realistically, I would like to see Justin Fields in preseason before I kind of took the over on this and made a commitment. But I think all things considered, I think the Bears will scratch and claw to a winning record this year if they give Fields a chance early.
Dan, plus 190 odds for the Bears to have a winning record this season. How do we feel about it?
Yeah, I don't like it. I do agree that they're going to have a really good defense, and I really like Justin Fields. But even if he plays from week 1, as Jeff alluded to, I mean, that schedule is rough. So I just broke it down. So, okay, so, they're going to win 2 against Detroit. I think that's pretty, we can assume that. Green Bay, Minnesota, division rival, tough game. So if I give that series a split, I look at the rest, right? So you got the Rams, Browns, Tampa Bay, San Francisco, Baltimore, Arizona, Seattle. I mean, man, that's tough. So if I count up the wins right there, wins and losses, that's 8-9. That's 9 losses right there. So yeah, I can't take the over on this one.
AJ, what do you think?
There's a well-known phrase here in Wisconsin called "the Bears still suck," and that carries forward here into another season. They just, as Stan said, they have a tough schedule outside of the division. I take issue with Stan's recommendation that they would even split with the Packers. So there's another loss for you as well. Look, I just don't see them having the tools that they need on offense to put it all together. I think Fields could be the answer. And it doesn't take much to become the best quarterback in Bears history because they've never had a good one. So he could be the guy. But it's not going to be this season. They're going to need some time to develop him. And I think if Dalton starts at all to start the season, then it's for sure a lost cause for them.
AJ, thank you for sharing that beautiful statement, that beautiful saying that you guys have with us. Yeah, really beautiful. All right. Thanks, guys. You get a quick break here. Then you're going to be back for part 2 of NFL Best Bets later on in the show. Before that, though, we're going to check in with Kenny Ducey and see how he's approaching today's NBA Summer League slate. So this is what we'll be right back. It is a one-man show for our NBA panel today. Say hello to DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey. Kenny needs you to help us with today's NBA Summer League slate. So why don't you start us off with a high-priced DFS play that you're interested in?
Yeah, no surprise here. I'm going to go with the New York Knicks, but it is a good play, I promise you. Obi Toppin at $8,000, I think, is the best play on the slate. When you look at his Summer League, it's been tremendous. He's averaging almost 37 fantasy points a game. And when you look at the numbers here, he is taking the second most field goals per game of any player in Summer League, almost 20 field goals attempted per game. That is a big number, and it is a big reason why I like him again tonight. The thing is, he has got all the volume. He's playing 36 minutes a game, and he's taking a lot of shots from deep. He's had 16 three-point attempts. He's only hit 4 of them. He's not a great three-point shooter, but it seems like a thing that they're trying to get him to shoot the ball more. They're trying to get him to be more aggressive on offense for when the season comes around. So with the ball in his hands a lot, with a lot of shots, I think that he's really a guy that's worth rostering here, and I think that he's probably the play of the night.
All right, what about a value DFS play if we're going to go down and help the people out with value here?
Yeah, I gave out Miles McBride at $5,000 again of the New York Knicks last time the Knicks played, and he had a great game. But I do think that he's going to perhaps see a little bit of regression in the scoring department. Same thing with a guy like Joku Batis. So I'm kind of going a little bit up. I like Robinson Earl at $5,700 for the Thunder. He's playing big minutes, and I think he has higher rebound upside than he's shown so far. Only 10 rebounds in Summer League, but a pretty solid 24.5 fantasy points per game. And a guy that, a decently high draft pick, taken 32nd by the Thunder. They're trying to get him big minutes. So $5,700, I think that's a pretty good price on him. Also, I'm interested in Mac McClung down here as well. He's at $5,100. Hasn't really had a big game yet at Summer League, but I think that could be coming. The Clippers have had, a so-so Summer League so far. And I think that perhaps that is where I'm looking. So those are a couple of guys. Luka Garza seems to get a lot of minutes as well, but then he has to go up against pretty good summer Knicks front court anyway. So I would say Mac McClung, $5,100, just to avoid saying Miles McBride again. But I do like Miles McBride at $5,000.
All right, let's bring it over to the sportsbook side of things, Kenny. So need a Summer League game spread that you're targeting, which isn't easy to select, but do your best.
Yeah, it's been pretty difficult here. Look, I think that there's something to be said for how the Warriors have played in Summer League so far. I like a lot of their guys, and it hasn't necessarily translated to the most wins in Summer League. They've had 2 games, they've split both of them, but I think that this is another win for them. Look, Jonathan Kuminga, I wasn't the most high on him, but he's looked okay in Summer League, and I think that they have a lot of decent shooters. Kyle Guy has been one. So I think the Warriors can pull off a win here against the Thunder, who are still trying to figure out their rotation a little bit. It's a lot deeper, the rotation, than the Warriors is. It's a little more top heavy. So I think they could cover the 4 points. I like them on the money line at -170, and the Knicks as well. I think the Knicks are one of the 5 best teams in Summer League. They're sitting at 2-1. They should improve to 3-1 tonight against the Pistons, who have not had the same level of success. So I think that the Knicks are also definitely a bet at -140. Just when they're really top heavy with that NBA talent. Quickly and Toppin have been one of the stories of Summer League. So I like them.
All right, slate approved pick time, Kenny. What's your favorite bet or DFS play tonight, and why is it related to the Knicks?
Well, it's not actually.
Wow.
I really like. Yeah, it's a big shocker, right? I really like Najee Marshall at 7,700. He's gotten the ball a lot, and he's going to be shooting it a lot. And another guy that I also liked looking at the shooters. Well, I guess I'll just stay with him actually. Yeah, $7,700 I think is a really good price on Najee Marshall, an NBA talent. The Cavaliers I've liked to attack the Cavaliers in Summer League. I think he's going to play another 28 minutes again here. He's been really consistent. He shoots the 3 well, so I like him.
All right. Thanks, Kenny. One more block to go here on the sweat. Back to football after this quick break. promised, our NFL panel is back. DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Stan Sun and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Fellas, let's continue our look at team specials with the Atlanta Falcons, who said goodbye to Julio Jones, but will welcome rookie tight end Kyle Pitts to the lineup. So if you think newcomer Pitts, who has a lot of hype, can break the rookie receiving record for a tight end, the odds are plus 300. He's going to do just that. So Jeff, do you think he can get there in this offense? Now, I just want to say, his former coach at Florida said of Pitts, he's kind of like a unicorn. And the only way you can defend a unicorn is with another unicorn. So if you don't have a unicorn on defense, you got a problem.
Yeah, well, somebody better sign like Pinkie Pie or Luna or Rarity or one of the other My Little Ponies. And yes, I know all their names. Okay, so I don't think that's going to happen before the season starts. So, I mean, yeah, I do think Kyle Pitts is in for a big season. It's one of those things that you just don't need to overthink. Kyle Pitts and the Atlanta Falcons, peanut butter and chocolate. This is a Falcons team they're still going to be bad on defense. They didn't really make any huge additions. Keanu Neal is now out. I know it's like a new regime. They looked a little bit better. I just don't think the personnel is there to make a big jump. They gave up the fourth most yards per game, on defense last year. And you've got an offense that has been traditionally passing based with Matt Ryan there. Again, I don't think that's going to change with Mike Davis. I know he was semi-Christian McCaffrey like last year, but I don't think that's necessarily going to pull over here to 2021. Kyle Pitts, when it comes down to it, he's inheriting 150 targets from Julio Jones. You can just go to his over regular prop, which is over 800 yards. That's minus 115 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I probably like doing that more, but the odds here are very attractive if you're looking for a higher payoff bet at plus 300. I think this is very doable. I think Kyle Pitts, assuming he stays healthy, probably going to at least approach this number.
Stan, plus 300 odds on this. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it. I usually fade historical projections. Mike Ditka, only rookie to post over 1,000 yards. Only 3 others went over 800. But you got the extra game. The environment is good. Atlanta, 9th in passing play percentage at 62%. Pitts he's going to be the number 2 target behind Ridley. And as Jeff alluded to, that's like over, 150 targets are left on the plate. He's not a tight end, and I think that's the main thing here. He's essentially a wide receiver with a tight end sticker affixed to him. All indications in the preseason, point to him being moved all over the formation. And, just in terms of breaking down the numbers, to break the record over a 17-game season, he has to average 63 yards per game. Travis Kelce averaged 94, Darren Waller averaged 75, Mike Evans averaged 63. So it's really, when you break it down like that, it's definitely doable.
All right. How do we feel about this, AJ?
We're going straight across the board. I agree with the guys here. Plus 300, tremendous value to begin with here, and I absolutely think that he's gonna hit the mark. Yeah, as Jeff said, Matt Ryan loves to gun it, and I don't see any reason to expect a change there. And I honestly think he could eclipse Calvin Ridley as the top target here, especially when they do line him up at tight end. It's other teams may bring in a corner to put on him, which would be the better move, I think. But he may get the occasional linebacker matchup, and I would just spread the field with him when that happens. And I could see some big yardage games out of him. And as Stan broke it down, it's really not, to go 70 a game is not outrageous for him.
All right, guys, after a heartbreaking ACL tear last year, the Giants are hoping to get a healthy dose of Saquon Barkley in their lineup this season. If you think that'll happen, you can get plus 350 odds for Saquon to get 1,200 plus regular season rushing yards, plus Daniel Jones 400 plus regular season rushing yards. Now, this does include a Daniel Jones prop along with Saquon. So do you like that, Stan, or does including Daniel Jones turn you away from this bet?
Anytime I hear Daniel Jones, I just want to automatically fade it. But I'm actually good with that side of the prop. It's the Saquon side that I have serious reservations about. When he was healthy in his first 2 seasons, he averaged around 79 yards per game. At that number, if he misses 2 games, he misses the prop. I could definitely see him missing 2 games this year. So, if this prop was a combined yardage total rather than broken it down into individual players, it's probably more palatable. But, I just worry about the Saquon side of this.
AJ, are you actually more worried about the Saquon side than the Daniel Jones side?
No, actually, and I agree with what Stan said. I think there's a possibility that Barkley could miss this, though. I might be willing to take it, maybe if it was on its own. But yeah, Daniel Jones, let's not forget, he had 65 rushing attempts last year. Like, that's really high for a quarterback. I just don't see the Giants wanting him to go out there and do that often. I think maybe 45, closer to what he had 2 years ago, is a better target for him, even with the extra game in there. And I think they'll try and reduce the number of times that he does that, and I think that's really going to hurt his yards. So I'm with Stan. I think there's easily Barkley could miss a game or two, and then he misses that. But I'm actually more worried about the Daniel Jones side.
All right, Jeff, are you worried about both sides, one side more than the other?
I mean, definitely you have to be a little bit worried about the Saquon prop. I mean, obviously not even really guaranteed for week one, although it looks like he's trending towards that way. I do think if Saquon is healthy to start the year, this is a huge season for Saquon Barkley. He's going to do everything he can to stay healthy and obviously be out in the field. But more to that, I think if he's out there and ready and willing and healthy, the Giants are going to give him the ball. So I have less reservations. I'm actually interested to see what his prop will be, because his rushing over prop isn't actually on the DraftKings Sportsbook right now, at least that I can see, like as an individual. So when that comes up, that might be something to look for an over, because it could be lower than usual. Again, you are probably going to get a bit of a discount because you're talking about a player coming off an ACL injury. I think the Giants are going to do everything they can to rush him as much as possible, keep the ball out of Daniel Jones's hands so they don't fumble every drive. And I think the Saquon prop is much more attractive. But AJ alluded to this. Daniel Jones went from rushing from 21.5 yards per game last year to over 30. I don't think with Saquon in the lineup that's going to happen. And also, don't forget, the 80-yard stumble run really boosted his average there. Like, when you get one 80-yard run as a quarterback, that's going to do something to your averages. He's probably not going to do that again. He's probably not going to run for 80 yards ever again in a game. So all things considered, yeah, the Daniel Jones one, it has me out on this combined total. I am interested to see what Saquon as an individual rushing prop is once that is up on the DraftKings Sportsbook.
All right, guys, next on our list are the Carolina Panthers, featuring Sam Darnold at quarterback and a hopefully healthy Christian McCaffrey. So one of the team specials for the Panthers offers plus 500 odds for Sam Darnold over 3,999.5 regular season passing yards, plus Christian McCaffrey over 1,249.5 regular season rush yards. AJ, is that too much to ask in Darnold's first season in Carolina?
I don't think it is. I mean, if you break it down across 17 games, you're looking at 235.3 here. And that's not terribly above what he did 2 years ago with the Jets. And let's not forget, he's not with the Jets. I mean, that's always key to improving your yardage numbers here. I think 235 totally manageable, even if you consider they're going to be going back to giving McCaffrey, I would guess probably over 250 carries per game in that range, 225, 250. I would expect them to be there. So that's obviously going to hurt the number of times he can pass the ball, obviously. But I really like this team prop. I think it's a good situation for Darnold to have some offensive tools around him. He's shown he's close in a previous season. And to get that sort of value, I like this one.
Jeff, do you like this one?
So I'll talk about it. I don't really like it because I don't like betting on anything on the over on Sam Darnold. I just think that what we've seen from Sam Darnold is a quarterback who hasn't shown any, anything that he's going to be better than like a 60% completion guy. He's essentially looking like Blake Bortles, and I just don't really want to bet on his overs. But it's kind of an attractive bet because of the plus 500 odds we're getting. And look, Teddy Bridgewater threw for over 3,700 yards in this offense last year. What does scare me, just on top of the Darnold thing, is that Carolina, they threw the 11th fewest passes per game last year. So this isn't going to be like a high-flying offense. Even if their defense kind of stinks again, they're going to try and get McCaffrey the ball. And you've got a quarterback in Darnold. If he struggles again, do we see PJ Walker a little bit? It's just enough for me to be out on this. But the odds are attractive. And if you're not as much of a Darnold detractor as me, well, it sounds like AJ isn't. So I think the odds are correct for you to take a shot here. But I can't, for my own health, I'm not going to take this one.
Stan, how are you feeling about this, your health wise?
Yeah, I'm with Jeff. I actually wrote down Costco. They don't have enough Pepto for me to root for the Darnold over here. It's just brutal. He said, in New York, 60% completion rate, and yeah, he will probably get a boost from getting away from adding Gase. But if you look at Teddy Bridgewater last year, he 69% completion percentage, 248 yards per game. But before he came to Carolina, he was a 65%, completion guy. So, how much of an improvement are you going to get from Darnold here? The odds are good. Plus 500 is good, but I think for me, the big thing here though, like this prop, there's like negative correlation here, right? Because if McCaffrey gets fed the ball and he runs, that's going to take away from the opportunities for Darnold to throw and vice versa, right? So if Darnold, gets over, McCaffrey, his rushing yards will probably go down, but he'll probably get more checkdowns and receiving yards will go up. So yeah, all those factors combined, I'm gonna fade this one.
All right, finally, let's wrap up the work week by talking about the Las Vegas Raiders. Darren Waller followed up a 90-catch breakout season in 2019 with 107 catches, 1,196 yards, and 9 touchdowns in 2020. All those are career highs. Meanwhile, teammate Josh Jacobs eclipsed the 1,000-yard rushing mark for the second time in his 2-year career, adding 12 touchdowns. So on the DK Sportsbook, you can get a prop with plus 310 odds for Darren Waller over 1,095.5 regular season receiving yards, plus Josh Jacobs over 8.5 regular season rushing touchdowns. Jeff, do you like that combo for the Raiders in 2021?
So I absolutely hate this combo because I want nothing to do with Josh Jacobs this year. Like Kenyon Drake being in there. I mean, there's no way I'm taking the over on 8.5 touchdowns for Josh Jacobs. He could easily hit 4 touchdowns if Drake outplays him. Now, on the other side, though, I love everything about Darren Waller this year. Like, give me all the Darren Waller overs. Darren Waller had 146 targets last year. The highest wide receiver on the Vegas Raiders was 82 targets at Nelson Aguilar. Now, John Brown was signed, but he's not going to come in and be a dominant number one, and I don't think Henry Ruggs is there either. Waller is their number one wide receiver, much like Stan alluded to. Waller with Pitts, Waller is a tight end that is actually a wide receiver. I think he's going to see 150 targets again. Just go and bet the over on Darren Waller's receiving totals, over 150 yards receiving as a single. You can even take the over on the receptions, which I believe is set at 95 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I like all that because if he stays on the field for 17 games, it's not even going to be close, in my opinion.
All right, under a minute, Stan, what do you think?
Yeah, I like the Darren Waller side. He's had 117, 145 targets over the last 2 seasons, over 1,100 yards. So I'm good with that. But I'm with Jeff on this one as well. Even though the Raiders, like Jacobs had 64 red zone carries, which was tops in the league last year. He scored 7 and 12 rushing touchdowns over the last 2 years. But yeah, I mean, those opportunities are going to be split. So yeah, there's no way. I find it very hard for him to hit the 9.
30 seconds, real quick, AJ.
I'm with the guys. Waller for sure. Take all those bets you can, as Jeff said. I'm not touching Jacobs either. I think 5 or 6 is probably max for him.
All right, good stuff, guys. That is the show. The Sweat returns Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You got 3 Madden Sims coming your way at 12, 2, and 4. At 7, the American Ultimate Disc League is in action. Enjoy those. Have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday.
Oh, what's
We are here.
everyone?
Hold on. Here we go. Hold on. 3, 2. In the arms of the angel.
I can't.
Dude.
You hear the Sarah McLaughlin? You see the
Little,
dogs looking so sad. Why would you start off the broadcast like that? Why?
Because I'm sad,
Yeah.
Turd Ferguson. I'm sad.
Yes. The end of an era is near. Y'all got the bad news yesterday. The sins will go on, but they will go on without its heart and soul. It's like if they took the secret ingredient out of Coke, they took the 11 herbs and spices out of KFC.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I love how they didn't go with us to make the announcement yesterday at noon. They waited until the 2 o'clock sim. They're like, I don't know. It could kind of go off the rails with the best friends squad.
That's true. They honestly made the right choice there. I feel like we would have sparked some sort of online rebellion, and it would have reflected poorly not only on ourselves but on management. But it's memories alone, man. It was a great run while it lasted, and we still got like 3 weeks left with all you guys. So we're gonna make the most of it in the chat on these streams.
Yeah,
and
100%, dude.
I'm looking forward to the senioritis sims, Like if you guys thought we kind of ignored things and got off the rails before, well, just wait. It's going to get even better.
Good to have everybody here today. Already 100 people in the chat, about 30 seconds into this game. This is the Houston Texans visiting the Baltimore Ravens. We have today on the slate, what do we got? We got a couple different games. I think we have 3 games on the slate. So we have KC. Yep. So we have KC at Cincinnati coming up at 2. We got the Giants at the Broncos at 4 o'clock. And then after that, the AUDL. What is that again? It's the Disc League.
Ultimate Disc League.
That's right. How
could you forget? How could you denigrate a league that has the Madison Radicals in it? All right, it's like you don't.
No.
Care about
I love it.
Home life.
I've just been so busy. I was having like a brain fart. I've actually tuned in like multiple times. It is very passionate. Those are some passionate athletes tossing those discs. That's
go
for sure.
hard. I mean, pretty much every dude on the field looks exactly like me if I had a little more facial hair, but like they are way more athletic. So props to the disc leaguers out there.
It's tonight. It's Pittsburgh versus Boston too. This is a heated rivalry within this league. Let's dive into this sim though. You once again stepping up, putting the team on your back like JanSport. You're the one who came up with a free roll today. I was able to get a lineup in here in the last few minutes. But first, I'd like to hear your lineup since you are the leader of this group.
Oh, because I set up the "You Cannot Kill the Best Friend" squad free roll.
Yep, damn right.
This was like there were a couple of wildly low salaries that I had to get in on, and like that gave me enough money where I could put Lamar in it, my captain, even though he takes up like 44% of your overall budget. I was like, you know what? $2,400 for David Johnson, $1,600 for Mark Ingram. Let's get both those guys in there. So 2 running backs for $4K total. That's fine. I can deal with that. Darren Fells, Willie Snead, and then Lamar and the captain and Deshaun right behind him as this Ravens defense currently getting gashed up by that guy, David Johnson, who's already up to 17 yards. Probably won't get more than 17 yards. We all know the David Johnson trick by now, but still, you like to see it. Emerson Latzia, how about you? How does your lineup look?
It looks like this. Hollywood Brown in the captain spot. Lamar Jackson, Will Fuller, Dobbins, J.K. Dobbins, Mr. Fells, and then I threw the Ravens defense in there. Why the hell not?
Okay, a little.
I left $200 on the table because that's right. It's skill. I said I don't need to spend it all. I'll let everyone else feel like they need to spend it. Watch me crush you with a smaller payroll. You know, I'm like the Rays, the Tampa Bay Rays, just mashing every other team in the AL East who spend a lot of dollars.
Yeah, it's honestly a model I am hopeful every year my Pittsburgh Pirates can follow up on, and every year they just break my heart. Although Brian Reynolds, wings up, buddy. Former Vanderbilt star, had one of the greatest dirt mustaches in playoff baseball history, of course, at Vandy, not with the Pirates, because it hasn't happened in a while. But like having a great season, like going to go out there and put up like 30 and 100 while batting like 320, like Brian Reynolds. The guy they got back in the Andrew McCutchen trade, looking a little bit like Andrew McCutchen in center field. And I love it, love it, love it. Hope against hope that he won't get traded to the Yankees once he becomes expensive.
A shout out to TP behind the scenes on the ones and twos. We got Eamon with us, EC. So TP and EC. And how about a TD here? Deshaun Watson hooking up.
Fuller.
Yep. What? Which one is he? So he's the fourth, or is that the fifth?
The fifth. Will Fuller.
Oh my God, I suck at Roman numerals. It's the worst when I'm looking at Super Bowls, and I'm like, son of a bitch, I don't know what that is. So, and then I got to type in what number is this in Roman numerals in my Google search. That's half of my Google search is trying to figure out what Roman numerals are.
Yeah. I mean, you can always take the Simpsons approach, which in that great Springfield versus Shelbyville lemon tree debacle, Bart was able to put his Roman numerals together by quoting, using the Rocky films as inspiration. So Rocky 5 plus Rocky 2 equals Rocky 7, Adrian Bench.
That is fantastic. And then Z-Dub on the ops team helping us out behind the scenes. Good to have everybody here. This is the Best Friends Squad. We've been the Best Friends Squad since day one, and nothing can ever take that away from us. I feel like doing the Independence Day like president's speech right now. That's how passionate I am.
Yeah.
Oh, is what it is, babe.
We're going to have more opportunities. We still got like 2.5 weeks to this. We're not done yet. The Best Friend Squad is eternal, is immortal. You can't break my first ever broadcast here in Simland was with you, Emerson Lancia. Producer Mike told me straight away, he's like, yeah, you probably won't have to worry about filling too much dead air. You're going on with Emerson. And he was right, because we immediately connected on dogs, both.
We did, dude.
Both canine and hot. See you over there.
How is your fur baby doing? Is he doing great?
He's great. He's wonderful. I got to mow the lawn after this. I'm gonna go pick up a week's worth of his poops. It's gonna be about 60 of them. The man is a crap machine. One of the many times we had to take this dog to an expensive vet visit. You know, one of those free dogs you get at the pound. It wasn't free, but like it's like $250, whatever. It's good dog for that. Good dog for that price point. But like one time he ate too much cardboard, was getting sick, so they had to x-ray him. And they're like, yeah, here's where the blockage is. He'll be fine. And then like the vet literally took it upon herself to point out, like, look at all this. You see this giant winding line? That's all poop. That's a tremendous amount of poop in your dog. We're like, yeah, that all tracks. He's a poop monster. No, he's
What's
good.
going on, that's wonderful to hear. I miss the Sims where I hear him kind of like whining in the background, just like a fur baby being a fur baby, crying for his papa's attention.
Being sad that he's not, being broadcast more prominently.
Poking over to Twitch here. Twitch fam has always been great to us. I loved when we were able to launch Twitch and kind of take our talents to a whole nother, social media realm, if you will, a whole nother broadcasting platform. But some great dudes and dudettes who have been with us the entire time. So first time playing Fortnite, CJ, Heavy Kevy. What's going on, everybody? Good to see you. Marcus in the house.
Marcus up there.
Germ here today. I don't know if Germ's here or not, but Germ, and I'll say this. I know a lot of people are sad because, our presence won't necessarily be here as much like on the Dream Stream anymore. But this is where like Instagram and Twitter comes into play. And there were a lot of you sharing extremely kind words. Like Kaufman was passing along a lot of the messages that you guys and gals had during that 2:00 sim yesterday. but a lot of you popped on Twitter and tagged all of us and kind of shared, with us just like what this has all meant and how we've all come together at really the crappiest time, like in the world's history while we've all been on this planet. And it's nice that we've been able to kind of lean on each other and get weird with each other. And I don't know, like there's people who have come here looking for a boost because people have said, one of their fur babies have passed away, someone in their family dealing with cancer, they've lost a job, they're struggling. But you come here and a complete stranger you've never met in person, or you may never and likely will never meet in person, as someone there who can just boost your morale and give you that like positive reinforcement that you're looking for. It's kind of cool that you could always rely on that. And sure, like there's some tough cookies in this family. There are in every family. But in the end, man, it's all love. And the fact that like we have been doing this together for so long, like that's kick ass, man.
Yeah, I mean, we were here for a reason, to help provide a little bit of light in a dark time. And it's so difficult to get upset about any of this because, man, this was a wild ride. It's super fun. It was a job I still can't believe I've been and continue to be paid for. And like I got to meet great people on the camera, behind the scenes, and in the Sim fam. So like just a win all around. And yeah, it sucks that it's going away, but like can't even be mad about it. What a wonderful ride this has been. And thank you so much for taking this ride with us.
So James says, what are the upcoming sim changes, just for those of us who missed the news? So August 31st, is there an official announcement? I should say, is there a way to word this the correct way, Eamon? I don't want to screw this up.
True. Yeah. I mean, what are that script they give Koff to read specifically, not us?
Can I get that script? I just want to make sure I don't say the wrong thing here.
Because as I understand, the Sims themselves not going anywhere, but the hosts will be, and instead they will be moving us onto real NFL coverage, or at least a lot of in-studio stuff. For me, it means I'm probably going to be making very limited appearances, as it sounds like it's going to be a lot of in-studio, in-person stuff and fewer Zoom hangouts. But if DraftKings will have me, I would love to be there, and I will absolutely be there. The good news is, I mean, I got some cool stuff cooking with the post route. Coming on in the future, and a possible partnership with a really cool site. So things are going to be good. We got this, guys. We got this.
Yeah. So basically, we're going to continue to run simulated games on all the DraftKings platforms here: YouTube, Twitch, the Playbook, DraftKings Nation. But as we kind of get ready for the start of the NFL season, we're going to pause the play-by-play. So what Christian was just saying is the announcers, like we're going to take a step back. So like this live commentating, the talking of like the cereal, hot dogs, dogs, movies, shows,
the best parts of the sim,
the Bachelor, the Bachelorette. There's no argument here. That's going to stop. Like this kind of play-by-play, having an analyst, that's going to stop on August 31st. We will continue to bring the sweat live to you here on the Dream Stream, 11 o'clock. So that's where I highly recommend, if you have DFS sports betting questions for the slate, in whatever sport you're into that day, tune in, ask questions. Should be a good time. And then we're going to have the slate after the 4 p.m. sim on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for NFL updates and insights like all season long here. So yes, the Sims will continue. They're just going to have whoever calls them like in the Madden video game. It's just going to be the regular like announcers there. Yeah. So yeah, they'll stick to script, but anyone who's wanted the play-by-play and talking more about the game, that's all you're going to get now.
Yeah.
Which is cool. I mean, for some people that's it. For some people it's not, but the contests, all that stuff will be on DraftKings, and just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, just like Deshaun Watson taking a hit. He's sacked.
Yeah, and I mean, the way they stated it, paused. So maybe after football season, they bring us back. We get to chat it up around draft time and all that good stuff. Who knows? I mean, it's a a big future in store for the Dream Stream itself. And I mean, with the ambitions of DraftKings, they're always going to need talent, and there's no one more talented than your DK Sim fan hosts. I think we've proven that time and time again. We have Lamarca and his songwriting. Emerson
Oh my
and his
God.
quad strength. Glash
Yeah.
and his never-ending string of bizarre characters. Kenny and his ability to make the most unreasonable takes sound, I was going to say slightly
Even more unreasonable. No.
Yeah.
He's the only guy I know who makes an unreasonable take becomes even more unreasonable when it comes out of the mouth of Kenny Ducey. But again, we're all so like different. And the same with all of you in the DK Sim fam. Everyone is just so different. That's what kind of makes us this beautiful dysfunctional family. Just like my real life family.
Yeah.
And cue the all of the gifs and memes of the Fast and Furious. This is family, you know. But what I was mentioning earlier, find us on Twitter, find us on Instagram. So throughout the season, hit us up. Let's stay close. Let's stay in communication. Keep in touch. Kit, K-I-T. Oh my God, Lamar, he filmed us a football, but they got it scooped up by his own teammate there. First and 10 coming up from the 41. Like, I'm Emerson Latzia on Twitter. I'm the Emerson on Instagram. Christian DeAndrea, share your socials.
Yeah, Train Island on Twitter and Instagram, although I rarely Instagram at this point. Occasionally I throw some things out there. I got a bunch of pictures from all the friends and family coming out. I might have to make a big old post showcasing our skullduggery over the past 3 weeks. But yeah, on top of that, you got the post route where we're going to be sharing not only our NFL insights, but picks and whatnot. And that's the thing. Like we straight up picks. Post route had 2 of the top 15 pickers across 400 different experts per NFL Pick Watch. And your boy right here finished the year number 2 after the playoffs, was number 1 in the regular season each of the last 2 seasons. So if you want some good straight up picks for your office pool, you should go ahead and subscribe to the postroute.substack.com.
I love every day I open my big beefy Gmail inbox, and there it is, waiting for me. And immediately I see the post route cooking in my inbox, and I think of your beautiful face. I think of your beautiful hair and your beautiful dog. Yep, the power rankings part 2 today.
Yeah, Sarah worked her butt off getting that together. It's a long post. She had to break it into 2 different posts as we're going to get a 52-yarder from Justin Tucker here. Any other kicker, I would feel skeptical, but Tuck.
No, this guy's got it.
Man.
Hammers it.
72, perhaps. 82, maybe. But look at that. Oh, plenty of room to go there as the NFL's best kicker keeps it up. But yeah, broke down every NFL team summer and ranked them by how good it was. And speaking of how good it was, New England Patriots off on the right foot last night, getting the preseason win, that vital preseason win. And both sides was a little bit kind of underwhelming, the passing attacks. It was clear that Cam Newton, Mac Jones, and Ryan Fitzpatrick were mostly asked to go out there and just throw a bunch of checkdowns, prove they can work the system, don't take too many unnecessary risks. And it was a little bit of a bummer, honestly. It was nice to see that Mac Jones did know the system, but 87 yards on 19 passes was not super inspiring. He made the right read, so good for him. Fitzpatrick kind of employed a very Alex Smith kind of game plan with a lot of short-range passes as well, which was maybe not super encouraging if you are hoping for a bit of a renaissance with that Washington offense. You know, Fitzpatrick was supposed to be the big arm that would be the opposite of Alex Smith, and he looked a little bit too much like the veteran who preceded him in the nation's capital. But on the plus side, we got to see Ramondre Stevenson go 91 yards and put on a little bit of the afterburners for a 240-pound guy. Probably going to make him go a little bit too early in your fantasy drafts, especially in your fantasy keeper drafts, for a guy who not only is more of a power back and since he's a Patriots power back, would be used.
Bro, that's Damian Harris all day. Like, I'm not touching that guy. Maybe stash him away later on because who knows if there's an injury. But yeah, I think it's going to be Damian Harris's backfield, right?
Oh yeah, 1,000%, 1,000%. But it's still Bill Belichick, so you never know. Like, Damian Harris could look at him the wrong way in a film session, and Bill Belichick would be like, "All right, we're going to give Brandon Bolden 20 carries today." You know, it's just one of those things.
Oh my God, yes,
yeah.
Dude, like. The Rex Burkhead games, like occasionally,
yeah,
he'd
show up
twice throughout the year. He'd have like one of those 3 rushing touchdown like performances those games. But most of the time, at least like last year, if you were within 5 yards of the end zone, it was just going to be Cam Newton pounding the rock, which is why he ended up having 12 touchdowns.
Yeah. I'm looking up the Rex Burkhead game logs now, just so I can put.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. I did think that Mac Jones kind of took like the early lead a little bit against like Cam Newton on like that quarterback scoreboard a little bit.
Yeah.
At times, like Cam had a couple good throws.
Yeah.
But then there were times where it looked like, and I know he spent the offseason, he said he spent the offseason kind of working on his mechanics and stuff like that. And you get more into the nuts and bolts than I do. It looked like it looked a little different in throwing motion, but at times it still looked like, man, that he had to really put a lot of effort. And then he was working really, really hard to throw the football. But, you know, Mac Jones, as you mentioned too, good to see him come out. Looked like he kind of had a grip of the offense. Yeah. 13 of 19. He completed 11 straight at one point at 87 yards. So again, no touchdowns for him, no touchdowns from Cam Newton. But it's a big couple weeks ahead, and a hell of a punt there too, down at the I think 3-yard line.
We're in safety range here, and with Lamar, it probably won't happen. But let's rule out nothing.
Yep, it was kind of interesting to think though, for the first time in. Oh man, yeah. This is close. This is close. That's my guy. I would love him to break up a 98-yard touchdown now. It was wild to think that last night was the first time the Patriots are playing a football game inside Gillette Stadium for the first time since Tom Brady was quarterbacking this team in the 2019-2020 playoffs. That was kind of weird to wrap your mind around.
Oh, you mean with fans in the stands?
Yeah, with fans in the stands. Yeah, sorry, I kind of buried the lead on that one.
Yeah. All right. So I got the Rex Burkhead. Yeah, it was week 3 against the Raiders out of nowhere. 49 and 2 touchdowns on the ground, 7 catches, 49 and a touchdown through the air. Like the math escapes me, but that's 30 plus in your flex right there. Then you pick him up the next week and he has 50 total yards, 1 catch, 0 touchdowns. Just amazing stuff from Rex Burkhead. I mean, came back later in the year, 56 and a touchdown, 3, and so he had like a 20-point game later in the season. But in between, he'd have like 4-point games, 3-point games. It was like really just like going to a craps table and trying to hit like a hard 6 whenever you put Rex Burkhead in your lineup. And it might be the same thing with this Texans team because we have no idea where any of the fantasy scoring is going to come from, aside from like Brandon Cooks, and even then, who the hell knows?
Yeah, there were, and TP mentioned it in our Slack channel too. He was like, my favorite day in fantasy history was my random pickup of Rex Burkhead, and he got something like 32 points in my flex. Yes, and I remember that game. That was 2 years ago, and the Patriots, it came out like that Sunday morning, like their top 2 running backs were going to be out, and so it was going to be Rex Burkhead's job. And lo and behold, the Patriots got down within like the 10 a couple times, within the 5, and Brady would just hand it off to Burkhead. And yes, he went off. I did the same thing. I picked him up like 10 minutes before a lineup block in my DFS lineup and season long.
Yeah.
And was the highest score like on that slate.
Yeah, see, no one got him in our Rhode Island scumbag league, and then it was a cash waiver system, a budget waiver system. One guy dropped like half his $100 budget just to pick up Rex Burkhead, and then immediately got rewarded with like 6 fantasy points. Dropped him the week after, just grumbled the whole rest of his week about it. It's like, yep, should have known, buddy. It's a Patriots running back. Might as well have been Jonas Gray back there.
Oh my God. Was that Jonas Graves the one who had like the 250 rushing yard game, right? Then showed up. Didn't he show up late to a meeting that following week and he was gone?
Yeah.
He was gone.
Yeah, he had like 200 plus 4 touchdowns, and then like was just released like a month later. Amazing. Yeah, just the truly most Belichickian of the Belichick rotation running backs. But hey, I mean that whole running back platoon looks good. I mean, Michelle ran with some power there, looks healthy. JJ Taylor is looking like he's going to maybe make the roster. He had a little bit of value in the receiving game as well. Undrafted Christian Wilkerson, could be a guy, could maybe work his way up the route tree. I don't know. I'm excited to have football back, even though football right now is meaningless.
It's something, it's not totally real, but it's something. Like they don't count, but they definitely matter for all these position battles and guys on the bubble. And with one less preseason game, it becomes that much more intense. I think we mentioned it yesterday. Maybe I was talking about it with someone else, but those joint practices become so much bigger for these teams. I think you've seen more teams out there this season kind of link up for joint practices, knowing it's almost kind of like an even more half-assed like preseason game. You're able to see your guys go up against another team in a competitive atmosphere, hitting another team. So we'll help coaches evaluate a little better.
Ooh, we're about to get a Justin Tucker 56-yarder. And again, anyone else, I would be worried. I'm a little less confident about this one, but it's still like 80% he's going to drill this. Kick is up. Oh, my goodness. Plenty of legs.
He's got it. Yeah, baby. Is he the
70%.
highest scorer? Is he the highest scorer right
now? He might be. I think Deshaun Watson might have him, but so he's got 10 points right now. He has Deshaun Watson beat by 0.3 right now.
So we would have what? That's 15 in the captain spot, right?
That is 15 in the cap. If you captain Justin Tucker.
If you were, then Jason Rossi would like to pass along his love for you. Texans, by the way, will face the Packers tomorrow in their first preseason game. The Ravens will face the Saints tomorrow. Saints are another one of those teams that desperately needs this preseason to kind of figure out who's going to be under center for them.
Sorry, I missed that because I was looking up Trent Brown's tattoo, which we can sadly not talk about here on chat.
I need to. Who mentioned? Should I Google search this? Do I want to see this? Is this going to be? Is this emotional? Is this nasty? Is it entertaining?
Yeah.
I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it then.
All right. No, I think it's pretty great. I think it's definitely worthwhile. Obviously, we can't talk about it in the chat because it is raunchy. But Trent Brown.
Wow, raunchy. I'm definitely looking it up.
The correct term for this. Yeah.
Hold on.
Him behind the scenes saying the cockiest thing I've ever seen. You must not remember. I think it was Corliss, the tight end out of Penn State, who had God's gift.
Oh my God, that is.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It goes hard. That is.
Good for him.
Yeah. You know what? It's like The Secret. You got to manifest what you want and put it out to the world.
Oh,
to happen. And I think that's exactly what Trent Brown did. Trent Brown, big believer in the secret, big believer in pseudoscience. Oh,
damn, that is creative. He's using his imagination on that one, or maybe it's based on a true story. Whatever. Anywho, let me get into some stats here really quick before I go way off the rails on this thing.
I need a minute to recover from this.
I'll wait just like 1 second here while while the team is adding up scores behind the scenes. We're looking at the defensive stats here. But TP, there you go, TP. Thanks, brother. Deshaun Watson, 5 of 10, 65 yards. He's got the touchdown there. That was to Will Fuller, right? And then Lamar Jackson, 8 of 11, 57 yards. This is just, there's just hasn't been a lot. This is great, though. This is great because this is why we come for the noon sims. The other day when we had like 35 points combined between the two teams yesterday, even though it was a one-sided blowout, that felt weird because we were getting some points.
Yeah. We were being entertained. And this is a game. I mean, this game should not be this bad. These are the 2 best mobile quarterbacks in the game, 2 best quarterbacks in Madden, period. And yet, between them, they have under 20 points there. So, I mean, we were either due for a big-time blow-up or Justin Tucker is going to hit a 60 and then a 70, then an 80-yard field goal in succession. And then we'll have something to talk about there. So, we're fine. We'll be fine.
So here we are, 7-6. Second half is underway. And, yeah, dude, El Paso was like, yo, can we get a little shout out here from our little bro, Montez? Had a touchdown pass, big for El Paso. So I believe he's speaking of Steven Montez there for the Washington football team.
Montez was a guy I was kind of surprised he went undrafted. He was, he was a lot of fun to watch.
Oh, he's at Colorado. That's Reed T. Fowler's college.
Yeah. Oh, nice. It's the reason why I am with you, and then I have the 2 p.m. as well, is because Brandon Cristal will be there for their media day, covering the Buffs. He was like, hey, you want to switch shifts? I was like, I can just take your shift if you want to go and enjoy, like, take your time up there. He's like, you know what? That's great. They're doing the food service beforehand. I want to be able to get some of that sweet, sweet media buffet spread. That's one of the things I do miss most about covering live sports, Emerson Lancia. The pregame media buffet.
Yeah, the one in at Gillette was always really good. You had to get there early, though. Like the beat writers, the print guys, they get there crazy early.
Yeah.
Crazy hours and hours and hours. They're posting pictures of the first player to step onto the field. They want to get players arriving to the stadium. And then they're also first in line for like the steak tips. Yep. And then by the time like us talking heads and schmucks get there, as Lamar Jackson's picked off here by the Texans defense, by the time we get there, they're gone. But you do get this like apple like cobbler with a scoop of vanilla ice cream at halftime. It's like it's a zoo in the press box, and just the stampede of sweaty, stinky old men who are just running towards the poor individual scooping ice cream for them.
Yeah. There's no food tastier than free food, and every member of the media, it just goes so hard on it. Sometimes, like at the draft combine, like they would open up the buffet at 11, and people would literally line up beforehand. The longest line was not to interview Chase Young or talk to I forget who went number 1 that year because my brain. I talked to Kyler Murray. It was like the longest line, the biggest crowd was always that lunch buffet when it opened at 11 a.m. Like just wild. Like you guys can't wait an hour to eat. Like there's other. All right, I get it.
Yeah,
it's a fierce competition out there.
TP on the 1s and 2s behind the scene. You're absolutely right, especially Fenway Park. Media food there was phenomenal. There are a lot of options there. And they have a great ice cream machine that's running throughout the whole game.
Ice cream? Do you like soft serve?
Yes. Yep. Soft serve, dude. Go there, and they have like toppings you can put on it. I don't go there too often because we got Jemai who covers the Red Sox for us at Nesson. But the times I've been inside that press box, I'm like, dude, I'm never leaving here. I don't care about the game. I want to fill my belly with meats and cream.
So do they have like root beer so you can like make a root beer float?
There is a soda machine. You can go do whatever you want. Yeah.
All right, I'm in now. I'm invested now. Get one of those A&W specials. Oh, man, I haven't been to A&W in a while. That might be the key right there.
That was huge when I was in high school, when the A&W like / KFC opened up.
Yeah.
That was big. That was where we were like hanging out like every day after school because that's just how like cool we were. And speaking of cool, how about a Jordan Aiken?
Preserved root beer tap. You put your cold frosty mug on. Oh,
yep. We got a tight end 2 sighting, everyone. Jordan Aiken's on the board here. And the Texans are in the red zone. Just picked off Lamar Jackson. That's how they're in this position. And Watson's going to do some damage with his leg. Stay on his feet and into the end zone. Second touchdown of the day. First rushing touchdown of the day for Watson.
Yeah, so been a good day to Captain Deshaun over Lamar. He is soundly outplaying the slightly more expensive option for the Ravens. And speaking of quarterbacks, and sorry, Emerson's Peloton, this is going to be another rant because we did get asked over on Twitch, how do we feel about Trevor Lawrence this year? And I think he's going to be a very dynamic, very useful fantasy player, even if, God forbid, the Jaguars do not make the playoffs. In fact, the Jaguars being kind of a wreck on defense, and they're going to be a little bit more depleted.
Hey, easy, kid, easy.
Joe Schobert, I mean, the heart and soul of the middle of that defense, going to Pittsburgh via trade, they are going to give up a lot of points. That means they're going to be throwing the ball quite a bit, and they have a great array of talent around Trevor Lawrence, a great running back in James Robinson who can take some pressure off him there. Travis Etienne can bring a little bit of value in the running game as well. It was a weird first-round pick, I will admit, and Urban Meyer's like, we're going to put him at wideout sometime. We'll see what Urban Meyer does there. I think it's going to be weird and kind of a failure, but we'll see. But love that receiving core, Chark, Chenault, Marvin Jones, Colin Johnson, even a little Philly Dorsett helps make up for the lack of tight end help. So he's got guys that can bail him out if he does get in trouble, if he has to throw the ball quickly. This should be a 4,000-yard season for him as a rookie. And, I mean, if you can think back to the prime Blake Bortles years, the years where the Jaguars were losing, but he was putting up so many big garbage time numbers that he was one of like the top 10 fantasy quarterbacks out there. I think Trevor Lawrence could do the same, only, looking a little bit more encouraging in the process.
Bro. This is, but Urban, saying it's a competition. It remains open.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I'm sure it is. Listen, I love me some Gardner Minshew.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah. This hurts. This breaks my heart. And, according to reports, guys, troops on the ground there, he's had a pretty good camp too. Like Trevor Lawrence, obviously as a rookie, it's expected 1 or 2 bad days, but looked phenomenal, especially in that scrimmages. Oh, Lamar Jackson fumbles the football now. Oh my God. He can't stop turning the football over. 2 straight drives. 2 straight drives, 2 straight turnovers for the Ravens, both because of Lamar, an interception, now a fumble lost. And now, just like that, Texans back in the red zone. Watson, don't really know if he's going to be playing much, but yeah, getting close to the end zone there. Jags do open up against the Texans in week 1. Not quite sure why it would still be an open competition, I think you put Trevor Lawrence in there and Minshew, the better camp and the better preseason games he has, the better trade value he's going to have. Does he get across the goal line there? No, he doesn't. He picks up a yard though. David Johnson at 50 yards on the ground. So yeah, you let Lawrence play that quarter and a half, 2 quarters, give Minshew the rest and ship him off. Wait, what happened with Dak? I have not searched for any updates. I can Google it, but I'd rather ask you because you probably know more. Watson, does he get him?
Wow, very close. Very great tackle there at the goal line.
Do they need to go out and get a backup quarterback?
They no longer have Andy Dalton, but they have the immortal Ben DiNucci. So why would you ever get anyone else when you got DiNucci and Cooper Rush and Garrett Gilbert? I mean, some real AAF legendary performers in that quarterback room.
Third and goal, wide open.
2,400 to get him in your roster today, and he rewards the bargain hunters out there with a touchdown. Mark Ingram, not nearly as good. 1,600 for him, only 6 total yards so far, as Texans putting their stamp on this one. So Dak, not it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. The Cowboys had this really weird tweet about how, oh yeah, Dak's going to get another MRI on his shoulder. No, you shouldn't be worried. But
I was thinking Jerry Jones took over the account.
Yeah.
Like really quick. He's like, let me just tweet something out really quick.
Yeah, so honestly, no idea what is going to be in his future. I mean, he was back in practice. He was throwing. He wasn't reporting any shoulder discomfort, at least officially, but clearly behind the scenes, he thinks something is wrong. He's going back in for an MRI. Or maybe the team's being overly cautious, but it's the preseason. He's got time still to recover, to figure things out. You want him to get back on the field. You want him to be legendary like he was over the first 4 games of that 2020 season when he looked like he was going to throw for 5,500, 6,000 yards. And from a fantasy standpoint, yeah, you want to hear more about him. Hopefully, your fantasy drafts aren't anytime soon. You can get a little more clarity there. Maybe get a little bit more clarity on Deshaun Watson's situation as well. But those are 2 guys. I mean, the state of Texas right now is having some weird quarterback issues to work through right now.
God, it's so true, dude. It's like the entire state there. All right, Lamar Jackson, he completes the pass to, I think that was Hollywood Brown, poking over to, it was. So that was his first catch? Son of a gun, dude. You're my captain. Step it the hell up. I'm currently 70th out of 73 entries in the You Cannot Kill the Best Friends Squad free roll. Over to our, look at this, man. You guys showed up today. Almost 9,000 entries in the Big Free Showdown. So actually, that's the classic. But yeah, more than 8,000 in the showdown.
Yeah.
Got a 11-way tie for first place right now. Will Fuller, Lamar, Watson, Texans, Tucker, and David Johnson.
I mean, Tucker looking like he's going to be the postroute.substack.com player of the game, the way this one's going. And Lamar cruising towards that babysitter Billy. But this has been kind of a rough one. And see you over there in Twitch A+ trying to get Emerson into your fantasy league. We did reel the big fish in. I think it was Tommy Freeze Pops that set up the 14-team Sim Fam Announcer League just in time for us all to be released from Sim Fam announcing duties. So that is how we are going to keep in touch with each other. Wow. Lamar picked off again, but defender steps out of bounds, can't come down with it. A real rough performance for him. A very uncharacteristic Lamar day. This is going to be that 1 in 20 shot where he is actually fadeable. Yeah, have we figured out what the buy-in for that league's going to be, when the draft's going to be? I mean, I feel like we're leaving this all in Tommy Freeze Pop's hands, and I'm not sure how reliable old Tommy Frozen Water is. Busy man. He's got the move coming up. He's going back to the great state of Rhode Island, to Pawtucket, where my buddy also just moved lately. Nice little town. Revitalized Milltown. For a while, Pawtucket was kind of a less reliable Rhode Island city, and now it's improving. It's on the up and up. So Lamar starting to deal, so might be able to turn this one around, but not before the quarter break. 131 to end, an interception for him. 0 touchdowns, period, for this Ravens team. We are
just. I was one of my buddies was like just texting me, "Wow, Cam tweet." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I didn't see any tweet from him. He's not a huge tweeter, but then I go to his Instagram.
Is it Insta?
Yeah, so it's his post.
Yeah.
It just says the quote, "I'm far from perfect, but loyalty, I deserve it." Huh. And it's doing like a photo dump.
Of
Man, this guy, I tell you what, this guy's got, I like his fashion. Oh, and he's wearing a Hooters shirt. Oh, I love that.
Just goes for it, man.
I remember going to Hooters as a kid. I'm like, this is my favorite place ever. Take me here all the time.
Dude, you know what? Like I like as a teenager, I was real soup for it. And like as an adult, it's like the wings don't hold up for me. And like the outfits are just, it was way more exciting when I was a horned up 14-year-old at the very least. Anyway.
All right, anywho, fourth quarter is underway. 21-6.
We see you, Obi-Wan, A+.
Yeah, Broby.
Yo,
What's
welcome.
up?
Welcome back to it.
We'll say this. We got one more quarter to go in this sim. And we're at 71 likes right now. We got almost 400 people watching. If you know the drill, our time together, all of us, the DK Sim fam, at least here on these Sims. The Sims will continue, but our live commentating will be going away on August 31st. So we've got about 2.5 weeks here to just continue showering each other with love. And a great way you can do that for us here on these Sims, because we are the best friend squad, is hammer away on that like button, just like
guy?
the Ravens.
Is that your guy? No, it looks like
No, it's not.
Boykin on that one.
Damn it. Damn it.
Boykin going off today at $5K in the flex, so more expensive than Randall Cobb, Justin Tucker, Mark Ingram. So not a super priority play because he was a little bit more expensive than some of the guys who were averaging more points per game. But right there, gets Baltimore's first touchdown on the board.
Broby says, thanks for showing up to work today, Semi. Yeah, not a problem. I'm here for you, Brobes.
Anthony has no last name. The only thing on the up in Pawtucket is the crime. Listen, man, like Pawtucket when I was growing up was like shady. And like now it's better. Like you got some cool new places growing there, like some new little breweries. Like there are still like nicer pockets of Pawtucket. Granted, the Paw Sox are gone, but I am proud of the state of Rhode Island for not giving into the Mondors stadium grift and letting them go to Worcester. Like I will miss the Paw Sox, but I am glad that we're not going into debt to fund a stadium after giving Kurt Schilling $75 million to bankrupt a video game studio.
Another really nice tweet here by Maddie F. To our team. Says, thanks for all the energy you have brought to Simland. Truly remarkable what you guys at DK have done. Looking forward to what's next during the season.
Yeah.
For sure, man. This has been great.
Yeah. And hopefully we'll be able to get a sneak peek of Madden 22 in before we sign off. I would like to see that. I would like to see what happens with the chaos of the updated rosters and new game.
Yeah, me too. That's always like a super exciting part of football season, honestly. Not just like the real life football season, but it's truly here when the game is on shelves at Best Buy and GameStop, or I don't know, you can probably buy it online now too. It goes to show how old I am. So oh God, I love that. I'm sorry, I got distracted again by Cam Newton rocking the Hooters shirt. It might be my favorite fit of his.
Columbia too, like that's that third down not going to go anywhere. Deshaun sacked, and the Ravens have new life here. 8-point game. They're going to get it back in about 5.5 minutes, a little bit less to play. And Lamar has been dealing, finally coming alive here.
Yeah, this, my X factor since day one here on the Sims on this stream has been overtime. That's why we always do the LOTZIA contest. Can't spell Latvia without OT, and there is still a chance for that. It is a one-score game.
We are not out of the woods yet. And there we go, little J.K. Dobbins for 4 yards, Dinkin and Duncan, but maybe the Ravens want to take up as much time as they can, go score, get that 2-point conversion, go right to overtime rather than putting the ball in Deshaun Watson's hands with a chance to win it. Lamar X Factor still lit.
Likely going to be Tyrod Taylor. There's Mandrews on the reception. So it's probably going to be what? Tyrod Taylor, who's certainly a capable NFL quarterback, but we all know he's no Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
So what do we have? And then I'm trying to look at their roster and what they have this year. So Fuller's gone, right? So Texans are going to replace him with, and you're a big college guy. Is it Nico Collins, 3rd-round pick out of Michigan?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see because they have drafted kind of weird. Collins is going to get put in the get thrown up the right.
Anthony Miller.
Yeah, from the Bears is going to get
Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, Kiki Kuti is still there. My guy from the University of Rhode Island, URI's first draft pick in 30-plus years, Isaiah Coulter is there. He's a nice developmental young piece.
So I think the one thing we do know is it's another sack for the Texans defense. One thing we do know is this Texans team is going to be playing behind a lot this season, which means there's going to be an abundance of passing volume for this team. So while they're kind of likely going to suck, still some fantasy value with some of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, probably just you don't know who's going to step out of that muck behind, besides Cooks, who did have a nice little bounce back year last season, just because of the volume of passes he was receiving. It might be like a Jordan Akins kind of year. Maybe he rises from the primordial ooze that is that Texans depth chart and finally becomes the guy that Houston wanted when they took him in the 3rd round back in 2018. Maybe Pharaoh Brown steps up out of nowhere. It's such a weird team to me. It's okay, maybe they'll rely on their running backs more, but that running back's just like a poo-poo platter of guys you don't really trust in fantasy, right? An old Mark Ingram, David Johnson, Philip Lindsay, Rex Burkhead, Dontrell Hilliard, just guys that you're like, guys you will draft towards the end of your fantasy draft because you're like, oh man, my running backs suck. But guys who will probably not help you in any meaningful ways. Lamar,
baby,
down inside the 5 to set up 1st and goal. 73 now for him. Rush bonus probably not in the cards today unless we get to overtime, and still a distinct possibility as we are barreling toward the 2-minute warning here. 8-point game. Texans lead, Ravens driving. Oof, Ingram down to the 1, but this one might be coming back on a hold. It is indeed.
And then Lamar Jackson, the Ravens entering 2021 as he takes off again. How much different is their fantasy outlook, you think, this year compared to last year? I feel like not much has changed, right, on the offensive side? Or
no, they've done a good job of keeping guys kind of intact, and they obviously, Orlando Brown Jr. is gone, but they brought in Alejandro Villanueva from Pittsburgh to hold down the right tackle spot. They got Kevin Zeitler. The offensive line should be pretty solid, pretty good. So he should still be able to clear space. I liked what Hollywood Brown brought at the end of the season. He was really coming on strong. He had 6 touchdowns in his last 6 regular season games. Sammy Watkins, if he can stay healthy, is pretty useful. Tylan Wallace, the rookie 4th-round pick out of Oklahoma State. Gonna have to see a little bit more from him, but he was a guy who a lot of people thought would have been like a day 2 pick who slid all the way to the Ravens. And then the worst part is, Rashad Bateman is going to miss some time with that groin injury. He's been dealing with injuries all preseason. Andrews,
we got it.
The end zone.
Need that 2-point conversion. Need it.
Yep. But if Bateman can get healthy and be the guy he was at Minnesota, that's such a massive upgrade, a massive boost for that passing, for that receiving core. I do think Lamar is going to have a nice little bounce back year. I think I would take him over a guy like Kyler Murray this season, but it's really going to depend on his team rising to the occasion around him. It's going to really kind of depend on Devin Duvernay and Marquise Brown, Sammy Watkins all playing to the best of their potential. Is this 2-point conversion for the tie wide
Is
open?
it? Yeah, baby.
21 all.
Now Texans will have about a minute and a half to go.
Plenty of time.
And they have all 3 timeouts.
Yeah.
This is good. X Factor. It's hot. It's moist, y'all.
You feeling it?
413 people watching. We need 12 more likes. 12 more likes to get to the Century Club. Let's go, babes. Come on. We're not here for a long time. We're here for a good time. Let's get after it. 12 of you. Take that leap of faith together. Tickle that like button, that thumbs up. A+, good to have you here, dog.
75 yards for a touchdown. With Kaimi Fairbairn, you probably need about 40 to feel good about that field goal attempt. And they pick up a big chunk there with Darren Fells. Gets it all the way out. 17-yard gain on his first catch of the day. Thanks, bud. Welcome to the party, pal. It removes the last 0 from my roster. Although Fells and Mark Ingram have about 3 total fantasy points between them, which is not ideal. Oh, Deshaun picks up a decent chunk there to get the ball out to midfield. Clock is ticking, but Houston still all 3 timeouts. So got to figure they got at least 4 plays left in them here. Need about 15 more yards before you're in Fairbairn field goal range, but obviously like to do a little bit better than that.
Thanks, DK Sid fan. We got up to about $120 in the like department.
Nice.
Love you. Mean it. Oh, wow. He's taking it.
Big pickup.
It's like I'll just
slide. And the slide to hold on to the ball. The Ravens now are like, oh, now we got to burn timeouts. Yeah, I guess we do. Guess we got to try to keep this game within reach because it would only be a 46-yarder from Fairbairn from here.
$34 seconds to go. Haven't even burned a timeout. Hold on to that football. Woo, okay. A little second burst there.
Yeah, decent pickup. I mean, the Ravens are doing their best to control the clock, but not going to matter at this point. Is this field goal now down to 40 yards after the 6-yard pickup there? Oh, hey, boy. Is that Winnie?
This is Georgie. By the way, she turned 7 months today, everybody. She is 7 months old.
You guys celebrating? You know, party?
You know what? I'm going to take you to a little long walk. And dude, we're having this like ridiculous heat wave here.
Yeah.
Right now, and I don't like taking them out and letting them run around too much because they're so miserable in the heat. They just they don't realize it. But I'm looking at them and I'm like, dude, you're miserable. But their faces are like, no, we can keep going. Yeah. Never stops, never stopping. Someone keeps ringing my effing doorbell. Stop doing that. Anywho.
You think
yeah.
You finally got your address right, and now they're just hanging out.
DK Sim fam, let's go, man. They're like, screw it, dude. F it, let's go bowling.
Yeah.
All right, time is ticking down. Houston's got that final timeout. They're on the 17. This should be a no doubter. All right, wow, it's actually going to be the Ravens taking the timeout.
Yeah, I was worried because we've seen this before where
yes, we have.
Field goal and just let the clock run out instead. It's not ideal. Let's see. Fairbairn should be academic from here. 34-yarder. Basically an extra point in today's NFL, which was the only blemish on Quinn Nordin's night last night. Looking like he might take over that kicking role the first undrafted and one of the few undrafted free agents Belichick signed this year out of Michigan. And that will probably do it here, barring some kind of miracle return, which I would be 1,000% here for. Emerson Lassie. I would love to see. I know it won't be Devin Duvernay. Maybe what is it, J.K. Dobbins or Miles Boykin returning these kicks. Maybe Hollywood Brown.
So here we go. 2 seconds left. We've seen, dude, have you ever seen one of these return for a touchdown? I don't think I have.
You know what? I saw 2 and they were back to back.
That's sick.
Yeah.
That's sick.
That's pretty much all of it. So there is the end of the game. Ravens put up a valiant effort, ultimately fall short on their home turf to the lowly Texans. And Lamar eventually did have a decent game, but only about 23 from him in the flex. So a little bit disappointing. You know, despite all the points he gave us eventually, he's still going to have to be my babysitter Billy. Not my kid award winner today. And, man, not a ton of standouts.
Yeah.
Ooh, I think we got to give it to Justin Tucker.
Okay.
I mean, Justin Tucker.
I love it. I love it.
250-plus yarders was the reason why the Ravens were in this game late. I mean, Justin Tucker, as good as David Johnson was for 2,400, he was great. About 12-plus for him. Justin Tucker is going to be a massive part of those leading lineups, and we're going to go ahead and give him the post route.
Let me see.
Back.com player of the game. If you want to check out our How Was Your Summer Power Rankings, go ahead and click through join, sign up, or click through and just get the I want to read it first button. If there's anything you like, subscribe later, hit that heart button, leave a comment. We appreciate all of you who have signed up. There have been a bunch, and honestly, it makes us so grateful. Getting those numbers up makes us seem a little bit more legit, and we just love the fact that y'all are reading our stuff. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, with Sarah's heart, Ryan's heart. That's postroute.substack.com.
All right, babes. Good times today. Had a blast with you.
Yeah.
Coming up next, we're going to have a re-air of the sweat. Jesse Cofield hosting that one this morning. Hey, oh my God, look at her. Hello. Oh. She's ready to eat lunch. All right, crazy lady.
We got to duck out so you can get some kibble out there.
It's true. Chiefs to bang.
Is that kind of day? A wet food day?
No, absolutely no wet food, because then that would be wet poop all over our house. Rossi and Christian, Chiefs, the Bengals at 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, Giants, the Broncos, Jeff and Tara Lynn. Maybe, I don't know. Something's going on with her car. Her car is like getting towed for the 5th time in the last week.
Yeah.
She's not here. Okay, we'll figure that out later.
Yeah.
Love you guys. Thanks for watching. Keep an eye on those contests. We got the ops team finalizing scores. I'll see everyone back here on Monday morning. Much love, DK Sim fam. You mean the world to us. Peace out.
TGIF, everybody. Welcome to The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield. Lots to get to on today's show, and we're starting with a trio of baseball guys, DraftKings contributors Matt Meiselman and RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman. Fellas, it's time to break down your favorite plays in a couple different categories on tonight's 14-game MLB main slate. No early afternoon chaos today. So let's start on the sportsbook side of things. First base is a run line or money line bet that you like. Matt, where are you going for this one?
I feel like I'm stealing Eric's pick here, potentially with the Angels, because he's been a big fan of Patrick Sandoval for the last couple of weeks. But that's the bet that I think is the most appealing. So I don't think Sandoval is a great pitcher. I think he's a solid one, and he's benefited in large part from a pretty easy schedule. The last 2 starts out, he's had tougher matchups with the new look A's and with the Dodgers, but he actually fared kind of well in those matchups. But this is more about Zach Greinke just not being that good of a pitcher at this point in his career. And the Astros are not at full strength lineup-wise. Alex Bregman's still out. The back end of that order is just not very good. So I kind of think the Angels should be favored against the Astros at home with Sandoval going against Greinke with the pitching advantage. My one concern here is if Shohei Ohtani doesn't play, because he started last night's game. So he got a few at-bats and was the starting pitcher. If they give him the night off, then that would change things for sure. But as long as Ohtani plays, I think the Angels are in an undervalued spot for this game.
Eric, did Matt steal your pick?
Well, I'm glad to see my Patrick Sandoval love is getting noticed. That was actually my second favorite bet on the slate, so I'm fully on board with Matt on that one. But it's slightly behind the Rangers plus 145 over the Athletics. The Rangers, they can't hit. That's true. They do have the worst lineup here. That's why they're the underdogs. But plus 145, I think, is too long odds given the gap between the two pitchers. I think Dane Dunning, I don't like him as much as I like Patrick Sandoval, but there's something there with him. 407 ERA, but most of the ERA estimators have him close to a half run better than that. Just a hair under league average in his strikeout rate and right about league average in his walk rate, which is nothing special. But when you combine that with a 55.7% ground ball rate, that is a way to be a successful mid-rotation starter in this league. And I think he should be able to do that in most of his outings. He's got a 270 ERA over his last 6 starts, so things have been working out pretty well for him lately. Cole Irvin, on the other hand, has a 3.45 ERA, but he's gotten there through a formula that basically doesn't work at a sustainable way in the major leagues. Most of the ERA estimators have him well over a run worse than that. He doesn't walk anybody, just a 4.4% walk rate, but that's kind of all he does. His strikeout rate of 17.4% is well below league average, which you can make work if you keep the ball on the ground, but he doesn't do that either. He's actually a fly ball pitcher with a ground ball rate of just 35.9%. So given how much more I like Dunning than Irving, I think that makes the Rangers my favorite upset, just slightly ahead of the Angels here.
All right, Paul, what about you? A run line or money line bet that you like on today's slate?
I'll give you 2 on the money line, and it's because of the pitching matchups in both cases. I'll take the Tigers at home over the Indians at plus 100 on the strength of their 7-3 record over the last 10. Cleveland is 3-7. Zach Plesac has had trouble serving up the long ball lately. 13 allowed in his last 57 innings pitch. He got roughed up by the Tigers in his last start, allowing 5 runs, 4 of them earned in only 4 innings. Meanwhile, Tyler Alexander is getting stretched out over his last 5 appearances, 4 of which have been pretty decent, especially his last one, where he blanked the Indians 5 1/3 innings while striking out 4 and not walking a batter. And my second pick, I've been bashing the D-backs all year, so I'm going to be nice to D-backs fans today and throw them a bone, saying I'll take them to get another bite out of the Padres after the beatdown they laid on them last night. That's 2 straight lopsided losses for the visitors. And they'll face Madison Bumgarner, who's looked the vintage version of himself over the last 5 starts that he's made, allowing a total of 10 earned runs over his last 39 innings pitched, striking out 20 and walking 4. Meanwhile, his mound opponent Blake Snell has had a serious issue with control over his last 10 starts, walking 30 and allowing 45 hits for a whip of 152. Take the home side for plus 145.
All right, Paul, second base is going to be a game total that you're targeting. So where are you going to be looking for this one?
Again, I'm looking at a pitcher's duel, and it's in Seattle tonight. Robbie Ray and Chris Flexen. They're 2 of the best pitchers going right now, and these 2 teams are in contention for the wild card. So they've both been solid over the last several starts, and they're facing off in a pitcher's-friendly park. So I like the under at 8.5 over here. Then the Red Sox will arrive at Fenway in ill humor after dropping 2 of 3 against the Rays. I think they'll run up the score against struggling old starter Spencer Watkins, who limps into this one after being roughed up in his last 3 outings where he's been touched for 13 runs and only 15 and 2/3 inning pitched. Take the over of 11 runs because the Sox starter has only 1 quality start in his last 5 outings himself.
All right, Eric, how about you? A game total that you're targeting?
Yeah, I'm looking at Atlanta, Washington to go under 9 runs. Both teams haven't hit much since the deadline. Atlanta's actually been worse, 23rd by WRC plus compared to 19th for Washington, but I would expect Washington to be worse than that going forward, given that they got rid of some pieces, most notably Trey Turner. But and then the 2 pitchers, I like both of them tonight. Charlie Morton is nearly twice as old as his opponent here, Josiah Gray. Maybe not quite, but he's been in the league about 18 times as long. But he's been as good as ever this year. 3.52 ERA is well supported by his peripherals, striking out nearly 28% of opposing batters while still keeping his above average ground ball rate. He'd started to fall off a bit in recent years, but I think he's back to the way he's been in his late 30s peak here. Then Josiah Gray on the other side, not proven at all. I think he's made just 4 major league appearances, but he's shown something in there. 4 ERA is fine. walking too many guys, can't keep the ball on the ground, but he's striking out 32.1% of opposing batters when you're already whiffing nearly a third of batters at the highest level this early in your career. I think that is a great sign for how good your stuff is. He struck out a ton of guys in the minors too and didn't have the same walk issues and didn't have a shockingly low ground ball rate, which is just 23.8% right now. So I would expect that skill set to lead to a successful career for him. I think he was a very good get in that Max Scherzer, Trey Turner deal. One of the top prospects in the league. I think he should show that down the stretch.
All right, Matt, how about you? Is there a game total that you're targeting?
Yeah, there's a pitching matchup here that I think will translate right into our DFS picks, where we have Jesus Luzardo facing Adbert Alzolay. And I think this is kind of just a slightly above average pitching matchup. But the total's 7.5, and that actually seems high to me. And it's mostly because of the lineups. The Cubs and Marlins were probably the two teams that traded the most of their actual good hitters at the deadline. I mean, there just is not a lot left from either of these offenses. And the Cubs' best remaining hitter is probably Wilson Contreras, just got put on the IL yesterday. So there just is not a lot of hitting talent on either of these teams right now. And you're going into probably the best pitching park in baseball in Miami. The Cubs have been giving up some runs lately, but that's been at home and it's been warm weather, wind blowing out of Wrigley, which is always a problem, and a much better offense in the Brewers than what they're going to see in the Marlins. So I think Alzolay can keep things under control. I think Luzardo potentially is the best pitcher on the slate, regardless of price. So yeah, I know I'm kind of jumping to that answer before we get there, but I do think that this could be a pitcher's duel. So 7.5 runs for this game, it seems like a lot for me.
Okay, yes. Moving on, we will transition to DFS. So for third base, I need a DFS pitcher that you want to roster tonight. Eric, we'll start with you.
Sounds like I might be taking Matt's answer here, but I've been a big Adbert Alzolay guy throughout the year. And he had a shaky, I think, end to the last month and his first start this month were both not great. But he bounced back with a very strong outing against the White Sox of all teams. Struck out 7, walked none, allowed just 2 earned runs in 6 2/3. So I think he's completely fine. And I'm confident in him going against one of the weaker lineups in the league, as Matt mentioned, at one of the most pitcher-friendly parks in the league. Alzolay on the season, 4.71 ERA, but both his xFIP and Sierra are just under 4. And I think that's the level we really should expect from him going forward. He's one of only 14 pitchers who've thrown at least 100 innings this season, who's been better than average in all 3 of strikeout rate, walk rate, and ground ball rate. He's not well above in any of those, but being good all around puts you in the company of guys like Corbin Burns, Zach Wheeler, Brandon Woodruff, Clayton Kershaw, and also apparently Joe Ross, who maybe I should look into a bit more. But I don't think he's Corbin Burns just yet, but I also think he's probably better than Joe Ross. So he's a guy I trust a lot at just 7,600. I think is a great price. And you could even pair him with my other guy, Patrick Sandoval, 7,100, and really spend up on hitters if you want.
All right, Matt, are you going with Adbert Alzolay as well? Did your buddy Eric steal your guy?
I don't think I'm going to pick him as my favorite GPP pitcher because I think the ownership on Alzolay and then especially on Luzardo will be a little bit out of control, where I think they're both fine plays, but rostering these two together might be a popular strategy. And then you could just pay up for, let's say, like the Red Sox or something, or the Rays. It'll be easy to fit offenses tonight with those two pitchers. So I kind of want to look elsewhere to someone else. I think Mike Minor for just a little bit less money at 6,400. That's just too low of a price for the quality of pitcher he is. So he's probably in the same category as guys like Luzardo and Alzolay, and he's right around what they cost. But I think the ownership on him will be much lower because he doesn't have this matchup in Miami against the Marlins or Cubs. He's facing the Cardinals at home, who are an average at best offense. And yes, they are better against left-handed pitching, but Tyler O'Neill has been out of the lineup. And even so, it's just not a great offense, even if they are better against lefties. So I think Minor is my favorite guy for GPPs, even though I think Luzardo and Alzolay are the safer choices.
All right, Paul, what do you think?
I give you one for low, one for medium, one for high price in this range today, Jesse. I made the case for Baumgartner earlier, so I'm not going to go through all that again. Just take him as a bargain price of $7,000 because of the matchup and his recent performance. I like him a lot tonight. I also look at the Astros versus Angels matchup as a high win probability game because of a depleted home lineup against a veteran pitcher, Zach Greinke, who has pitched around some long ball issues of late, but still allowed 3 or fewer runs in 7 of his last 8 starts. You aren't going to likely see him priced as low as $8,500 too often, in my opinion, despite what the other guys are saying. And if you look at the high price side of the slate, give me Robbie Ray in Seattle tonight for $9,200. All he's done over his last 10 starts is pitch to a 2.25 ERA, limiting opponents to a 195 batting average, striking out 67 and walking 18 over that span.
All right, Matt. So you took Mike Minor as your pitcher. He's not pricey at 6,400. So are you paying up for a DFS hitter for your lineup?
Yeah, I want to avoid Boston and Tampa to some extent as the expensive teams, and maybe even Cleveland too. I think there should be a lot of ownership on those three. So the team I'm looking at as the pivot is the Blue Jays. And I think Chris Flexen is a fine pitcher. He doesn't get a ton of strikeouts, but the appeal here is just that I think the Blue Jays go overlooked in an okay matchup, maybe a decent matchup, and they are a little more expensive than some of these other teams. But Vlad Guerrero Jr., 6,200. I mean, you don't really have to make too much of a case for Vlad on any given night. He's just an unbelievable hitter, probably the best hitter in the MLB right now. And I think his ownership will be in check. I think the Blue Jays in general as a stack will be moderately to low owned. So that's the team that I like the most at this point, with some other teams in their price range being probably a lot chalkier.
All right, Paul, where are you going for a DFS hitter?
I've got a couple for you. You have to like CJ Cron at $4,300 heading into tonight's action. There's not a hotter hitter of late, in my opinion. He has 8 hits in his last 19 at bats, including 14 RBIs and 4 homers last week. Meanwhile, the pitcher's coming off the IL stint after being rocked in his last 4 starts. So I like that matchup. Then similarly, I like Louis Urias, who is in the middle of his own power surge with 3 homers and 8 ribbies, including in his last 10 for 18 streak over the last week. He'll cost you $4,000 as he faces Pirates starter Mitch Keller, who's been pretty awful in pitching to a 7.02 ERA in his last 10 starts. And guys have been talking about Albert Alzolay. He's 0-8, maybe a lot of lack of run support, but also with a 5.90 ERA in his last 10 starts. He's facing Lewis Brinson, and this is a shocker for me. $2,000 price tag for a guy who's on an 11 for 21 streak, which includes 3 homers and 8 RBIs. Somebody's got to explain that one to me.
All right, Eric, a DFS hitter that you want in your lineup. Where are you going?
Yeah, I'm going to go with a bargain. The guy who's just at 2,800, although he performs like somebody about double that price when he's in the lineup, and that's Darren Ruff. He's just a part-time guy, occupies the short side of a platoon, but he's been mashing lefties. He's hit 3rd or 4th against the last 6 lefties the Giants have faced, including since Brandon Belt, his fellow first baseman, has returned to the lineup. He's still been in there. And actually, he's been having his kind of Eric Thames renaissance ever since coming back from KBO, not getting quite the same hype that Thames did. But he's hit 273, 381, 542, and now just over 300 plate appearances over the last 2 seasons after spending 3 years as a Samsung Lion. He's got a 1,028 OPS against lefties this season, and it's not just this year where he's been a lefty matcher. Over the course of his career, which includes some rather mediocre years in Philadelphia before he jumped overseas, he has just a 91 WRC plus against righties, which is why he never stuck around as an everyday player, but a 152 mark, so over 50% better than the average hitter against southpaws over the course of his career. You're not going to get a guy who hits lefties that well under 3,000. I know Austin Gomber's been fine this year, but he's not scary enough to keep me away from somebody who hits lefties as well as Ruff does.
All right. Thank you, guys. Love starting the show with some baseball talk. We're going to turn our attention to the NFL and the B block. But first, here's a NASCAR price check for this weekend's race in Indianapolis.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Peter Stechik. Let's look at the salaries for Indy, whose salary jumped up this week. Denny Hamlin, $9,400 up to $10,000 over the last 3 seasons. He has 6 top 5s at the road courses, but 0 wins. Kyle Larson, $10,200 up to $10,800. Hendrick owns the road courses. He won at Sonoma. He won last weekend at Watkins Glen. Chase Elliott, $10,600 up to $11,000. Hendrick owns the road courses. He should have won at Daytona. He did win at COTA and at Road America. Whose salary dropped this week? Ryan Newman, $7,300 down to $6,100. This new road course heavy schedule not working out very well for Newman. His best finish at a road course this season is 20th. Kurt Busch, $10,000 down to $9,000. His career stats are the best at road courses this season. He has the 5th best average finish at the road courses. Daniel Suarez, 7,500 down to 6,600. Mechanical failures have resulted in ugly finishes in his last 2 road races. If he could get opposite luck, then he could easily get a top 15 finish. Favorite play of the week, Chase Briscoe, 7,900. I'm tough on Briscoe, but he's a good road course racer. 2 Xfinity wins, including 1 at Indy, and 3 top 10s at the road courses this season. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 5,900. He's cheap. He's likely going to qualify in the back. He's got a top 20 finish in the last 2 road course races. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Teacher. Catch me on DK Live.
2.
Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm joined by our NFL panel, DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Sun, and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Guys, this is NFL Best Bets Part 1, so we're looking at some interesting team-specific future bets for the 2021 season, as we've been doing all week. Before we get started on the team specials, though, we've been doing that all week, like I said. There were 2 NFL preseason games last night. Patriots and Washington football team faced off. Steelers and Eagles met in Philly. Any takeaways from either of those games, Jeff? I think Mac Jones is kind of like making maybe a little bit of a run for the starting spot in New England.
Yeah, a lot of checkdowns from Mac Jones. I just pumped the brakes on that. It was fine, but no real like hard throws there. The guy I was most impressed with was actually Jalen Hurts, and people are going to look at his game log and go, 3 for 7. He's inaccurate again. He had 2 drops, 1 throwaway on a play where Carson Wentz probably would have taken a 20-yard sack. The 3 completions he made were tough throws, over 10 yards, darts over the middle kind of thing, hit Dallas Goedert in stride. I thought he looked really good. And look, I don't want to say it's too loud, but Dwayne Haskins kind of looked good too. But for me, the biggest takeaway was definitely Jalen Hurts. I think he looks ready to go. I think he's going to have a big year.
All right, Stan, what was your biggest takeaway?
Biggest takeaway, probably 2. One was Quez Watkins. He had the splash play on the little bubble screen, showed off his 4.35 40 speed. He's been the buzz in camp like every day. Like the beat writers have just been raving about him. So it was nice to see him. He also Hurts missed him on a long throw, so he had 2 targets. I think more importantly though, he was out there with Hurts in 2 tight end sets. So I mean, if he's going to be starting, he has the game-breaking speed. He can be like the Deshaun Jackson type guy. So that's kind of interesting. And then Zach Ertz, he played more than Dallas Goedert. And then Kenneth Gainwell, he's been a popular target. People thinking that he might take over the 3rd down role. He didn't play with the starters at all. He was behind Boston Scott, Jordan Howard. N'Keal Harry, I guess he still kind of sucks. He played 36 snaps, 1 target, 1 catch for 4 yards. And I think the other big thing was Antonio Gibson. He didn't play on 3rd down. So shout out to Dwayne McFarland, PFF. He tweeted that Gibson was on 57% of the snaps. McKissick still got 50% of the passing down snaps with the lone long yardage ones. So, his ADP's in the 2nd round. If he's not going to get the passing work, that's going to be bad for him.
All right, AJ, what do you think? Any key takeaways from either of those games?
Well, I think the one for me is on the other side for the Steelers. We talked yesterday about all their offensive weapons. I thought it was interesting that Claypool didn't have a single catch in this game. He did have a run that he lost 2 yards on. Juju, for his part, he caught all 3 of his targets and looked solid. So I think it's going to be an interesting breakdown of how they shuffle around that roster.
All right, guys, speaking of the Washington football team, Ryan Fitzpatrick is the new man at quarterback, Fitzmagic. And the sportsbook is giving plus 1,200 odds that he's going to break his personal season high in touchdowns. The bar is set with the over-under of 31.5. So, Stan, does he get there in his first season in the nation's capital? What do we think? Can he make the Fitzmagic happen?
There's always Fitzmagic and there's Fitzpatrick, right? So you never know. I'm going to fade this one. There's good. The situation is great. Plenty of weapons. Logan Thomas, McLaurin, Samuel, Gibson. Washington, they were 7th in passing play percentage last year. So that's good. But there's plenty of bad here. I think, they're going to have a good D. The game script could bring down the passing percentage down. More importantly, though, when you break down Fitz, he has a career 3.3 interception rate. Last year was at 3%. So that was among the league leaders. If Fitzpatrick rears its ugly head, it's definitely within the range of outcomes that he gets replaced. In his 16-year career, he's played a full season only 3 times. Washington QBs, they threw in the red zone 50 times last year, which was basically like Drew Lock territory. So for perspective, the leaders, Deshaun Watson, Tom Brady, they threw over 80 times. So you're not getting those opportunities in the red zone. And then finally, Fitz has a 4.4% TD rate. He's averaged 1.35 TDs per game. So in order for this number to hit, he'd have to average 1.88 TDs per game, which is well above his career high or career average. And then, that's assuming that he plays 17 games. So, as the illustrious Randy Jackson so eloquently used to say, that's a no from me, dog.
Oh man, AJ, is it a no from you, dog?
Absolutely. I mean, for all the reasons that Stan highlighted, let's hypothetically say that their season goes well. He has good games. They're winning a lot. What are they going to do with the ball in the third and fourth quarter? They're just going to feed Antonio Gibson constantly, and that's only going to serve to further hurt his chances of hitting this mark. So if it doesn't go well, he's on the bench. If it goes well, they're going to run the ball. I just don't see any way that he gets there.
All right, Jeff, are you pessimistic about Fitzmagic here, or do you want to go? Okay,
Look,
thank you.
I'm like the salt guy. Let's do a little sprinkle here. I mean, I think this bet is perfect for sprinkling. I mean, I really do. Plus 1,200. This isn't plus 120. This is plus 1,200. We're getting into like golf outright territory here. Look, it's a big ask. I mean, I'm not trying to say this is automatic or something. This is a big ask for Ryan Fitzpatrick, but to what Stan said, who are they going to replace Ryan Fitzpatrick with this year? Taylor Heineke? I don't think so. Like, I just don't really see that scenario happening. I think this is Ryan Fitzpatrick's team, and I really see the Washington football team very similar to Tampa last year. I think they're going to take a lot of shots downfield with Fitzpatrick. I think they want to do that more, and I think they have the weapons to be successful with it. I'm not expecting 40 touchdowns like Tom Brady threw last year, but I think this team is in a weaker division. I think they're going to be going up against a lot of secondaries. And I think if Fitzpatrick does stay in there for 17 games, he at least has a shot to do this. And I do think, again, it really comes down to the odds. I think his shot to do this is better than plus 1,200. I think you're getting a pretty good offer here on something that's realistic, because I don't see Washington going with anyone else here. I think it's the Fitzpatrick show for them this year.
All right, up next, the Minnesota Vikings, who will be looking for big things from last year's rookie wide receiver sensation, Justin Jefferson. So the DK Sportsbook is asking if Jefferson can have just as strong of an effort in his sophomore campaign by putting plus 175 odds for Adam Thielen and Justin Jefferson to combine for over 2,495 and a half regular season receiving yards. So AJ, you're looking at almost 1,250 yards apiece. Is that realistic for the 2021 season?
Absolutely think it is. And this is one where I want to get a piece of this action. You look at Jefferson for his part, 1,400 yards last year. I really think he can do that again. And that gives you a little bit of cushion on Adam Thielen, who I know didn't reach 1,000 yards last year, but he was pretty close. And you have to remember, he only played 15 games. So you give him that extra 2. And I think he could easily get closer to 1,100 here, and that little cushion from Jefferson. So at plus 175, I will definitely take a piece of that action.
All right, Jeff, do you want a piece of this action?
Oh, I hate to be against AJ on everything. He's such a nice guy, but I got to be against him here too. I mean, this is a big total. This is really big. And like, I think Justin Jefferson, if he's healthy, he'll definitely, approach 1,500 yards again. There's a good shot, but you look at the Vikings, and there's some issues here. They've got a quarterback who, he's not, let's just say it, he's not vaccinated, and it could lead to him missing games. And if Kellen Mond is in there for even a couple games, that could really hurt these guys' totals. You've got an aging wide receiver in Adam Thielen, who's dealt with multiple soft tissue injuries over the last few years, and Justin Jefferson is already banged up. So all things considered here, I just don't really like targeting anything on the Vikings. I just feel like they're a team that's a little bit, seems like, on the verge of imploding. Maybe I'm wrong, but with the Kirk Cousins stuff and with just some of the injury stuff, and like I said, Thielen getting up there, I don't think you're quite getting good enough odds here for me to take a shot on the over.
Stan, do you have enough faith that Adam Thielen's going to stay healthy to take this at plus 175?
Yeah, I don't know about the health. I mean, it's really hard to predict injury, but I'm with Jeff on here with this one. I think I'm going to fade it as well. If you take last year's per game numbers, Jefferson, that puts Jefferson 1,487, Thielen at 1048 if they play 17 games. So that's 25-35, right? So you're over. The thing is that's only 40 yards. And so that breaks down to 2.3 yards per game for this to not hit. I really think the Minnesota defense is going to be much improved. this year schematically, and they signed a lot of guys. If you look at the Minnesota passing rate, it was 54.25% last year. I think it gets closer down to 50%. 2019, that number was 51%. So if you're seeing a 3% decrease in passing opportunities, that's going to be huge. And so, if I think the D is improved and the passing rate goes down, I do have to take the number because I think the line was pretty close to begin with.
Okay, guys, the Chicago Bears have a new look offense with Andy Dalton at QB. And let's be real, with all likelihood, rookie Justin Fields probably going to take that role over at some point. So without an exact answer yet of when Fields is going to play, are you comfortable with plus 190 odds for the Bears to have a winning record this season, Jeff?
Oh, I'm right on the fence with this one. I feel like I probably lean towards the yes, just because I just don't think that Justin Fields is going to be on the bench for very long. And we'll give Andy Dalton a little bit of credit. I mean, he went 4-5 as a starter behind perhaps, one of the worst defenses in the NFL last year. That's not bad. It is kind of thrown into a tough situation. I think at the very least, if Dalton starts 3 or 4 games, he could get the Bears perhaps off to a 500 start. But for me, the Bears have the third worst strength of schedule to go against, which means they have the third toughest schedule in the NFL. So that is definitely a huge concern. Otherwise, I would be all over this. The Bears still have a very elite defense. They have Detroit in the division, and like I said, I think once they get Fields in there, they're going to be a good team. But this schedule scares me a little bit. So realistically, I would like to see Justin Fields in preseason before I kind of took the over on this and made a commitment. But I think all things considered, I think the Bears will scratch and claw to a winning record this year if they give Fields a chance early.
Dan, plus 190 odds for the Bears to have a winning record this season. How do we feel about it?
Yeah, I don't like it. I do agree that they're going to have a really good defense, and I really like Justin Fields. But even if he plays from week 1, as Jeff alluded to, I mean, that schedule is rough. So I just broke it down. So, okay, so, they're going to win 2 against Detroit. I think that's pretty, we can assume that. Green Bay, Minnesota, division rival, tough game. So if I give that series a split, I look at the rest, right? So you got the Rams, Browns, Tampa Bay, San Francisco, Baltimore, Arizona, Seattle. I mean, man, that's tough. So if I count up the wins right there, wins and losses, that's 8-9. That's 9 losses right there. So yeah, I can't take the over on this one.
AJ, what do you think?
There's a well-known phrase here in Wisconsin called "the Bears still suck," and that carries forward here into another season. They just, as Stan said, they have a tough schedule outside of the division. I take issue with Stan's recommendation that they would even split with the Packers. So there's another loss for you as well. Look, I just don't see them having the tools that they need on offense to put it all together. I think Fields could be the answer. And it doesn't take much to become the best quarterback in Bears history because they've never had a good one. So he could be the guy. But it's not going to be this season. They're going to need some time to develop him. And I think if Dalton starts at all to start the season, then it's for sure a lost cause for them.
AJ, thank you for sharing that beautiful statement, that beautiful saying that you guys have with us. Yeah, really beautiful. All right. Thanks, guys. You get a quick break here. Then you're going to be back for part 2 of NFL Best Bets later on in the show. Before that, though, we're going to check in with Kenny Ducey and see how he's approaching today's NBA Summer League slate. So the SWAT will be right back. It is a one-man show for our NBA panel today. Say hello to DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey. Kenny needs you to help us with today's NBA Summer League slate. So why don't you start us off with a high-priced DFS play that you're interested in?
Yeah, no surprise here. I'm going to go with the New York Knicks, but it is a good play, I promise you. Obi Toppin at $8,000, I think, is the best play on the slate. When you look at his Summer League, it's been tremendous. He's averaging almost 37 fantasy points a game. And when you look at the numbers here, he is taking the second most field goals per game of any player in Summer League, almost 20 field goals attempted per game. That is a big number, and it is a big reason why I like him again tonight. The thing is, he has got all the volume. He's playing 36 minutes a game, and he's taking a lot of shots from deep. He's had 16 three-point attempts. He's only hit 4 of them. He's not a great three-point shooter, but it seems like a thing that they're trying to get him to shoot the ball more. They're trying to get him to be more aggressive on offense for when the season comes around. So with the ball in his hands a lot, with a lot of shots, I think that he's really a guy that's worth rostering here, and I think that he's probably the play of the night.
All right, what about a value DFS play if we're going to go down and help the people out with value here?
Yeah, I gave out Miles McBride at $5,000 again of the New York Knicks last time the Knicks played, and he had a great game. But I do think that he's going to perhaps see a little bit of regression in the scoring department. Same thing with a guy like Joku Batis. So I'm kind of going a little bit up. I like Robinson Earl at $5,700 for the Thunder. He's playing big minutes, and I think he has higher rebound upside than he's shown so far. Only 10 rebounds in Summer League, but a pretty solid 24.5 fantasy points per game. And a guy that, a decently high draft pick taken 32nd by the Thunder. They're trying to get him big minutes. So $5,700, I think that's a pretty good price on him. Also, I'm interested in Mac McClung down here as well. He's at $5,100. Hasn't really had a big game yet at Summer League, but I think that could be coming. The Clippers have had, a so-so Summer League so far. And I think that perhaps that is where I'm looking. So those are a couple of guys. Luka Garza seems to get a lot of minutes as well, but then he has to go up against pretty good summer Knicks front court anyway. So I would say Mac McClung, $5,100, just to avoid saying Miles McBride again. But I do like Miles McBride at $5,000.
All right, let's bring it over to the sportsbook side of things, Kenny. So need a Summer League game spread that you're targeting, which isn't easy to select, but do your best.
Yeah, it's been pretty difficult here. Look, I think that there's something to be said for how the Warriors have played in Summer League so far. I like a lot of their guys, and it hasn't necessarily translated to the most wins in Summer League. They've had 2 games, they've split both of them, but I think that this is another win for them. Look, Jonathan Kuminga, I wasn't the most high on him, but he's looked okay in Summer League, and I think that they have a lot of decent shooters. Kyle Guy has been one. So I think the Warriors can pull off a win here against the Thunder, who are still trying to figure out their rotation a little bit. It's a lot deeper, the rotation, than the Warriors is. It's a little more top heavy. So I think they could cover the 4 points. I like them on the money line at -170, and the Knicks as well. I think the Knicks are one of the 5 best teams in Summer League. They're sitting at 2-1. They should improve to 3-1 tonight against the Pistons, who have not had the same level of success. So I think that the Knicks are also definitely a bet at -140. Just when they have, they're really top heavy with that NBA talent. Quickly and Toppin have been, one of the stories of Summer League. So I like them.
All right, slate approved pick time, Kenny. What's your favorite bet or DFS play tonight, and why is it related to the Knicks?
Well, it's not actually.
Wow.
I really like. Yeah, it's a big shocker, right? I really like Najee Marshall at 7,700. He's gotten the ball a lot, and he's going to be shooting it a lot. And another guy that I also liked looking at the shooters. Well, I guess I'll just stay with him actually. Yeah, $7,700 I think is a really good price on Najee Marshall, an NBA talent. The Cavaliers I've liked to attack the Cavaliers at Summer League. I think he's going to play another 28 minutes again here. He's been really consistent. He shoots the 3 well, so I like him.
All right. Thanks, Kenny. One more block to go here on the sweat. Back to football after this quick break. promised, our NFL panel is back. DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Stan Sun and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Fellas, let's continue our look at team specials with the Atlanta Falcons, who said goodbye to Julio Jones, but will welcome rookie tight end Kyle Pitts to the lineup. So if you think newcomer Pitts, who has a lot of hype, can break the rookie receiving record for a tight end, the odds are plus 300. He's going to do just that. So Jeff, do you think he can get there in this offense? Now, I just want to say, his former coach at Florida said of Pitts, he's kind of like a unicorn, and the only way you can defend a unicorn is with another unicorn. So if you don't have a unicorn on defense, you got a problem.
Yeah, well, somebody better sign like Pinkie Pie or Luna or Rarity or one of the other My Little Ponies. And yes, I know all their names. Okay, so I don't think that's going to happen before the season starts. So, I mean, yeah, I do think Kyle Pitts is in for a big season. It's one of those things that you just don't need to overthink. Kyle Pitts and the Atlanta Falcons, peanut butter and chocolate. This is a Falcons team they're still going to be bad on defense. They didn't really make any huge additions. Keanu O'Neal is now out. I know it's like a new regime. They looked a little bit better. I just don't think the personnel is there to make a big jump. They gave up the fourth most yards per game, on defense last year. And you've got an offense that has been traditionally passing based with Matt Ryan there. Again, I don't think that's going to change with Mike Davis. I know he was semi-Christian McCaffrey like last year, but I don't think that's necessarily going to pull over here to 2021. Kyle Pitts, when it comes down to it, he's inheriting 150 targets from Julio Jones. You can just go to his over regular prop, which is over 800 yards. That's minus 115 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I probably like doing that more, but the odds here are very attractive if you're looking for a higher payoff bet at plus 300. I think this is very doable. I think Kyle Pitts, assuming he stays healthy, probably going to at least approach this number.
Stan, plus 300 odds on this. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it. I usually fade historical projections. Mike Ditka, only rookie to post over 1,000 yards. Only 3 others went over 800. But you got the extra game. The environment is good. Atlanta, 9th in passing play percentage at 62%. Pitts he's going to be the number 2 target behind Ridley. And as Jeff alluded to, that's like over, 150 targets are left on the plate. He's not a tight end, and I think that's the main thing here. He's essentially a wide receiver with a tight end sticker affixed to him. All indications in the preseason, point to him being moved all over the formation. And, just in terms of breaking down the numbers, to break the record over a 17-game season, he has to average 63 yards per game. Travis Kelce averaged 94, Darren Waller averaged 75, Mike Evans averaged 63. So it's really, when you break it down like that, it's definitely doable.
All right. How do we feel about this, AJ?
We're going straight across the board. I agree with the guys here. Plus 300, tremendous value to begin with here, and I absolutely think that he's gonna hit the mark. Yeah, as Jeff said, Matt Ryan loves to gun it, and I don't see any reason to expect a change there. And I honestly think he could eclipse Calvin Ridley as the top target here, especially when they do line him up at tight end. It's other teams may bring in a corner to put on him, which would be the better move, I think. But he may get the occasional linebacker matchup, and I would just spread the field with him when that happens. And I could see some big yardage games out of him. And as Stan broke it down, it's really not, to go 70 a game is not outrageous for him.
All right, guys, after a heartbreaking ACL tear last year, the Giants are hoping to get a healthy dose of Saquon Barkley in their lineup this season. If you think that'll happen, you can get plus 350 odds for Saquon to get 1,200 plus regular season rushing yards, plus Daniel Jones 400 plus regular season rushing yards. Now, this does include a Daniel Jones prop along with Saquon. So do you like that, Stan, or does including Daniel Jones turn you away from this bet?
Anytime I hear Daniel Jones, I just want to automatically fade it. But I'm actually good with that side of the prop. It's the Saquon side that I have serious reservations about. When he was healthy in his first 2 seasons, he averaged around 79 yards per game. At that number, if he misses 2 games, he misses the prop. I could definitely see him missing 2 games this year. So, if this prop was a combined yardage total rather than broken it down into individual players, it's probably more palatable. But, I just worry about the Saquon side of this.
AJ, are you actually more worried about the Saquon side than the Daniel Jones side?
No, actually, and I agree with what Stan said. I think there's a possibility that Barkley could miss this, though. I might be willing to take it, maybe if it was on its own. But yeah, Daniel Jones, let's not forget, he had 65 rushing attempts last year. Like, that's really high for a quarterback. I just don't see the Giants wanting him to go out there and do that often. I think maybe 45, closer to what he had 2 years ago, is a better target for him, even with the extra game in there. And I think they'll try and reduce the number of times that he does that, and I think that's really going to hurt his yards. So I'm with Stan. I think there's easily Barkley could miss a game or two, and then he misses that, but I'm actually more worried about the Daniel Jones side.
All right, Jeff, are you worried about both sides, one side more than the other?
I mean, definitely you have to be a little bit worried about the Saquon prop. I mean, obviously not even really guaranteed for week one, although it looks like he's trending towards that way. I do think if Saquon is healthy to start the year, this is a huge season for Saquon Barkley. He's going to do everything he can to stay healthy and obviously be out in the field. But more to that, I think if he's out there and ready and willing and healthy, the Giants are going to give him the ball. So I have less reservations. I'm actually interested to see what his prop will be, because his rushing over prop isn't actually on the DraftKings Sportsbook right now, at least that I can see, like, as an individual. So when that comes up, that might be something to look for an over, because it could be lower than usual. Again, you are probably going to get a bit of a discount because you're talking about a player coming off an ACL injury. I think the Giants are going to do everything they can to rush him as much as possible, keep the ball out of Daniel Jones's hands so they don't fumble every drive. And I think the Saquon prop is much more attractive. But AJ alluded to this. Daniel Jones went from rushing from 21.5 yards per game last year to over 30. I don't think with Saquon in the lineup that's going to happen. And also, don't forget, the 80-yard stumble run really boosted his average there. Like, when you get one 80-yard run as a quarterback, that's going to do something to your averages. He's probably not going to do that again. He's probably not going to run for 80 yards ever again in a game. So all things considered, yeah, the Daniel Jones one, it has me out on this combined total. I am interested to see what Saquon as an individual rushing prop is once that is up on the DraftKings Sportsbook.
All right, guys, next on our list are the Carolina Panthers, featuring Sam Darnold at quarterback and a hopefully healthy Christian McCaffrey. So one of the team specials for the Panthers offers plus 500 odds for Sam Darnold over 3,999 and a half regular season passing yards, plus Christian McCaffrey over 1,249 and a half regular season rush yards. AJ, is that too much to ask in Darnold's first season in Carolina?
I don't think it is. I mean, if you break it down across 17 games, you're looking at 235.3 here. And that's not terribly above what he did 2 years ago with the Jets. And let's not forget, he's not with the Jets. I mean, that's always key to improving your yardage numbers here. I think 235 totally manageable, even if you consider they're going to be going back to giving McCaffrey, I would guess, probably over 250 carries per game in that range, 225, 250. I would expect them to be there. So that's obviously going to hurt the number of times he can pass the ball, obviously. But I really like this team prop. I think it's a good situation for Darnold to have some offensive tools around him. He's shown he's close in a previous season. And to get that sort of value, I like this one.
Jeff, do you like this one?
So I'll talk about it. I don't really like it because I don't like betting on anything on the over on Sam Darnold. I just think that what we've seen from Sam Darnold is a quarterback who hasn't shown any, anything that he's going to be better than like a 60% completion guy. He's essentially looking like Blake Bortles, and I just don't really want to bet on his overs. But it's kind of an attractive bet because of the plus 500 odds we're getting. And look, Teddy Bridgewater threw for over 3,700 yards in this offense last year. What does scare me, just on top of the Darnold thing, is that Carolina, they threw the 11th fewest passes per game last year. So this isn't going to be like a high-flying offense. Even if their defense kind of stinks again, they're going to try and get McCaffrey the ball. And you've got a quarterback in Darnold. If he struggles again, do we see PJ Walker a little bit? It's just enough for me to be out on this. But the odds are attractive. And if you're not as much of a Darnold detractor as me, well, it sounds like AJ isn't. So I think the odds are correct for you to take a shot here. But I can't, for my own health, I'm not going to take this one.
Stan, how are you feeling about this, your health-wise?
Yeah, I'm with Jeff. I actually wrote down Costco. They don't have enough Pepto for me to root for the Darnold over here. It's just brutal. He said, in New York, 60% completion rate, and yeah, he will probably get a boost from getting away from adding Gase. But if you look at Teddy Bridgewater last year, he 69% completion percentage, 248 yards per game. But before he came to Carolina, he was a 65%, completion guy. So, how much of an improvement are you going to get from Darnold here? The odds are good. Plus 500 is good, but I think for me, the big thing here though, like this prop, there's like negative correlation here, right? Because if McCaffrey gets fed the ball and he runs, that's going to take away from the opportunities for Darnold to throw and vice versa, right? So if Darnold, gets over, McCaffrey, his rushing yards will probably go down, but he'll probably get more checkdowns and his receiving yards will go up. So yeah, all those factors combined, I'm going to fade this one.
All right, finally, let's wrap up the work week by talking about the Las Vegas Raiders. Darren Waller followed up a 90-catch breakout season in 2019 with 107 catches, 1,196 yards, and 9 touchdowns in 2020. All those are career highs. Meanwhile, teammate Josh Jacobs eclipsed the 1,000-yard rushing mark for the second time in his 2-year career, adding 12 touchdowns. So on the DK Sportsbook, you can get a prop with plus 310 odds for Darren Waller over 1,095.5 regular season receiving yards, plus Josh Jacobs over 8.5 regular season rushing touchdowns. Jeff, do you like that combo for the Raiders in 2021?
So I absolutely hate this combo because I want nothing to do with Josh Jacobs this year. Like Kenyon Drake being in there. I mean, there's no way I'm taking the over on 8.5 touchdowns for Josh Jacobs. He could easily hit 4 touchdowns if Drake outplays him. Now, on the other side, though, I love everything about Darren Waller this year. Like, give me all the Darren Waller overs. Darren Waller had 146 targets last year. The highest wide receiver on the Vegas Raiders was 82 targets at Nelson Aguilar. Now, John Brown was signed, but he's not going to come in and be a dominant number one, and I don't think Henry Ruggs is there either. Waller is their number one wide receiver, much like Stan alluded to. Waller with Pitts, Waller is a tight end that is actually a wide receiver. I think he's going to see 150 targets again. Just go and bet the over on Darren Waller's receiving totals, over 150 yards receiving as a single. You can even take the over on the receptions, which I believe is set at 95 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I like all that because if he stays on the field for 17 games, it's not even going to be close, in my opinion.
All right, under a minute, Stan, what do you think?
Yeah, I like the Darren Waller side. He's had 117, 145 targets over the last 2 seasons, over 1,100 yards. So I'm good with that. But I'm with Jeff on this one as well. Even though the Raiders, like Jacobs had 64 red zone carries, which was tops in the league last year. He scored 7 and 12 rushing touchdowns over the last 2 years. But, yeah, I mean, those opportunities are going to be split. So, yeah, there's no way. I find it very hard for him to hit the 9.
30 seconds, real quick, AJ.
I'm with the guys. Waller for sure. Take all those bets you can, as Jeff said. I'm not touching Jacobs either. I think 5 or 6 is probably max for him.
All right, good stuff, guys. That is the show. The Sweat returns Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You got 3 Madden Sims coming your way at 12, 2, and 4. At 7, the American Ultimate Disc League is in action. Enjoy those. Have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday.
because we are live.
Hold on.
Are you up? Are you up? Are you up? Are you in the right slide? We had to adjust. We had to make
right stuff. I'm in the right stuff. Just so you know, if you want to know, I'm the biggest bro ever, which I'm really not. Hashtag not an ad, but I don't know if you know much about the Ghost products out there in the world, Christian. But they are like, I consider it to be a very bro-looking, like protein and BCAA's brand. Google it later. They have a tie-in with Nabisco. So instead of getting your peanut butter protein, it's Nutter Butter protein. Or instead of cookies and cream, it's Oreo.
It's nice though. Like I do the same thing, but with my protein, and like their whole thing is like Mike and Ike flavored. It's like, no, that's not cutting it. Like I don't need to feel like I'm going to the Dollar Tree before going to watch a movie, trying to figure out what candy I can afford at age 13. No, I don't need Mike and Ike flavored protein. They got like a birthday cake. It's pretty good, as you can tell. It's working for me.
You're gonna go over and then you're gonna get them up. Why are we wearing sleeves? Let them out.
I know.
Christian, you just worked with one of the biggest cowards in the history of Sims, who is probably one of the more fit human beings on The Sims in Emerson. But the other day, we did a Tank Top Tuesday, and he wouldn't flex.
That's crazy. You know what? I think he's embarrassed by his arm meat. I mean, he has very little tricep meat. It's all in the quads. Like, if you were going to eat Emerson Latzia, you would pretty much just throw away the top half. There's very little beef there. It's all glute and hamstring and quad muscles.
You're gonna eat Emerson. That's all I needed to hear. That's great.
That should be the power rankings now that we're in senioritis mode. The most delicious sim host. You know, Kenny Busey would be all stringy, and it would be like
worthless.
It would be like rabbit meat with that guy.
No
like
thanks.
the bad takes would permeate. It'd be unfortunate.
I like that. Put your rankings of if we were in the movie Alive, who would you eat in ranking? It is a Chiefs Bengals simulated football game. Stack them Chiefs, baby. He's Christian DeAndrea. Make sure you give the follow at Train Island. I'm telling you right now, we all know what's going on by now. If you've been living under a rock, me and Christian are being sent out to pasture to be with the cows. And if one day they need us to come cattle them back in, we will. But it's not goodbye. It's see you later. In about,
it's more like we're being put out to stud. Let's be honest. We've been thoroughbreds so long. Oh, man.
Don't die on me, Christian.
My body rejected that idea so violently that I can't.
But make sure, like we tell it all the time, we both do things outside of here. Multiple things, but the things we at least talk about that we do outside of here. One, Christian has the post route, which is literally, not figuratively, outside of my YouTube watching, which I do a ton of, which clearly I think a lot of people here can relate to. I love reading what Christian and the team do on my Mondays, my Wednesdays, my Fridays. I don't always read it right away. Sometimes we're on Sims together when they drop, like today potentially. I haven't seen it yet. But it's a great sit down read. And usually when I sit down, it's on the toilet, and welcome for the visual, but it's great content. And you all here love football. Christian is such a dedicated, smart-minded man for football. So 2 things I urge you. 1, go to the postroute.substack.com, hit subscribe, just like Travis Kelce's going to hit that 20 plus yard catch. And then what you want to do is follow the man and let people know about it. Push it out into the world. All right. This is the time. You liked us, you didn't like us, don't matter. This is the time if you have any inkling, hey, Christian does good stuff. Tell people about it.
Yeah. We appreciate all the support. We know a bunch of you already have supported us by signing up. It means the world. And coming down the line, could be some very exciting news about a potential partnership or maybe even a new role for your boy. We'll have to wait and see. There are some things in the works. No idea how it's going to come up. Could be nothing. Could be something. But, football season's coming. I'm excited for that. I'm excited to see what comes next. Although, Rossi, we both know we're both going to miss these Sims. We're both going to miss the good hour plus of chat time while football unfolds in the background as Tyreek Hill getting catches, Travis Kelce getting catches, Mahomes perfect so far, although running into trouble there. Goosh. DJ Reader makes short work of him there for a loss of 4.
Yeah, and just to let you all know, obviously, YouTubers, Twitchers, everybody, obviously smash that like, keep subscribing. With these 2 teams, I give a lot of shout out to our great crew, by the way. We got T Pike, TP, our guy, director of technicalities. Eamon, my dude, is our producer today. Bailey and Zach in ops. CH trying to get back all those yards from the sack and more. And where was I? There was something I just. Oh, we had TP lined up the preseason schedules here. And I'll tell you, last night, obviously I'm a Patriots fan.
Yeah.
The preseason, most of the time, like, stinks. If you have a team that, like, there's any interest in sports, which if you're a Bengals fan, there should be a lot of intrigue in your preseason, in my opinion. Chiefs, man, listen, keep it moving. How we doing? Don't have to worry about it's going to be
Patty Moe going to run it in? No, but he's probably coming back anyway.
Yeah. So Chiefs play San Fran tomorrow night, 8:30, which that actually is intriguing more for the San Fran side.
Yeah.
To see if Trey Lance gets any snaps. Then they play Arizona and Minnesota. Again, I don't really think the Chiefs preseason has much intrigue. Bengals, on the other hand, tomorrow get Tampa Bay, which Tom Brady's like begging to play. And that ball, that's going to be a first down catch. Hope I called the play.
Yeah. Mark down at the one with forward progress. It's DeMarcus Robinson.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, that's my guy. He's in my lineup. Yeah. But here's something I think the intrigue here for the Bengals side of it. The Bengals play Tampa Bay, Washington, Miami. That's their preseason. 3 games. Love that, by the way. But all above average to great defenses. So something to be thoughtful of as CH gets it into the end zone. He's going to roll with his homies there. So CH with breaking the scoreless tie because it was the opening drive. Almost 5 minutes. Perfect execution by the Chiefs. But yeah, so I think that's the interesting thing there for the Bengals. Like, how much are we going to see of Burrow coming off the injury? I mean, because if you're starting, right, you're going up against Tampa's best effort on defense, depending on who they play. Washington's best effort a week from Friday. And then Miami's. Well, I think that last one's going to be very light, I feel like, this year more than ever.
Yeah, no one's you're not going to see anyone but the bottom of the roster guys. A few guys who won't make the team, and a few guys who will, but mostly it's going to be fodder. I mean, it always has been the last preseason game of the year, and what we saw in game 1 was that teams were a little bit more active in getting their starters out there, whether it was the Washington defense, guys who were already entrenched. We saw Chase Young look like Chase Young. We saw the Patriots throw their first teamers out there. So it does suggest that game 3 of 3 in the preseason will be just like game 4 used to be, in that you rest the starters. You don't suit up the guys who have already made the team, and then whoever's scratching and clawing for a roster spot will get the call.
Yeah, and just an intriguing point too, the LA versus LA matchup tomorrow night. No Herbert, no Stafford, no starters for the Rams. So take that. So basically take 22 players off the board as that game being the first game played in SoFi Stadium. That, of course, it's preseason, Christian, but like that kind of stinks because I'm going to go ahead and assume that those tickets were still pretty costly. Yeah. And yeah, you're basically going to go see a bunch of DeAndreas and Rossies out there, playing their hearts out.
Don't do them that dirty, Rossi.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, a couple of Kaufmans and Glashines out there. Christian DeAndre and Jason Rossi with you. Hope everyone's having a great Feel Good Friday. By the way, happy Friday the 13th.
Ooh.
Which I'm assuming Sci-Fi is just running a straight marathon, which they normally do.
I mean, honestly, too scary. Too scary.
Well, speaking about scary, Zach saying Kenny Ducey on the O-line. That's not the dude I want on my blind side. I don't want him on my clear side.
Kenny, I mean, we've talked about Kerry Ducey. Gave birth to Kenny Ducey at 8 pounds, 6 ounces, and he's at least doubled in size since then.
No, we're going to have too much fun on the way out here, kids. We are going to have too much fun. Also, big shout out to Christian, who's going to be helping out at the 4 p.m. He's going to be teaming up with one of the best in the biz, Moose. So I don't know. Do we have controversy about Tara Lynn? Did Tara Lynn get towed again? Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, we don't know. So hopefully she's okay. But yeah, based on past results, her car is sitting somewhere in an impound lot. Waiting out there. Or hopefully she just, decided she was sick of this. She's done. Right, fully in, but she's just sitting out by a pool somewhere, sipping a cold pina colada, getting the start to her weekend going early. Maybe
it's like 95 degrees.
Yeah.
95 degrees here, so I wouldn't blame her.
Oh yeah, and she has like weird air conditioning issues in her apartment. So maybe she just like, it's too damn hot. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna soak up a little sun. Maybe sit in the shade a little bit. Read a book. and just sip my way to happiness.
And you know what? You know what else happened? She decided, you can't tell me to leave. I'm leaving. That's what she said. She said, I'm done.
Yeah.
Spread the rumors.
Yeah, I quit. But also, we have no idea if that's actually the case. She might just be back on Saturday, wherever she is. We hope she's doing well. And it's again, yeah. Oh no!
I'm not gonna joke about it the whole set.
Right,
Carolyn's tow truck says, "Haha, got her."
Yeah. Oh man! All right. So, thank you to Reed Tees. Did you know for clipping my Emerson body critique? I'm sure that will in no way, shape, or form come back to haunt me. Next thing we do together is clearly going to be a flex off.
But you'll be surprised. He's very insecure about it. He said he was feeling. What did he say to me on Tuesday? He said he was feeling like deflated or something. And we do Tank Top Tuesdays. It's like, who cares? Look at me. Like, you think I'm some sort of Adonis? Just let it all hang out, Emerson. And this is before we made the official announcement.
Yeah.
Now he better. I told him. We all better. We're going to be doing shirtless streams soon.
Yeah. Just the Glash Nip Fridays. They're coming up.
Show all the hairy nips. We are at the end of one here. Rossi, Christian DeAndrea with you. Again, make sure you subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. We're going to be getting new billboards, I'm hearing. Going to be across all of Madison, Wisconsin. Yeah. But yeah, make sure you subscribe there. You can follow him at Train Island. I am over at Jason D. Rossi across your social media platforms. If you want dumb things in your timeline, there you go. Also, you can check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver, the podcast I do with Babysitter Billy. We're going to be putting all the babies to bed soon. TP is our technical director. Eamon is our producer extraordinaire. Bailey and Zach in ops. Watkins 2 for 18. The touchdown, this one, listen, it's 7-0. The touchdown came from CEH on the ground. That's what you get. I like how everyone is just giving us things spelled backwards and what it means.
Yeah.
But I will say,
appreciate that. Also, Eamon dropping some knowledge on us. Apparently, it's a violation of Twitch terms of service to show any kind of nipple on screen. So, bad news for all the Glash truthers out there. He will not be hair bombing the quarter breaks anytime soon. Well, lest we get booted off our beautiful platform on Twitch.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm like right about like here, so I think I could pop on here topless. I don't think a nip would come out. We'll see. Lindenbaum says the Friday 13th reboot remake a few years ago was underrated, and I 100% agree. I liked it. It was like not a great movie, but it was better than I expected.
Good enough movie. A good Friday night. Yeah.
It's hard. I'll tell you, it's hard to like when you have like the 80s or late 70s slashers to remake them in the world and the things we've seen. So that was as good as it's been. Like the Nightmare on Elm Street one was absolutely pitiful. I love horror movies though. So.
Yeah. See, I'm bad with scary movies, but I did enjoy the Dawn of the Dead remake in like 2006, the Sarah Polley one.
Yes.
They hunker down in the malls and get a little bit of time.
Love that. Ralph Dugas, do you guys do kid parties? Sure.
Yeah, why wouldn't we?
Listen, you got the funds. I'll do basically anything you want. Yeah. Take that for what it's worth.
Can we show up shirtless there, or is that just the cops get called immediately?
We might be in trouble there, but hey, depends on the party.
Yeah.
And you never know when they say kids; it could be older.
Could mean a bunch of baby goats.
Yeah. Oh, we could do some goat yoga shirtless. Oh, speaking of which, Christian, I know you flexed on us and almost put the sim into a tailspin, and people almost melted with the overall just sexiness that came on there. Have you ever? This is a weird question, and I want this for the chat because I know there's a lot of male-dominated. I just see by the names and the temperament is we're going to get a rushing touchdown there from Yo. Get in there, guy. Wow. Now a member of the defending Super Bowl champs. So there you go. But have you ever done Pilates?
I never have, but we have a Pilates machine in the basement that the roommate had purchased a while ago. So it's moved with us on a couple moves so far. It's very, very expensive, and it gets very little use, but the kiddo loves to climb on it and pretend to work out while I'm doing more weight-related stuff, as you can tell by the swollenness of my
Yeah,
shoulder.
you barely fit in the box anymore.
Exactly. It's all glamour muscles. That's why I'm glad that this is just like here up, because like if you're here down, it's like some squeezed half tube of toothpaste. You know, it's all glamour. When I go to the beach, I skip leg day consistently.
It's all good, man.
Don't have to help you move. I will be worthless.
You could kick stuff. It would just push things a little bit. But the reason I asked is, first of all, Pilates machine, you get the ROI because you just had the kiddo use it, so at least you get somebody.
Yeah.
But I did, so like I've talked on these things a lot. I start my day off with some form of activation. That didn't happen today. So I had to use my Pelly app, and there was a Pilates class, and I do them every so often.
Yeah.
Just because I'm like, as a human being, as my body, like my functionality can be a little off. And so I do yoga at least a couple times a week, and now I'm trying to add Pilates. That is by far the most. You could do your core workouts, your weightlifting pushes. Yeah. When you're just trying to take your body and put it in positions that your body does not, like the muscles do not want to go, it's by far the hardest thing. Like I was almost dead about 40 minutes before this sim, and I had it was 10 minutes of literally like putting your leg on top of your leg and then trying to just like lift the top leg and having your hips even on the ground. I was like, whoa, so basically here's my advice. A lady in your life that does Pilates, slide in those DMs. That's all I'm going to say. What it does for the posterior and what it does for just the muscles in your body, it's like, oof. And the men too. No disrespect. And I basically will tell everybody.
I mean, good butts are good butts, man.
Good. So there could be your leg day next time, Christian. Do a little Pilates and watch how your buttocks just is ready to cry in about 6 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I got old man body too, which is unfortunate. Makes it a lot tougher. Like the lower back is just going to hell. It's real bad. And then the dueling tennis elbows. Like I played golf a couple times last week, and both times I had to like double elbow brace it. Like I came out looking like The Rock about to drop the people's elbow on someone. It was peeling elbow braces off by the time we get off the course. Yeah, it was getting old, man. It's not like I was in great condition before this, but man, it's tough now.
Yep. Well, guess what? You'll have time we'll get right back to it. Take an hour a day. I'm just going to take an hour a day to just pretend like I'm doing these. Yeah. Do other things. By the way, I cannot tell my family that I don't have these anymore. I'm just going to pretend. So how else am I going to escape them?
Exactly. See, I made that mistake. This was like my hour of respite from watching Disney Plus and old episodes. I had so much Doc stuff in this.
Hold on. Are you in on Luca?
No. Well, she's watched it a couple times. I haven't seen it all the way through. I'll get into it, like it'll be like halfway through, and I'm like, all right, cool, into it. Like seems like another great Disney animated film, but I haven't watched it all the way through. It was the same thing with like Frozen. It was all those that came out. Like I would catch it in bits and pieces, and eventually I will piece it all together. But I don't think I've seen any of them from start to finish.
To be honest, that's that dad life right there. Tim Green says it's Friday the 13th. Jason at the summer camp, and Fidel's a lot of these Friday the 13th conversations going on here. Which, by the way, I hope this Friday the 13th is treating y'all well. Old man dog fan says another again with the old man comments. It means it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Christian, how you gonna get fired on your day off, right? Eric Court, what's up? Uncle Buck, Cena, J.E., Jordan Dub, Travis, Michael, Fidel's. Where's my Twitch homies at? I apologize. I've yet to become a part of the Twitch fam today.
Oh, they're hanging out. I mean, that's how I got blown up by Retease Did You Know?
I said the clips.
Create a rift between the best friend squad. But I said what I said. The best eating half of Emerson is clearly the lower half.
There you go. And you stand by it.
Yeah.
Tim Green says too much estrogen in our foods, which actually, you're not wrong. 7-7 here. Chiefs, Bengals, both in action this weekend.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I would love to watch preseason, but I also know my 3 weekends are tapering off. Like, Saturdays, I'm not going to want to leave and not watch college football. Of course, that's also the unhealthy thing. It's like college football comes on, and it's noon here in God's time zone. No, it's 11 here in God's time zone. Pardon me, it's noon for the NFL kickoff. And you wake up, and you do a little work, and then you're like, great. Time for football. You maybe crack a one that is cold, and you go from there. And it's like, all right, all my productivity has just been sapped from me this day. I'm just going to sit here, put on a couple of screens, watch some college football, have a few, and maybe if I get real productive, I'll go outside and throw the football briefly. Like, just everything's gonna be winding down, like production wise. So like now I got to get out those trips. Go out, go to the lake. Plan a day where we visit some towns. Maybe go up to Door County while it's still nice and warm. Who knows? But got to take advantage of the waning days of Wisconsin summer and take advantage of those last few moments before football really truly begins and my weekends are obliterated.
In a good way. By the way, there you go with a hit field goal. For a second, it said 7-7 on that screen.
Yeah, it did. It brought up the first. Yeah. Okay.
Just making sure I'm not completely crazy. Thomas Perez, what's up? Says hi to us. Let's see. Yeah, people talking about man jugulars. Dude, it's all good. Lay off the soy. That's all. Be careful with soy, which tastes delicious.
Yeah. Just keep hitting that bench. Just keep hitting that bench. Work those glamour muscles.
Oh wow, Obi-Wan. I missed you yesterday, Obi-Wan. Everybody was in here. It was like when we made the announcement, it was all like even the people like the Mount Rushmore of Rossi haters, like Dallas God, one of the first comments just came out. It's like, great, I don't have to listen to Rossi anymore. Obi, I was looking for you. It was me and Kaufman too, Obi. It was me and Kaufman, and I was looking for you. I was like, I just need that reality check because everybody was being so kind and lovable and huggable and squeezable. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, where's my guy Obi? Just like absolutely destroying me. And here he is. There he is today. Thank God. I needed you yesterday, Obi, but today I'll take. He says, we all know you're a closet case hater. Nah, dude. I got no time for hate. Legit. Like, I'm too old for hate. Like, when I was a kid, I was spiteful. I was all these different things. Now I'm just like, hey, man, go with the flow. What are you going to do? Eric Cord, I'm wondering what the last sim with commentators would be like. What kind of shenanigans?
Good question.
It's going to be
run out there from Uzama, Umizumi himself. My hope is that we get one final Glash. What is it? What does he call it? The keyword or whatever?
Buzzword? The buzzword. I like keyword. That's even better.
Keyword, yeah. Like an old AOL search. I don't know. I just want to hear Glash drop an F-bomb live on stream.
I've already said. I didn't really. Well, we'll see what happens. Let's just say that. Everyone tune in for all of these because literally we don't know what our last one will actually be. It could be today. I don't know. Well, actually, I know next week's schedule. Brian C., he asked me, have you ever done a fad diet or know anyone who did? I did intermittent fasting and lost 60. Well, first off, Brian C., huge congrats. I did intermittent fasting for a long time. I used to do 18-6 for a long time when I used to work, actually with my guy Eamon at the last radio station I was at, because I used to work either afternoons for a while, then middays. So I used to not eat until almost 3 p.m. I would eat 3 to 9 every day. And yeah, that helped a lot, but I did keto for a little while, but I've really just, all the studying I've done at this point, I think with intermittent fasting, all it really does is help you eliminate these many calories you eat. And yes, it's going to keep your belly probably a little thinner feeling, but I think at the end of the day, it's calories in, man. Like, just don't eat like crap. Or don't eat a ton of crap, or pick your days. But what the heck do I know? Just another village idiot here.
Yeah, honestly, for me, like, I wasn't even trying to intentionally fast, but like, I don't like to eat until later in the day. Like, I take my lunch around 2. So like in the morning, I would just like have a cup of coffee, wait it out till 2, have dinner. Oh no, Joey Burrow picked.
Adam too.
He has a chance to extend this lead. At least he can make good on the tackle there coming up and getting Tedrick Thompson. But
that should count I always say that should count as a fantasy point if you throw an interception but you make the tackle.
Yeah.
Instead of -2, -1.
I'm into it. I like it.
Yeah.
Poor Rivers would have been devastated.
No, but I feel you there. I think a lot of people, listen, it all depends on what you want for your lifestyle. Like, hey, do what you got to do. And Brian C. said it's hard to keep that lifestyle up. Keto. Yeah, it's super hard. And I actually just, at the end of the day, like, I think it's really good for your brain. But other than that, it's just, I don't really get it. And I feel like I ate too much. what the hell to win. I did lose weight off of it.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, it was like honestly the biggest thing, just cutting out snacks and just getting to kind of like having some headaches before you eat, because you'd be a little, like blood sugar would get a little low, and get a little jittery on caffeine. That was the problem. Mahomes.
Mahomes, look at he's gonna take
this. Ooh, he's not gonna take it in the house. He's gonna take it inside the red zone. So the Chiefs.
A bonus here he could hit a ground bonus here. That had to be almost 40 yards right there.
That was a big one right there.
Yeah, and just. Yeah, I know ZT. We talked a lot about this. ZT dropped a ton of weight. Good on him. But yeah, calories in, calories out. Be active as possible. That could be walking. That could be anything. Like Christian and I, and probably some of you guys at times. I just sit around most of my day because of working from home or writing or doing Sims. Just move around a little bit. Don't eat a ton of crap. And for me, it's that catch is going nowhere. For me, it's just. I usually try to eat max 2,000 calories, try to put about 200 protein in there, about 100 carbs, and fill the rest. Try not to have too much fat. That's it.
Yeah. No.
Water.
It's honestly just fewer calories in than are going out. And then the problem for me, though, is like I said, football season, like I want to watch a game with a cold one. And then
that's fine.
It's like, okay, I'm going to get like a triple IPA, and it's like, all right, it's like 400 calories per can. It's like, all right, it tastes great, but I am paying for this. So just one of those things where, like during Monday through Friday, I'm working to take care of my Saturday and Sunday.
Dude, here's the deal, and you know this, and everybody, if you're in the same boat as Christian, and by the way, I do this too. Like last night, I actually went out to watch a preseason game with a buddy, and I knew I was going to have an adult polar beverage or two and a couple of wings. They were smoked, but still, it's all calories. So I'd leave about 1,200 calories for the end of my day, and that should work. Or if you're going to be like Christian, one of the beer connoisseurs that we know and love, hey, listen, just don't eat. No, I'm just kidding. Just have 5 of those, Christian. You're good. There's your daily.
Now we're on the seltzer topic, and I have a buddy who came out, and he used to be one of the biggest beer snobs I know, but he was he's getting back on track and fit again, and his whole thing was like, I only drink Mick Ultra and hard seltzers now. I was like, cool, man, I get it, but that seems so lame to me. And they make some really nice hard seltzers now. Kona especially has a great fruit punch one that does taste pretty good. But for me, I would especially now. This is my season, Rossi. August through October is Oktoberfest season. A good malty Marzen, and that's another pick from Joe Burrow. A real rough finish here as the Chiefs take a 13-7 lead into the halftime break, as we are kind of talking about the sim, kind of talking about diets, kind of talking about hard seltzers.
Anything.
Drop it into the chat. Let us know what you guys want to talk about, because this game has not really lived up to expectations so far. Chiefs, Bengals, only 1 touchdown each. You'd think Kansas City would be running away with this one, but not yet.
They're not really that good in Simland. They're just not. They're
weird. They
score, but they're not that good. I like our guy Twister says, I can't take someone who hates taters seriously, referencing obviously Tater Hater, but that's I don't know, yes, because Tater Hater put a tweet out yesterday saying that I swear to God, I love this. I swear to the tater hating God that I will quit my job and call all 6 Sims starting September 1st if it means having a live host.
Yeah.
First of all, no one's done that. I was denied trying to do it. It was a few weekends ago. I got the 5 in, but couldn't hit the 6. But we appreciate you guys being here. Most importantly, yes, the 31st, we're donezo. But until then, we're going wild.
You got to deal with us. Now we get to
And it's all being let loose. I'm going to talk nonsense sometimes, and I don't mean that joke. Of course, we'll talk some football when it's prevalent. We had 2 preseason games last night. Right. Nothing really major coming out of it. Cam Newton versus Mac Jones. You could talk about it, but Cam had a drive or 2. It didn't impress, but Cam doesn't. I don't think it was meant to have much success there either. I think it was just kind of get him in the weed. I think he's starting no matter what. I think unless Mac Jones literally just starts being undeniable, I think that's it. Oh, speaking about undeniable, make sure you subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. Get your email in there. Get that sweet football info.
Content. Hashtag content. Speaking of, yeah, I think the plan was pretty clear. I think on both sides that both quarterbacks weren't going to be asked to do a ton. They were just being asked to make the reads. They were asked to. What we saw from Mac Jones was that he understood where the coverage was and he moved away from it. Granted, it was in a kind of boring way, a lot of short passes, but it was good that he's picking up the system because that's something we didn't see other quarterbacks do in that situation. Like Ryan Mallett was always a disaster. Jimmy G in the preseason, when he was a younger guy, didn't really get there in the first place. So Jones does seem to be a little bit ahead of the curve when it comes to picking up the schemes and identifying defenses, which is good. What we haven't seen is whether or not you can make the big throws downfield, take the right chances, get there. And I think we kind of saw the same thing from Cam Newton, who didn't really try too much downfield. We saw the same thing from Ryan Fitzpatrick, who is supposed to punch up that Washington offense, but really threw a lot of kind of Alex Smith ticky-tack little passes early on, although he did have a great back shoulder throw to Logan Thomas. Poor Kyle Duggar could do nothing against it. Just a perfect
great pass.
I mean, that's really all we got out of this game, other than, some borderline guys who might make the roster now who've looked good. Christian Wilkerson and Carl Davis in particular. JJ Taylor also. Just guys who can get stuff done.
Love it. No, it was good. It was fun. It's fun to watch these games, like I said, when there's a little bit of storylines there. Bob M, what's up, my man? It says, good afternoon, Rossi and Christian, all DK Nation. What's going on? Here we go. This is what I love to see. 93B Brack says, can we just get right into the second half instead of watching the other DK content? That half sucked. Well, you didn't have that, but 93B Brack, I'm assuming you will be pleasantly happy when September 1st rolls around with that attitude. No, I'll do, and that is a joke. I don't actually drink the salties, but I'm into people who do. That's my wording for adult beverages, we'll say. Brian C says, I want to talk about how I'm going to fill my time when these Sims come September 1st. The Sims aren't going anywhere, Brian C. You still win free money.
You don't have to listen to us while you're watching.
Yeah.
Someone tell Giggle Pig's Tickle Blaster he'll never have to hear me again, or at least through the regular NFL season, because we did get the memo. The official phrasing was that we're going on pause through the football season as DraftKings ramps up its real football coverage, which again is great because you're going to get so much great daily fantasy information from guys like Reed, from Emerson, from Clash, from the guys who are in the studio every day. But it just means that you'll get less of the outsiders like Moose, like me, like anyone who's dialing in, because DraftKings is going to move to a more studio-based environment for now. Who knows what direction that'll take, how it'll look, how often you'll get to hear from us, but hopefully Rossi and I will still be on the short list for when DraftKings needs a guy. Who are they going to call the congeniality crew?
I was just going to say, my phone's always on, baby. Look at Joe Burrow. Quarterbacks are running around wild today.
Oh, yeah.
93B Brack says, laugh my butt off. Rossi, I didn't mean to cut the host chatting. I meant when they cut away to other pre-taped stuff from the host. Well, we didn't do that. That's at night. Happy Rizzle, the most real comment here, and I feel it like you don't know. Rossi, I wonder if that charity truly values the chop sacrifice you make. The comeback is brutal, bro. Way to take one for the team. I've said it. About 8 weeks after you shave your head, you should have my hair specifically, and Christian, you have very nice flow. Like, it's just awkward growing. I'm chia pet for probably until about October. Like, till it really pops again. And my hair just moves. Like, it always looks... I don't know. This is not my favorite time, but hey, for charity, shaving it. And I almost feel like shaving it again, aside from the fact that this is just going to it's delaying this again. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. But thank you, Matt. Appreciate that encouragement.
My original plan was to chop this for charity this summer, but like it's just not quite long enough. So I'm gonna run it out a little bit longer, probably keep it through the winter to keep this big dome of mine nice and warm through that Wisconsin weather. Go out in 20-degree weather without a hat. It's still great. But then I think next spring probably gets the chop. And that way, it'll cut my shower time in half, really.
Well, honestly, that's the best part. Some days, guess what? If you do just a little bit of activity or like it's just warm out, you don't have to shower as much because your hair. That's where all the heat comes from, right? We already know that. You gotta never wear socks. have all that output.
Hey, man, good luck with your surgery. We will be thinking about it. Even though we won't be on stream, we'll keep you in our hearts, and hopefully you got some great doctors who can take care of you. I'm sure they can. If they recommend you for something that serious, I'm sure they have confidence they'll be able to help you out and keep you going.
Yeah, good shout there. Yeah, Chad, I know yesterday you commented a few times. Obviously, yesterday was very overwhelming in the chat, just being real, during that 2 p.m. when we made the announcement about the sim commentating, or the commentators will be ceasing for football season, at least, starting September 1st. So August 31st will be the last day of sim commentary. But I did see you say that, and like Christian said, we got you. You got 1 month till this thing. Big prayers, big preparations for you, and DK SimFam will always have your back, and we'll be thinking of you. And obviously, you can follow Christian at Train Island, me at Jason D. Rossi. Don't be a stranger. A lot of you guys have been jumping in the DMs over the last 24 hours, and we can keep the conversation going. We can talk anything. You know me, I'm a big wrestling fan. I clearly know a thing or two about a thing or two, or lack of a thing or two, but Christian, great advice in football, real football talk. So be sure to stay connected. Oh, look at this. Lindenbaum, join my preseason contest, Rossi. Ooh, okay. Yeah, my DK username, I'm going to just type it in there. It's my first name backwards, last name backwards. So like Cam backwards is Mac, my first name backwards is No Sag. Go take that. Burrow, back of the end zone, got him. John Ross? No, AJ Green.
AJ Green. So Johnny 5 sticks on the milk carton today, but the Bengals offense is not, despite the 2 Burrow turnovers. Bengals about to take at least a brief small lead over the visiting Chiefs in that wonderful but horribly financed stadium on the river, Paul Brown Stadium. Best part about Paul Brown Stadium, Rossi, you can park in Newport, Kentucky. You can go over to the Hofbrau House there. For the same amount it would cost you to park in Cincinnati, you can go get yourself a couple brats, maybe a couple liters of that good Oktoberfest, maybe a Dunkel, and walk across the bridge. Go watch some very, very bad football. When I was living in Indianapolis, I went to as many Bengals games as Colts games, just because it was like an hour and a half drive and it was dirt cheap, and I love that good German beer. So made sure to make the most of it. Saw a terrible tie game between the Bengals and Eagles when Donovan McNabb didn't realize a game could end in a tie. So he and Andy Reid showcased that amazing field awareness and clock management, and just got absolutely disappointed by the ending.
Well, you know what? First off, you bring up Cincinnati, you say parking. You can park anywhere, but I like the way you thought because they actually had a theme to it. But literally, Cincinnati called it the city of parking lots.
Yeah.
It is wild the amount of parking for lack of a lot of things there. Crackle Smacks as hosts. I'll change it. Rossi, CDA. Can't you also join the YouTube Twitch chats during the games? For the chat, become chat commentators? Yeah, technically, yes. Yeah. Just saying the investment's a little bit different, but yeah, we could do that. And I'm sure at times, I think, let's be real. It's like when you're moving out of the old place and you have really good neighbors that are friends, you might not hang out with them. Then you might, maybe the first day after you move, you hang out with them a couple times. Then a week later, it's just kind of, you're in your new place and everyone's trying to figure things out. So listen, like I said, we definitely want to stay connected the best we can, and it'll be a two-way street. We have to put in as much effort as the Sim fan, but it's been a blast with all of you, and we will continue to be. We're not letting this puppy go till it's gone. All right, I'm not shedding no tears till
4 weeks. Okay.
Yeah, almost maybe too much time, Christian. But again, the shout out to Christian for breaking it down. The football, the NFL coverage, and the DFS side of things is going to be ramping up, so there'll be a lot more there, as Christian said. And then on top of it, we get 18 days worth of a quote-unquote goodbye, where most people in media get about, 0 time. Shift just ended. What are we thinking for next week? Especially on a Friday. If anybody knows anything about media, there's always the Fire Fridays. It's like, all right, so I'll see you Monday. It's actually, why don't you come in here for a minute? Oh, why is the HR rep in here? Oh, okay. It happens. It's not personal, it's business, but DraftKings has been so kind to all of us to say, hey, we're gonna let this thing go through the end of the month, and we're gonna tell you, we're gonna let you mentally and whatever else need to prepare to, do other things. That's very cool of them. Most companies would have waited to whatever the Friday before the 31st would be like. I think it's somewhere in the 20s there, the 28th or something.
Yeah, no, it was handled very well. We all got individual calls, I'm pretty sure. And, it was made very clear it wasn't a personal decision. It was not based on anything we'd done. It was just DraftKings needs to focus more on the upcoming NFL season, the real one, and totally understandable. And again, really tough to be disappointed with anything related to this because this has been such a wonderful and weird and wild job. That I'm not gonna have anything but positive memories, except for all those times I posted with Ken.
Yeah, listen, there's been a lot of pleasure here, and there's a little bit of pain too. You know what? I can't. I still got 2 weeks. I will let it all hang out right towards the end. Nothing bad is gonna be said here, by the way. Literally, like Christian said, how awesome this has really been. And what an awesome opportunity for us from all opportunities. 14-13 here. Bengals over the Chiefs in Paul Brown Stadium in Cincinnati. Will it be a playoff-bound team soon enough? Maybe. Seems like a team on the rise in a division.
On the rise, but man, the AFC North is a shark tank, so it's going to be real tough.
This year. Not this year. I'm just looking. I'm just projecting. You got Bengals up. I think Steelers are kind of coming down. Baltimore's steady.
Although that Joe Schobert addition to take over for Vince Williams in the middle of the field, I like that a lot.
I like it.
Very highly paid, but there's a limited market of inside linebackers. And
True.
He's got out from underneath his contract, which is great for them. And the Steelers got a guy who can be that lunch pail mentality kind of guy. They reunited a pair of Wisconsin standouts. Now they got TJ Watt and Joe Schobert on the same team. It's a very Big Ten feel for that Steelers defense. The offense, not as much because the running game is it's not very good. I mean, Najee Harris, we'll wait and see. I'm not as high as most are on his prospects just because of that offensive line.
Yeah. Talk about Kenny Ducey on the O-line. Here's another thing that you mentioned that I feel like this trade is very reminiscent of when the trade deadline, when the Patriots got Kyle Van Noy, like an underappreciated guy somewhere that you didn't really hear his name a lot because he was in Detroit and like you mentioned, coming out of Jacksonville, like not a lot of people have been talking about that defense since 2017 or 18 now. And I think you're right. And it's such a cheap cost too, like overall for the year. I think it was at 3.7.
Because the Jaguars ate some salary there. So I'm not sure. I mean, it's a late round pick going back for him too.
Round pick, yeah.
Steelers know all about Joe Schobert. He broke in with the Browns. They saw him twice a year. So they know what they're getting. I think Schobert's going to have a very nice positive impact for him.
Yeah, I like it. Also, just, Christian's teasing some big things potentially going on in his life after this. Second and goal, CH tries, gets in.
Wow, CEH a must-have today as the rookie running back, at least in this version of The Sims, crashes into the end zone for the second time.
Yeah, I agree with you there. That's a hell of a game so far. Problem Kid Gaming says, Rossi, all you got to do is fade the sides and your hair will look clean. Nah, man, I don't think it's the sides as much as just this little poof up top. It's not, and it's like a permanent cowlick I got up here. But permanently, probably going to be the post-route.substack player of the game, barring some things, is CH. 2 touchdowns. Didn't see that coming. Again, we're waxing poetic about a lot of things here, but shout out to the crew that is still working their tails off. The 2-pointer, no easy
all
money.
about Travis Kelce, which is a bad person to forget.
Yeah. T-Pike, Eamon, Bailey, Zach, and Ops. Good crew. Great crew. Abby Rizzle, CDA should let Rossi borrow a green headband. It's true. Maybe I'll call him.
I have a green one. I'll have to look. I'll have to take a look.
Tara Lynn's tow track. When the live commentary, she says, I now have enough cash to get my ramen noodles out of layaway. Times be tough sometimes, but you never know. Freebies, you can still do the freebies, Tara Lynn's tow track. Because there's nothing better than free money.
That's true. Yeah, the trickle-down Simonomics might have to come back because I got that the DK cards. I don't know if you guys got the emails about those, but my DK card, my first one is if T. Higgins has 100 receiving yards in week 1, I'll get 20 of those DK bucks, and those, of course, invested back into the DK Sim fam through contests through which you can take my hard-earned money.
I still get those cards? I did get some emails and it popped up, but is it over? Did I miss it?
I think you can still get in, but I'm not sure.
Go to my email. I can read a lot of emails.
Inventory anyway.
I want like the most random ones.
Some are just straight up instant wins. Sometimes, like I think some are like ones that you're probably almost certainly going to get, like Mahomes gets over 200 passing yards or something, of course. And then some are just a little bit less likely. Like Higgins at 100 yards. It doesn't seem like a safe bet to me, but we'll see.
I don't hate it though.
Yeah, no, it's not terrible. I think I'd give it like a 30% shot.
Hey, that's a good shot. I'm just looking here because the Bengals who are they playing that first week? They have a good. I feel like it's a tough matchup. If I'm not mistaken. My internet just bugged on me for a second.
Are the Bengals going to go for it here? They're probably going to have to pump this one away and try again. Although, given the efficacy of that Chiefs offense, they may not want to. Instead, it is, in fact, going to be Kevin Huber here kicking this one away.
Brian, see, you guys should start your own reality TV show. Use Emerson's paycheck to pay for a 10-person house on the Jersey Shore through September. Now, I'd watch. I have to tell you this, Brian C. That's not going to happen, but there'll probably be a little place you can catch all of us occasionally connecting. And it's something I've been cooking up, thinking about for a while anyway, so might as well push it forward. Over the next week, I'm going to see what I can do. I'm not going to reveal anything. I'm not going to be foolish enough, but kind of like with Christian, we all cook in different things, but I have a YouTube channel that's out here with the Pop Culture Pile Driver. There's so many different little content things we could do. Made some great connections, relationships here, like myself, Christian. We would have probably never crossed paths in this wacky, crazy world, just based on what both of us were doing probably a year ago now. But here we are. Now we're stuck together for life. We will have, if for those, in the afterlife, and one day we both reach it, maybe it's all of us will be back together calling Sims. Maybe this is just a pretense for what is truly heaven for those.
Calling Sims in Valhalla.
Problem Kid Gaming Ross, how come Emerson does like 1 sim a week and Tom does like 4 a day, but Emerson makes more? Well, that's just economy, man. High price. Why does let's see, like Patrick Mahomes is not playing the preseason? Some of these other guys are, and Patrick Mahomes makes a ton more money. Listen, the guy's elevated the game. Emerson is the number 1 draft pick. He's the franchise. Tom, he's like me. He's just just around.
Oh, Mahomes X Factor lit, and with Harrison Butker on the sideline, you only need about 10 more yards to ice this game. Instead of CEH for about 5. Having a good 52 yards.
Yeah. He's had a hell of a day, right? The 2 tuds. Also, just to let everybody know, I'm dying to know, more important than who's calling the last sim, I'm sure we'll all be involved some way. I need to know what that game's going to be. Because I'm telling you, Christian, if you had to pick 2 teams you think would have like a fireworks game, who are those 2 teams?
Oh, yeah.
Not the Jets, not the Broncos, not the football team.
Steelers typically have some wild games.
Okay.
The Sim Patriots are weirdly good. I think you'd want like 2 all gas, no brakes teams, so you wouldn't want any good defenders out there. I don't know. That's a good question.
I'm telling you, that's going to be the hardest thing.
I think you'd want the Browns.
Yep, that's a good one.
And then maybe.
It's hard. I really do not.
The Packers would be up there.
Oddly, like the Patriots usually have some pretty good scores, even though I don't really think they are an exciting team to watch.
Oh, yeah, but it's like, yeah.
I'm just trying to think of the teams like I'm like, oh, because like Kansas City, you would think, oh, of course you're going to get like Kansas City, Tampa Bay, but like those games usually aren't as action-packed as you would think. There's like this game. Like this is actually above average game here we're getting. Don't get me
Historic
wrong.
rosters in Madden 21. Can we throw out like the 1970s Raiders versus like the 1980s Bears? Is that possible?
I need Daryl LaMonica with that defense, just giving up 20, scoring 28.
Like John Madden's Raiders versus Mike Ditka's Bears. That would be delightful.
Abby Rizzo says this is perfect time for TL to test out her newfound DK SimFam fame. Ooh, that's right. Live chat during Sims. Yeah, you never know what we're going to be doing. Emerson must have favoritism. Of course he has favoritism. Have you seen him, man?
And Jab, I saw you over in Twitch talking about Elysium, and I thought it was Elysian real quick. And I was like, that is a great beer company. But sadly, you were talking about a digital currency, which is not sad, I'm sure. But man, Elysian, I think they're sending me a care package soon for some post-route reviews, which will be great. It's all stuff I've already had before, but can't get that. Like their space dust, outstanding. They try to break into the Wisconsin market by offering a buy one get one on their 6-packs, and got like their case price down to $15 per. And for a while there, that was all I had. Well, not all I had in my beer fridge, but a full rack of my beer fridge was just these awesome, heavy, danky IPAs, and they taste incredible.
Heavy danky. It's just the way I like my life. Love it though. D. Murray says, I think they should end it with the same one they started with, Kansas City, San Fran. Remember that day? It's not a bad call. I remember the only reason I knew anything about these Sims is because Babysitter Billy was one of the reasons this all happened after like months and months of pitching it. And obviously sports went down. Welcome in, Sims. Listen, I will just say this, and all like jokes aside, like the fact that we're hopefully getting back to like a world, like regardless of like these memes out there, like you know what it is right now? DraftKings, it's like the fall plans is like commentating list Sims and then Delta variant, then we're all back. But all jokes aside, like it's hopefully a good sign for a lot of things outside of, the jokes we have here in Simland. Hopefully the world we're getting back, and football, like all the full audience we're getting in baseball, including last night. Well, actually, I'll talk about this in a second. We get the field goal, basically put this game out of reach, but we'll see what the Bengals can do with the remaining 2 minutes, maybe put some points up. But yeah, I just like that is a good sign. But aside from that, Christian, did you see? Actually, I got a bone to pick. Not with you, because you're amazing. Not with our crack staff, Eamon, TP, Bailey, Zach. MLB did an amazing thing last night by having that Field of Dreams game. And it couldn't have been better. It reminds me of like the early Winter Classics when there was like the shootouts and like a last minute goal scoring. It was always snowing somehow, whether it be in Detroit, Boston. The original one was in like Buffalo. And I love every second of it. But why is just a random Thursday in August? Can baseball ever get out of their own way? And like all these other sports have a day. Just have a day. Like that game, if that took place Saturday night or Sunday night, like that's Sunday night baseball, like why? What are we doing on a random Thursday? I'm sorry. I know it bothers me to no end. Baseball always does this.
100%. Like imagine you're out at the bar and like in the background you see this game being put on in a cornfield. It's like, okay, I'm gonna watch that. Let's go. Let's see that. Like that's and to their credit, I mean, it dominated the social media timeline. So a lot of people who are watching from home were tweeting about it. So maybe that was the key there. Maybe this was just a test run to see how it could go.
Yes, I guess that's a good point. And by the way, it was awesome. Tim Anderson with that walk-off. Like, don't get me wrong. But, like, I was out last night, as I mentioned, but I was watching Pats preseason. I was in a brewery. There's a new one here in Boston called Faces. I don't know if I think they make their own. You can Google it. This is more your territory. But they also had all the fixins and good food. But with that being said, all the TVs were the Pats preseason game. And I even asked, hey, could we throw on the game? And the bartender was like, I don't even know what channel that's on. And that was just the end of it. That wasn't even a conversation. I was like, okay, well, thanks anyways.
You tried.
Yeah, I did my part. And even before the game started, I think it started at 7, and the Pats game 7:30 here Eastern, and they had like a summer league basketball game on. I'm like, who cares? But this just shows me the state of baseball sometimes. Like people are like, oh yeah, that happened, cool. Or like somebody tweeted that home run, great. That's what happened, cool, got it. Bengals trying to get some last minute points here. Oh, what happened? You all right?
No, I just remembered this weekend is Great Taste in the Midwest. I'm not going this year. It's one of the best beer festivals probably in the world. Amazing setups. But on the Friday before the Great Taste, all the brewers come in early and they hold special events at all these local bars that open up early for them. I picked up the 4 p.m. sim, and I was going to go down and check it out because Bell's does this thing at this great bar called Maduro. And they have a whole bunch of limited release stuff, things they'll only bring one, pony keg down for. They'll bring it and they'll put it on the firkin. Gonna miss out on that, but you know what? Probably better for my liver anyway. And that I
Can't go after?
I could go after, but so everyone knows about it. So it's a big row too. It's like blocks and blocks of these bars that have great like pre Great Taste parties, and they bring just a whole bunch of limited edition stuff, and the limited edition stuff goes like that. Like you got to kind of fight your way up to the bar to get. And these are not big places. Like that's the one thing. Maduro is a very small cigar lounge. They have great tobacco selection as well. Not that I'm advocating the use of tobacco for anyone. It's just a personal choice for me. I enjoy a fine smokable every now and then, and that is not enough to grab hands. Disclaimer away, Maduro is just known for this great, really laid-back atmosphere and a great tap list. And yeah, they partner with Bell's, and I think the Argus down the street partners with, maybe it is Revolution. It's just all these great Midwestern brew. I think it's Founders actually. And they bring their rare, hard to find stuff. Like Three Floyds will come out and they'll have like a small keg of the Dark Lord, they'll have like a barrel aged release, and like at different stands, even at Great Taste, you can wait in line for like 30 minutes and get the rare stuff, or you can just walk around and try a whole bunch of new places. If you are looking for a beer destination, I cannot recommend Madison in the second weekend of August highly enough, because that is the Great Taste of the Midwest. It's like 200 to 300 breweries. It's a bit expensive. The tickets are hard to find, but it is absolutely worth it.
Look at that. I love how passionate you are, Christian. That's what I can say. I felt like I was there, the way you explained everything in the aisles and everything. I love it. Gotta love Christian. Follow him at Train Island. Postroute.substack.com is Burrow makes the connection down the field. Last time out, so we have 14 seconds here. See if we can get some garbage time points.
Take a few cracks at the end zone here, at the very least.
Or you know what's going to happen? It's going to be a sack. So why don't you just tell us your player of the game and the postroute.substack player of the game?
Oh, man. Well, we already know the babysitter Billy is going to be. Barring a major turnaround here, John Ross has one catch for 3 yards. He might be able to get kind of near the good graces of the Sim fan by catching one here.
Got him across the middle. Waited.
And he went. No, he rolled out of bounds. He did get out of bounds. So at the very least, John Ross will pretty much double his output. But 2 for 4 yards. Unless he catches a touchdown here, he's going to be the babysitter Billy. Now my Kid Award winner today. And for that crusty cough player of the game, let's take a look at the winning lineups and see who really rose above the fray. Well, there's only really one guy who went above and beyond.
No touchdown there for Ross either, so 4 seconds.
Okay, all right. So CEH was great, but AJ Green was cheaper and less owned. So let's go AJ Green in this 23.1 in the flex. AJ Green, you are the postroute.substack.com player of the game. See if you can cement that award with a touchdown catch here.
Love that. And last play.
No, they're going to have one more. It was John Ross again who couldn't hold on to that one. Oof.
Look at this. I got some good stuff happening in my day job here, so this is good. Sometimes coming off these sims, I don't have any, I'm just kind of I don't really feel like doing much, but I actually have something to do. This is good. See, this is what happens when we're going out. I'll tell you all the ins and outs, but good job here by Christian. He's going to be back for the 4 o'clock. His liver will not be back over the weekend, but
that's the problem. I'm not going to make a Great Taste this year.
I don't believe you till the weekend's over. That ball's just thrown into traffic, ball game. But listen, as Eamon said, duly noted about it. I'm sorry, that was TP, and then Eamon's talking about going to all these other places. It's going to be fun. Listen, enjoy your life, everybody. It's weekend. One more sim to go here. That's right, just 3 because we got the big disc energy coming up. And then there's preseason football. So, yeah, you like that? And then we will have the next sim. Obviously, it's Christian and Moose. What a pairing. It is going to be so fun to hear those two.
dynamite combos for me today.
Really?
The best friend squad. I get the congeniality crew. I don't even know what to call Moose Night, but it's always a pleasure when he and I cross paths. So be sure to tune back in for that. I'm sure we will have more senioritis conversations about beer and beer festivals and whatnot.
Sure. And then we'll be back for Sims after the 4 o'clock Sunday. No Sims, the rest of the day. You get the big disc energy, throw there's pools. There's a lot of ways you can get in on that action. All day Saturday, it's all for the NFL. Sunday, there's a couple early NFL games, and we'll be back 4 p.m. You got Moose and Tom, Glash and Lamarca, and then we're right back to it Monday, basically almost all of next week, aside from Thursday night. But we'll get into all that details as we get there. But appreciate all of you. Just want to thank you guys so much for joining us, so much for being here throughout everything we've been. Every time we end one of these, you never know, but we are still here through the 31st. He is at Train Island, and make sure you subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. I'm a part of the Pop Culture Pile Driver over on wherever you find your podcast. But if you do happen to be a iTuneser and you want to leave a 5-star review, give us a little pat on the back. Makes you feel good about my weird aging hair. But aside from all that, Christian's back with Moose, like we said, an hour. For TP, Eamon, Bailey, Zach, awesome job by the crew. I will be leaving. Moose will be taking my place. It's going to be a hell of a better sim, and you have a lot of options on what to do with your day. The fact that you make time for us means the world. Drink your water. Be a good person. It costs $0. And we'll be back in just about an hour. Here's Ross Tucker talking about stuff, because that's what he does, and he called a preseason game last night. Bye.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eating Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eating Podcast presented by DraftKings. How about this offer, by the way? Bet $1 on any college football game, you get $200 in free bets. Ridiculous. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Yes, I will be on the call tomorrow night for the Eagles and the Steelers on television. I think they re-air it a bunch of times, including tomorrow night, 11 p.m. Eastern time on NFL Network. For those of you that want to check out your boy, at Ross Tucker NFL on social, at Ross Tucker Pod. Those of you that go the extra mile in any way to help the show, boy, we love you. Especially those of you who enter and win to be in the August Best Ball. We're just about done with the July Best Ball. I've got 3 more August Best Ball contestants. Jim Walsh, who signed up for fantasypoints.com using the glorious code 21Feast. Austin Barley, who signed up for Crocs, that NBA draft free-to-play Crocs game. And then Mike DiPolo, who has Bombas socks. Bombas socks. I haven't even talked about Bombas socks in a while, and a bunch of you are doing it. I am naming the last 3 August Best Ball folks next week. So go ahead, take advantage of any of the sponsors at rosstucker.com. Send it to me, ross@rosstucker.com. And you might be one of the 3 final August DraftKings Best Ball dudes or dudettes. And remember, fantrax.com/Ross. That's fantrax.com/Ross. If you go ahead and you sign up for that, a free account, which is fully customizable, and send it to me, you got a great chance to get in the season-long league with Joe and I, which I absolutely can't wait for. Speaking of Joe, it is the great Joe Dolan at FG_Dolan on social media. He's the fantasy gangsta, which is why he's at FG_Dolan. Not really, but I just like saying that. It humors me, and it gives Joe, he just had a little smirk on Joe's face there. 21 Feast. Joe is the master of all he oversees at Fantasy Points. Joe, we're going to have a lot of guys, almost every guy is going to play this weekend. We're going to I feel like we're going to start, especially with the young guys, I think we're going to start to open up our presence and actually see what we got.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun. The preseason, I think, is when people are going to realize that, oh, crap, this year is going to be kind of normal-ish for fantasy football. Obviously, Ross, we're seeing an increased interest in the podcast, an increased interest in the subscriptions for the website, 21 Feast, by the way. That'll get you a discount at fantasypoints.com. And it's going to be great to see some of these rookies who have been making camp noise to get out there and see them. I don't know how many teams are going to be playing starters for a long time. It seems to feel like that's kind of going by the wayside a little bit, teams playing their starters quite a bit. But it's going to give us a better look at some of these younger guys, and some of whom we talked about on the running back tiers, and some of whom we'll talk about today on the wide receiver tiers.
Wide receiver tiers, it is. Love the wide receiver tiers. Very interesting tier one. There's a name in there that surprised me. We'll get to momentarily after you hear the greatest song in the history of fantasy football podcasts.
Will I win my league if I'm following
Joe Dolan?
Am I drafting Zeke if I'm following
Joe Dolan?
I'm at the turn, 2 picks to burn. But I know I won't go wrong with tears of
Joe Dolan. All right, Joe, let's dive into it. Thank you, as always, to Scott Sheriff, part of Carrie Underwood's band and a diehard Fantasy Feast listener. All right, so for the elite category, you got Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs. Which one of those three do you think surprises me, Joe?
Tyreek Hill.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess I did not realize Tyreek Hill. I mean, I know how fast he is, how good he is. I guess I didn't realize he was elite. One of the 3 best fantasy receivers in the league.
You might have just heard a higher power was apparently pissed at you, Ross, for saying that Tyreek Hill is somebody that surprises you for being so high. I don't know if it has been apocalyptic here in South Carolina today. No, look, when you look at Tyreek Hill, he's got a massively high ceiling. We know that, but his floor is also way higher than people think, posting a ton of games as a wide receiver one over the last couple of years. And here's the other thing. With Kansas City, you look at this passing offense when it comes to Kansas City, and you're like, man, they mix it around. They go everywhere. What's kind of funny about Kansas City is they actually kind of just filter their targets really to 2 guys. It's Hill and it's Travis Kelce. They'll run the ball a little bit. You know, Mahomes will have some of those secondary receivers who will pop off a week here and a week there. But no, Tyreek Hill is more consistent than you think. He was before Devontae Adams returned before Aaron Rodgers returned to the Green Bay Packers. Tyreek Hill was consistently going as the number 1 fantasy receiver in best ball. I still think you can make an argument for him to go as the number 1 receiver in best ball. I think there's some who will still take Devontae Adams. But, I mean, look, his 11 top 24 weekly finishes last year actually ranked ahead of Devontae Adams. He had 11 finishes as a top 24 wide receiver. That was behind only Stephon Diggs, who had 12. So Tyreek Hill, more consistent than you think.
Yeah, that surprised me. What about tier 1? You've got Calvin Ridley. That makes sense. DK Metcalf, DeAndre Hopkins, and I always want to say Jordan Jefferson.
Justin. Yeah.
I know, it's Justin. But I always want to say it's because I think it's Jordan's older brother who was a quarterback. So you get that name in your head. Thank goodness, because I took Justin Jefferson high in our July best ball, which you guys can get into the August best ball. I don't think any of these really surprised me. I mean, maybe my question would be about, obviously Ridley, I think, is self-evident.
Yeah.
And Jefferson year 2 after what he did last year. I think Metcalf and Hopkins are interesting because now they got AJ Green there. And for Metcalf, there's Tyler Lockett.
Yeah. Well, Lockett's a guy who's inconsistent, and I'm sure we might talk about him later, but he's a guy who's a much better best ball player. But DK Metcalf's a really special player. I just don't see how things are going to go down. Like, his game-to-game consistency was outstanding last year. He saw 5+ targets in 15 of 16 games, and he scored double-digit fantasy points in 12 of 16 games. Tyler Lockett, really his only competition for volume. I think it's another 125 targets are on the docket for DK Metcalf. These guys here in tier 1, behind my elite tier, I think you can make an argument for Calvin Ridley to go towards the elite tier, but the elite tier, those are guys I have graded as first-round picks in fantasy. All of these guys I have graded as second-round picks in fantasy. There could be some overlap from tier to tier, but these guys I have graded as second-round picks for fantasy. Man, let me tell you something. If I have a pick, I talked about this on the running back show. If I am in the position to pick Dalvin Cook or Christian McCaffrey at the top of my draft, and I get one of these guys, man, do I feel like I'm cooking. I just feel like that is a hell of a start. So I think the first pick, some years the first pick isn't as important as it is this year. Some years the number 1 and number 2 guys aren't clear cut. Sometimes the back end of the second round is a massive drop off from the front end of the second round that makes drafting at the back end of the first round much more appealing. Not this year. I love the end of the second round. I love the top of the third round. I think picking early is a cheat code. Some of these receivers are the reason why.
Tier 2, Keenan Allen, A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin, Allen Robinson, CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb is tier 2 already, Joe.
I hope I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid a little too much on CeeDee Lamb. There are people who are higher on CeeDee Lamb than I am, and I don't want to be behind the 8 ball because we have moved him above Amari Cooper in our projections. Cooper coming off the PUP list is probably a good sign for his availability early in the season, so we'll talk about him. But CeeDee Lamb making noise in camp. He was on an elite pace when Dak Prescott was the quarterback last year. Obviously, things cooled down for that entire Dallas offense when Dak Prescott went down. But CeeDee Lamb, who was running almost exclusively out of the slot, apparently they're going to be moving him around more. If I had CeeDee Lamb, I want him to play out of the slot more because that's where the good matchups are. But when Dak Prescott was in there, he had 37 targets behind only Amari Cooper's 52. He averaged 86.6 yards per game in Dak Prescott starts last year. That would have ranked third best behind Justin Jefferson and Odell Beckham for most all time by a rookie receiver. And obviously his production went in the tank when Dak went down, but I think there's a lot to like about CeeDee Lamb, and that's why I'm willing to buy early on CeeDee Lamb as opposed to waiting for his true breakout. Unfortunately, Ross, that discount is gone. There are some people in best ball drafts drafting him as if he's in the same tier as DK Metcalf, Justin Jefferson, DeAndre Hopkins. I'm not there quite yet.
Interesting. All right. Tier 3, you have in parentheses pivotal tier, which I think is interesting. Why is tier 3, which only has 3 guys, I'll read the names: Robert Woods, Adam Thielen, Amari Cooper. Why is this a pivotal tier?
Because I tend to draft now. Not in every draft is one of these guys going to end up on my team, but I view them as such flexible players. Because if I open my draft with running back, let's just say I go Saquon Barkley and then Antonio Gibson, just for an example. Robert Woods in the third round or Amari Cooper in the third round is just huge for me. Somebody who I think I can count on for volume to produce as a wide receiver 1, although you'd prefer this guy as your wide receiver 2. But I just don't think that can happen. There is one difference here, though. Adam Thielen. I think Adam Thielen is one of the single most undervalued assets in fantasy football right now. He will occasionally slip into the 5th round. I think that is huge because I think if Adam Thielen slips into the 5th round, that gives you an elite wide receiver 3 if you're drafting receivers early. It's a cheat code if you draft a tight end early. Say maybe you grab Darren Waller in the 2nd or George Kittle in the 3rd, and he ends up being your 2nd receiver. I think that is massive. I have him in the same tier as these two guys, but he is not being drafted like that. I think Adam Thielen, of all those guys in this tier, he is the most pivotal because I think he is the cheat code to unlocking multiple different roster builds.
Okay, now we get to tier 4. Mike Evans, Cooper Kupp, Deontay Johnson, DJ Moore. So I guess I feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit, Joe. Like Mike Evans is tier 4, but
yeah,
CeeDee Lamb's tier 2, and Woods, Thielen, and Cooper are tier 3.
This is a weird tier. Mike Evans, actually, I was in the consideration for putting him in tier 3. However, he's had some injury problems. And the thing about Tampa Bay last year is they didn't have a ton of consistency in terms of who was getting targets. And, you know, one of the things that I'll just throw out there, just in case we don't get to it later, Antonio Brown was super productive last year, and he basically was playing like half the offensive snaps. I kind of feel like he's being super undervalued. Chris Godwin was a disappointment last year. It's just more of, I'm not sure what to do with Mike Evans, where, you know, if I look at, for instance, a guy like Allen Robinson, I know Allen Robinson is going to have a massive target share despite some quarterback questions. I'm not 100% certain Mike Evans gets that massive target share, even though he's Brady's deep threat and red zone guy. Otherwise, this is kind of a mishmash. There's like a Cooper Kupp argument to be the number 2 receiver on his own team. He's the second guy I've listed here from the Rams. Is he more of a low ADOT guy while Stafford might stretch the field to other guys? Valid question. You look at DJ Moore, and I'll be quite frank, not a guy I've drafted a ton of because I have huge questions about Sam Darnold. Deontay Johnson, I wonder, is he going to be a guy who's consistently going to have a low average depth of target? And if the Steelers run the ball more, is that going to be a problem for his fantasy production, even though he is my favorite of the Steelers wide receivers? At least in terms of straight out rankings, he's my favorite. But there's a guy we're going to talk about later who is my favorite Steeler receiver to actually draft at cost.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, Joe, what's the difference? I mean, obviously it's expected points, it's ceiling and floor, but the difference between elite, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, is there a way to describe the difference, or is it just their expected point total is different?
It's expected point total, it's role, it's consistency, it's age. Like you look at Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, and Stephon Diggs, my elite tier. Target share, massive. Floor, super high. Situation, incredible. We've seen that from all of those guys. Moving down, you have guys who have just a few more questions. Calvin, let's go to tier 1, for example. Calvin Ridley, okay, he's going to have the massive target share, but what's the new offense going to look like? What are things going to look like? Even though the sample size is great without Julio Jones, the stats in the small sample size without Julio Jones are great. There are some questions about the new offense. DK Metcalf has Tyler Lockett, with whom he's competing for targets, even though I think he's by far the top guy here. What's things going to look like for Hopkins? You know, Kyler Murray fed him targets last year, but Kyler Murray didn't take the full step forward that I thought he was going to in year 2. Is he going to take that step in year 3? And AJ Green is there. So you have questions there. When it comes to Justin Jefferson, I already talked about how much I like Adam Thielen this year. So like you have to differentiate, like there's going to be some guys who have everything lined up for them, where they have no real competition, they have an incredible situation, and they have a proven track record. That's going to put a guy in elite tier.
Got it. All right. So it's a combination of all these, but ultimately it's expected points, ceiling and floor.
Yeah.
Tier 5, Tyler Lockett, Brandon Ayuk. When I say Ayuk, why do I think of Street Fighter, the video game?
Like Hadoken? Like
you can.
The Hadoken, that's Ryu. That's Ryu.
Ryu,
who kind of sounds like Ayuk, I guess. I was more of a Mortal Kombat guy.
That's why. All right, Jamar Chase and Julio Jones, who I also took in our best ball. By the way, Joe, these are the people I've hired for my best ball team. the people you should hire, they're all on LinkedIn Jobs, because LinkedIn Jobs has made it easier to get the candidates worth interviewing faster. And it's free. That's the key. Free is for me. Create a free job post in minutes on LinkedIn Jobs to reach your network and beyond, to the world's largest professional network. Over 750 million people, like twice as many people as there are in the entire country of the United States. Use simple tools on LinkedIn Jobs to quickly filter and prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing faster. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/feast. That's linkedin.com/feast to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. LinkedIn.com/feast. Why would you not? Especially, I know a lot of people having trouble finding people to finding people to hire these days. All right, tier 5. I read it off. Lockett, Ayuk, Chase, and Jones. Wow. I mean, I think it's interesting that you got Ayuk over Debo. And I also think it's interesting you've got like the youngest receiver in the league, Chase, and the oldest receiver in the league, Julio Jones, in the same tier.
Yeah, so these are guys that have a lot of like consistency questions. I think if you want to make an argument, Brandon Ayuk could be in a tier higher because I feel pretty damn good about him at San Francisco's X. But when it comes, let's just break down some of the other guys. Tyler Lockett, this is a guy who had massive ceiling last year, but a very, very, very low floor. That has been established over the last couple years. He's somebody who is much better in best ball. I mean, he has destroyed some lineups in season long where you plug him in there and you're like, oh my God, he got me 2 catches for 15 yards. The next week he catches 11 balls for 200. He caught the single most inconsistent. Tyler Lockett caught 100 passes last year, but they were completely inconsistent. His production was not near the level of DK Metcalf in terms of consistency. So, I mean, Tyler Lockett catching 100 balls last year, I think that would surprise a lot of fantasy players because a lot of that production came in just a few games. Here's some examples. 7 catches for 67 yards and a touchdown, 9 catches for 100 yards and 3 touchdowns, 15 catches for 200 yards and 3 touchdowns, 12 catches for 90 yards and 2 touchdowns. He caught 12 passes in week 17 to get 100 on the year, by the way. 9 catches for 67 yards and 1 touchdown. Those are the games in which he scored touchdowns, but you had games of 2 for 39, 4 for 33, 4 for 40, 3 for 23, 4 for 34, 3 for 44. Those are not usable fantasy games, but the other weeks were blow up. So I kind of feel like there's a blow up vibe here for Tyler Lockett that makes him more appealing in best ball. Julio Jones, to me, far more appealing in best ball. He doesn't have to be the alpha dog anymore with A.J. Brown there. The Titans have essentially said we're going to be conservative with him. We know he's had injury problems. I could see him being a guy who has a few blow-up weeks and is a complete headache the rest of the way. And Jamar Chase being a rookie, he's my highest-rated rookie here. With the up and downs for Joe Burrow in camp, I'm not really comfortable putting him any higher than this.
Got it. Let's get to your next tier, Joe, and that is tier 6, parentheses, another pivotal tier. Only 2 guys, your smallest tier. Why do Chase Claypool and Jerry Jeudy have their own tier?
Because I view these guys as complete and utter values at their current ADP. And we're gonna do an article, Ross, on fantasypoints.com. That's going to be kind of our values, players to targets, and league winners. And I view values and players to target as kind of a Venn diagram. You know, the Venn diagram, the circles.
Yeah.
And then where do they intersect? And values are one. Players to target's another. If I look at a value, I say, man, this guy is a good bet to outproduce his ADP. Okay. Players to target is somebody who I'm comfortable taking at their ADP because I think they're fairly priced based on the fact that I think they can blow up, or I think the market has read this player correctly, or just somebody who I want on my team. Where they intersect is where I call league winners, where a guy who I think is underpriced and I think has league-winning kind of upside, a player I want on my team. You know, if a guy's a value, let's just throw an example out there, like Jamison Crowder, okay? Nobody's going to hate having the Jamison Crowder of years past on their fantasy team. But are you winning a fantasy championship because you have Jamison Crowder on there? He's always underpriced, but he's never really a guy who's going to carry you to a championship. That's a value. A target for me is somebody who I think in the right circumstance can carry me to a fantasy championship or can contribute to a fantasy championship, even if their ADP is correct. Let's say Derrick Henry, ADP of like 4th overall. He's not overpriced. He's not underpriced. He's just priced properly. That's a target for me. This tier, Chase Claypool and Jerry Jeudy, I want one of these two guys, if not both of them, on every team I draft this year. They are underpriced, and I think they have league-winning upside. So this is one of those ones where I feel like I can execute a strategy and still get a player like Jeudy or Claypool. The ADPs are rising a little bit. I've started to have to go into the 5th round to draft Jerry Jeudy, where I'm completely willing to do so. In another way, let's put this another way. These guys I like so much this year, I'm willing to go above ADP to draft them. I'm willing to go get these guys as opposed to waiting for their ADPs because I think they're underpriced. But I also think even if their ADPs rose around, I'd be willing to pay that because I love what these guys can provide.
Wow. Okay. I like that. You are all in on Chase Claypool and Jerry Jeudy.
And they're different players, by the way. I think Jeudy is probably going to be more of the volume type of guy. Claypool could be DK Metcalf light, but it's just an example of guys who I think the market was low on, at least until hopefully, maybe we can mute out this podcast for the people in my leagues, but I think they're different players, but I think it's somebody the markets have been low on who I am significantly higher on.
Tier 7, Deebo Samuel, T. Higgins, and Devontae Smith, another rookie. This one for the Eagles.
Yeah, I think Devontae Smith, I'm not worried at all. I am buying the ADP dip on Devontae Smith. Deebo Samuel, it's just kind of an injury thing for him. And when it comes to T. Higgins, Ross, what's the competition for targets? I love Tyler Boyd at cost. Jamar Chase, I've already talked about him. I haven't drafted a ton of Chase at cost, but Higgins is a guy who's kind of sandwiched in between there after a really impressive rookie season.
Tier 8, my guy from Pennsylvania, Tyler Boyd. My guy from Best Ball fame a year ago, Robbie Anderson from our Best Balls. DJ Chark and Kenny Galladay. Kenny Galladay is pretty low, Joe, for a guy that's getting paid as much as he is.
I'm an avoid on Kenny Galladay. The hamstring injuries are propping up already. We'll see what the Giants look like in the preseason, but early on in training camp, there were not very many good reports on Daniel Jones. This is a team that, frankly, the Giants is a team I've had trouble drafting. As somebody who is in on Saquon, especially thrilled that Saquon's off the PUP list, that is a team I've had really a lot of struggles with drafting in the early going. I'm not sure what to do with them. Kenny Galladay is almost certainly a guy who's going to be off the board before I'm willing to take him. Meanwhile, Tyler Boyd is always a guy who it surprises me how long he lasts. So you could see even within a tier, there's going to be guys who you prefer and guys you don't. But I mean, I guess there is a point where I would draft Kenny Galladay, but it just seems to me he's always gone by that point. Meanwhile, somebody like Tyler Boyd is going to be available at that point where maybe I would have considered Kenny Galladay.
What does it say about the Bengals? I think they're the only team that you have that have 3 guys in your tiers.
Yeah, and it is it's precarious right now because there have been some tough reports about Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's been saying that mentally, he's got to get back there. I want to see if we see Joe Burrow during the preseason. I want to see what these guys look like. But in theory, Cincinnati is loaded at skill position. The questions, of course, are the quarterback and the offensive line. And, other than that, Mrs. Lincoln.
Check him out on social media at FG_Dolan. Maybe more importantly, fantasy season's here. There is no better website than fantasypoints.com. All you need to do is use the code 21Feast and you'll get a discount code on the best fantasy content out there, period. And certainly the best value. I would be drafting fantasypoints.com well above their current ADP, aka their price. Check them out on social at FG_Dolan. That was awesome. We'll do quarterbacks or tight ends next week. Cannot wait. Other than that, I'm stuffed. We're done.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into the DraftKings Dream Stream. It's me, Jeff Ulrich, Moose back here with Christian D'Andrea. This is your third in a row, Christian, I do believe. Closing out Friday here. It's going to be the last sim of Friday. Not the last sim that we're on yet, but we're getting there. But we'll talk about that in a sec. But yeah, last sim for Friday today, guys. Christian, how you doing so far, man?
You know what? I'm doing great. The games before this have been interesting, at least. Maybe not like super exciting, but a couple of close games. Well, last game was a 10-point loss, but whatever. It was the Bengals. No one expected anything better from them. Hey, it's been fine. It's been a good day. You know, it's a nice sunny day here in Madison, Wisconsin. And go out after this, maybe mow the lawn, a little yard work, maybe a cold beverage in hand. We're going to take advantage of what is my first calm, cool, collected weekend in a while. No visitors, no plans, maybe a little trip to the lake, something like that. How about you, Jeff? How are you today? And just as importantly, how is your lineup looking?
I mean, my lineup's probably looking terrible like most sims, but I mean, my day is great. It's really sunny out here. It's hot. Took the dog to the dog park for the first time ever in her life.
Ooh,
you know, she's just, you know, wide-eyed, open, you know, meeting other dogs, scared, but, you know, excited at the same time. So it was fun morning. Did a little bit of work for the sweat this morning and yeah, just pretty chill day so far. So no complaints here either at all. I should have mentioned, I mean, right off the bat, we do have two teams playing, and it's Denver and the Giants, in case you guys are just joining us and wanted that info. It's the Denver Broncos, Giants. I put in, since you asked about my line, I put Cortland Sutton in my captain spot because that's just what I do when the Broncos play.
Yeah. I mean, he used to be just unstoppable in the Maddenverse. Now, no longer has a superstar trade after last season's lost year, but I think he's primed for a big comeback year. Who knows who's going to be throwing the ball, how they're going to look, but I'm way into it. And I like Sutton, the captain spot. I went a similar route with a veteran-ish player who has had better weeks, and I went Golden Tate. I bought the dip on him. So we get two wideouts at captain spot. It might be a little bit tougher for the Giants to throw the ball than the Broncos. Well, Broncos got that great secondary. Giants decidedly do not.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I feel better about my Sutton pick with the Giants on the board. You know, like the Giants aren't exactly what you call a dominant sim team. I mean, sometimes Saquon will go off. But you know, the receivers, every now and then Darius Slayton might break through, but they're not like a dominant sim team. So anyways, as the sims are going, I mean, since it's my first time hosting since the news, I'll take a second and just remind you guys, you know, it's obviously, you know, it's been extremely fun being able to host these, being able to be on as analysts and do play-by-play. Obviously, most of you have heard the news, but maybe some people haven't. We're going to continue to run the simulated games on the DraftKings platform, which means the YouTube, the GitHub, the Twitch, the Playbook, DraftKings stations, wherever. The DraftKings simulations aren't going anywhere, but we're not going to be doing the play-by-play. That's going to pause as of August 31st. So again, maybe you haven't heard, maybe just popping in for the first time. The play-by-plays on these are going to go up to August 31st. Then we're going to end. But, you know, we're still going to be around. The sweat every day, 11 a.m. Eastern, Monday to Friday. The slate is going to be after the 4 p.m. sim on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That's going to be obviously NFL heavy during the NFL season. So we'll be doing like updates on there all day long. I assume the golf show is probably going to be in there too with Reed and I. Maybe we'll let Emerson talk every once in a while, but you know, stuff like that is still going to be going on. So again, just wanted to give people an update. I'm sure most people at this point have heard, but yeah, we'll just touch on it once more time here.
Yeah. I mean, a bummer, but like you said, we're pausing the live commentary while we gear up for regular football coverage. So yeah, we're moving away from the Madden Sims. We're making sure that you have everything you need to clean up when it comes to the actual NFL slate. So all in all, it's a good thing. Well, not for us necessarily, because this is a very, very easy job, and it's kind of weird and wild and wonderful. We get paid for it, but pretty sweet overall.
I mean, I consider all my jobs great, and you know, I don't know, easy, but just fun. So this is definitely one of them. And obviously, yeah, you know, being able to hang out as part of your job and just you know, freelance, so to speak, you know, with the dudes that we have and the dudes and girls and stuff. And Anyways, it's we'll be pausing. It stinks, but at the same time, like Christian said, the NFL programming on DK, this should be good for this NFL season. It's going to be fun too, as well. So, just one more reminder, guys. After this sim, this is the last sim of the day. We do have the American Disc League coming up after this, though. I want to say that starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. No, 7 p.m. Eastern, excuse me, today. So the American Disc League going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's the Pittsburgh Thunderbirds versus the Boston Glory. And then after this sim, the Slate MLB edition with Bukes and Lamarca is coming up. So that's what's coming up after us. Again, we got MLB guys, Bukes, Lamarca, and then 7 p.m. Eastern is the American Ultimate Disc League. Big disc energy, as you like to say, Christian.
Yeah, I'm a little sad we don't have my hometown Madison Radicals out on the field, but you know what? It's fine. You got to let the other team all the time, because then it wouldn't be special when we do get them on the Dream Stream. Is very, very nearly got the first down there, but a drop after a on-target Daniel Jones throw. And Jones is a guy who has looked fairly solid this preseason. He's been making some plays. He's been showing off the big arm, everything that got David Gettleman so hot and bothered about him. But you got to think, Moose, if he can't come through this year, his GM's getting fired, and his fifth-year option is probably not getting picked up. So this is a make or break year. Maybe not quite break, but make. And as he hears us talking about, he delivers deep to Darius Slayton on 3rd and long. So I take it back, Danny Dimes. A near 40-yard reception there. But you got to think that if he can't get it done this year, the New York Giants are going to start looking at moving on and trying to find someone else to take over.
Yeah, no, I think this is a monster year for the Giants for a lot of reasons. And it's a monster year for Daniel Jones. This is it, and this is your 3rd year. Like, you have to show some kind of progression. You have to show that you can get this team competitive. You can't just be like, oh yeah, he's got raw talent. We'll let him hang around for another year. Like, that's not going to cut it anymore, man. It's make or break. They've spent money to get Kenny Golladay in. I think this is a big year, like, for the Giants organization, just in general. I mean, do they go from like backing Joe Judge and maybe like making this like a long-term thing, or do they just blow it up again? Because if Daniel Jones stinks, this team is probably going to stink again. And like, where do you go with Joe Judge? I mean, I could see the Giants cleaning house after this year. Absolutely. If it goes really bad.
Yeah, no, they've absolutely moved on from guys after 2 years, and it would not be a surprise if Judge, who was a bit of a questionable hire to begin with. I mean, just had special teams coordinator at the highest point in his resume before coming over to New York. Some speculation that he was going to go coach Mississippi State. Instead, he got this Giants gig, and so far he's looked very much like a branch off the Belichick tree, not bearing any fruit. Again, the most prosperous member of that group is Bill O'Brien, which is not a great not what I want to hear there. This pass is complete on 3rd down. Not going to get enough for the first. Probably coming back anyway. It is indeed. Got to imagine the Broncos will decline that and force a 4th down. But they can move. Yeah, okay. Thought they might move the Giants out of field goal range. Instead, they're going to make Graham Gano kick a 50-yarder here. In the thin air of Mile High Field, should be enough room for him. It is, in fact, good. So 5 points for Graham on that one. Giants take an early 3-0 lead.
I mean, we got 93 Bracken here. First of all, welcome. But I mean, I'm not. Look, the Giants hired Joe Judge. They obviously liked him, but no coach after like a 4-13 season is safe. I mean, like, no coach. I mean, there's legitimately none. Maybe Belichick, and like even him. I mean, he, who knows? Maybe Kraft just be like, I'm sick of this guy. Yeah. So I'm just. That's why I said if things really take a downturn and they're terrible again, I mean, I could see them cleaning house. But anyways, it's a big year for the Giants, because even if they decide to hang and just keep swinging with Joe Judge, I absolutely think they'll be moving on from Daniel Jones. So big year for the Giants, I think, just as an organization, to see where they go.
right. We're going to see that Broncos offense for the first time here. Drew Lock going to get the start in the first Broncos preseason game. Teddy Bridgewater going to take over in game 2, and then Vic Fangio is going to have a decision to make. Not in game 3, because it's very likely we'll see a bunch of 3rd and 4th stringers there, but big decisions to be made before September 12th. Who is going to be the man in Denver? It's going to be the 3rd-year guy, Drew Lock, who was very bad last year, or it's going to be the reclamation project, Teddy Bridgewater, who started off 2020 pretty well before falling off noticeably as, that Philip Lindsay run goes next to nowhere. 3rd and medium coming up here for Denver.
What's your prediction? Who's starting week 1, Denver?
I think it's going to be Teddy Bridgewater. I think Locke, as much as John Elway does seem to like him, Locke just hasn't shown enough. He's been a bit of a problem. He makes bad decisions downfield. He's got that arm. He's got the power. He's got the look of a franchise quarterback until he gets back and has to progress through his reads. I think they want a lower ceiling, higher floor type quarterback in Teddy Bridgewater, and I think that would be much more beneficial for him, given the strength of that defense and the strength of the skill players around him. And I kind of like the running back rotation there too. Melvin Gordon, yes, but also Javonte Williams, the North Carolina back. I think that's going to be a pretty useful platoon for Denver, and should be able to take a lot of pressure off whomever is taking snaps out of the backfield there.
Yeah, I think that's the way they're going to go as well. So we see Noah Fant there to pick up a pass. I think Bridgewater just fits his team better. Like you said, they don't necessarily they just need their quarterback not to turn over the ball. They need him not to be Daniel Jones or Drew Lock. And unfortunately, Drew Lock is one of their options. So I think Teddy Bridgewater ends up being the guy there as well. But, maybe Elway says, no, we got to give this guy one more chance. And Drew Lock starts, but
I think we'll probably end up seeing more throws like that end up to nobody. Oh,
yeah. I wasn't going to say anything. I didn't want to embarrass Drew Lock, but that is kind of like the epitome of Drew Lock right there. Just wide open. No thanks.
Yeah. It was a rough scene for all 3 quarterbacks there last year, and then eventually they had to start Kendall Hinton, a wide receiver at quarterback. Just kind of a lost year in general, given how poorly everything went. But you know what? I think just having that stability of Teddy Bridgewater and knowing that he can be a guy who can win 9 to 11 games with the right roster around. That's what he did in Minnesota. That's what he was on pace to do with the Saints. You know what he's capable of, even if he's not going to be the explosive downfield passer you might want.
Yeah, the Kendall Hinton game, man. Forgot about that one. Jeez, I mean, yeah, what a year for Denver. Lots of stuff going on there, obviously, but yeah.
Dude, that was wild because I had a guy I played that week in fantasy. I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and get Kendall Hinton. I'm gonna start him. I'm gonna start him at wide up, but he's gonna get those quarterback numbers. No, the guy I was playing snapped him up first, and I was like, I'm screwed. No, Kendall Hinton went out there and was good for -2 points. In a week, I won by 1 point.
I did the same thing.
Yeah.
I played him at wide receiver in a season-long league that week. Never have felt stupider in my entire life.
Yeah, it was literally like, all right, this guy's 10 points guaranteed, right? Even if he's just getting the option, he's going to maybe throw a few passes. He'll probably find the end zone in some way, shape, or form. No, wrong, incorrect. Didn't even get the start. Technically, Philip Lindsay was the starting quarterback as the Broncos went mostly out of Wildcat. When Hinton was in the game, things went poorly. I think he threw a pair of interceptions that day. He did, yes. He had one completion on 9 attempts for 13 yards and 2 interceptions. Just a wildly terrible day for a guy who was really just doing the best he could with what he had.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was kind of like a conglomeration of things, like with Kendall Hinton. Okay, we get it. He's not a quarterback. We knew he wasn't going to be a great quarterback, but Hinton also wasn't a good wide receiver. He wasn't a starter. He was basically a practice squad player. So I think people like me kind of overlooked that. I just thought, this guy's like a wide receiver. He's going to be running around the field. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
No, he's really not that good at wide receiver either. So I should have put two and two together and just been like, no, this is going to be a monster dumpster fire. But anyways, it was at the very least it was amusing,
Poor Kendall Hinton, undrafted.
Poor Kendall Hinton
has played one game in his NFL career, and it was that game. Oh, just absolutely brutal. And he was a college quarterback. That's the kind of the nicest thing you can say there. He played some games for Wake Forest. He threw some passes. He had some decent rushing numbers. He was a decent college athlete, but a totally different scenario, especially when he hadn't been taking snaps at quarterback the previous 2-3 years, and now he's got to get thrown to the wolves. So good on him for doing what he could.
Yeah.
Like hopefully he gets a few more game reps and he can just kind of walk like his Pro Football Reference page won't just be one completion for 13 and 2 interceptions.
Yeah, I kind of got the feeling maybe that's it for Kendall Hinton, but like you said, I kind of hope that at some point he just starts one more game, maybe catches a pass at least and does something. But I last year was so wacky. Like we had the the Baltimore game where they had to start 3 third stringers, but I completely had forgotten about the Denver game, the Hinton game, man. Like that was stuff of legends right there. Yeah. Anyways, we're winding down the first quarter here, just talking with Christian DeAndrea here, guys. Last sim of the day. Again, we got the American Ultimate Disc League coming up, 7 p.m. Eastern on the Sweat. And then after this game, we're going to have the Slate MLB edition as well. So hang out for those. Just a reminder, guys, with the preseason going on, I mean, you guys know this already. We've said it, but there's not going to be any sims tomorrow on Saturday. The sims will restart after this sim is over. They'll restart on Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern. So it's going to be 4 sims starting at 4 p.m. Eastern. You're going to have a 4, a 6, an 8, and a 10 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. So that's when the sims will be coming back to you.
Yeah.
Even says, I'm going to be on all 4 Sunday. Let's go.
A long day. That's what I was saying in the last sim. Like these are the last few weekends we can go out and really enjoy it, or at least do unplanned things, because obviously you're going to enjoy sitting at home, watching Saturdays, watching Sundays, maybe a cold beverage in your hand. But now, it's the last few weekends, we're like, oh, let's go out and do something. Let's go somewhere. Let's maybe play a round of golf. Let's maybe go to the lake. Let's just go hang out and play some cornhole in the backyard. Once football season rolls around, unless you got the projection screen outside, you're pretty much locked in to just kind of digesting football. You're up early on Saturday. You get the housework done quickly. Your laundry's all done and folded by 11, so you can catch that big noon kickoff. And then Sunday, obviously, once the NFL slate starts in the middle of September, you are locked in for that day. You got your lineup set. You're checking your fantasy points totals obsessively. Part of me is really looking forward to it, and part of me is also anxious, because I know I'm going to be checking those scores way too often. There are going to be points where I'm I got to stop checking the scores. My guys do way better when I don't check the scores. Maybe I won't check it until Monday, and then I check in 5 minutes later because I'm a lunatic. I don't know if you're the same way, Jeff, but it's going to be that good anxiety coming up in a very, very fun way.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the craziness and the hecticness of a Sunday NFL slate, with your season-long, stuff going on, but then your daily fantasy teams mixed in. Half the time, I don't even know where I'm at. I'm okay, this guy's doing good, but this guy's doing bad, but this guy's doing great. So maybe I'm winning here, but I'm also losing there, and I still got a chance here. But no, man, it's just like a smorgasbord of awesomeness. So I'm looking forward to being a part of it again. Obviously, we're gonna have the Sweat, I'm sure, Sunday edition, warming you guys up for it, giving you all the advice, getting the injury news out and stuff like that. I'm going to have, my favorite plays up there on the DK Nation playbook for big GPPs, how to attack those with stacks. So you can look for that article, drop in early September. And, I'll be throwing stuff out on my Twitter. You can give me a follow at the Fantasy Grind. Give Christian a follow too. He's got that post, that Substack there. I mean, Good God. If you haven't subscribed to that, what are you doing? The football season's here. You're going to miss out.
Get in there. Yeah. Not only do we have NFL breakdowns, we have some of the best straight-up picks in the business. Jeff, past 2 years, on NFL Pick Watch. I've gone into week 18, the top regular season straight up picker of the year. So I got a title to defend. It does fall apart a little bit in the playoffs, but I still finished second overall last year. My colleague Sarah Hardy, top 20 as well. So we do okay with picks. So if that is what you're interested in, by all means, subscribe. And if you want just general NFL knowledge, analysis, breakdowns, we got that for you too.
Here's a little tidbit. When I first started working for DraftKings, like the first year I did NFL coverage, I did like a monster article for them every week. And one of the things I did in it was I did straight up picks. Like I gave scores, predicted scores for each game. So I think it was Pick Watch started tracking them for me. Like they're like, okay, Jeff Allred from DraftKings, here's his picks. And 1 week I went 16-0. 16-0. All of my picks, guys, all of them correct across the board. People were like DMing me. They're like, my bosses are like, what the heck? Like you didn't tell me you were a genius. I'm like, guys, don't expect this to last.
Yeah.
Like
this is not indicative of future performance.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll always remember that. I did, and the funny thing was, Christian, I didn't even know I went 16-0 until this website like tagged me, because like I wasn't tracking it. I was just obviously watching my fantasy teams. But yeah, that was a fun week. I'll never forget that week.
Yeah, would have been a nice.
Unfortunately, I didn't make a 16-team parlay.
Yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't be here right now.
You could
It's
have
always
turned
funny
$5 into a college fund.
because since that week, I've always thought, every week I should do like a $2 16-team parlay, see if I can do it again. But I never do, and I always forget. And it's probably good that I forget because it'd just be $2 down the drain. But
every like I have usually one a week, one per year where I get a perfect record, and a couple of others where I go like 14-2, and then there's always that 1 week where I bomb out and go like 5-11. I have that Bill O'Brien, Brian between us. Everything falls apart. So like everyone gets real excited about following us and like leaving comments, and then that week happens, and then my follower count suddenly drops unexpectedly. Like, yep, that makes sense. This all tracks. All right, Giants here looking to extend this lead. Seeing a little bit of Saquon, but Danny Dimes getting some work done. Leads Evan Ingram maybe a little bit too much there, but still picks up a few on the check down. 3rd and 5 coming up here.
Long Stroke says Christian's back to using Pert Plus.
Good stuff.
Disco, what's up? Larizi, Twitch fam, YouTube, Congo Cab. Yeah, no Sims tomorrow, Congo. Off all Saturday. Like I said, the Sims will be back Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern, so 4 on Sunday. But see you guys there in YouTube chat. Appreciate you guys hanging out here on Friday. This is the last Sim of the day. We get the Slate MLB edition, so some Major League Baseball advice coming up after from Slates and Buke. Or no, Slates and Buke, jeez. From Buchanan and Lamarca, Matt Lamarca. I'll just get my people right here. It is the Slate MLB edition. That's why I said that. And then American Ultimate Disc League, 7 p.m. Eastern. We got the Boston Glory. Oh, I forgot the other team. It's like Seattle. No, it's not Seattle. Who is it, Jeff?
Pittsburgh.
Birds. There you go.
How dare you? How dare you forget Pittsburgh? The Pittsburgh, the Thunderbird Glory rivalry.
Pittsburgh just doesn't seem like an American Ultimate Disc League team. I don't know why. Anyways, whatever. It's Pittsburgh and Boston for the American.
That was the thing at Carnegie Mellon. Like we had really competitive Ultimate teams, and they would have some of the best and weirdest parties. Big college played same thing. Yeah, Pitt had.
I'm showing my American ignorance. Never mind. I apologize. I didn't realize Pittsburgh was a big college town. I just picture Pittsburgh, and I'm like, God, there's just steel workers everywhere. That's it. The whole city's just made of steel. There's no parks.
True.
There's no trees. It's just steel everywhere. Steel girders. People building buildings. That's what I have a picture of with Pittsburgh in my head. So
it's like it's all robber barons, like just grinding steel workers down to nothing. Yeah, and then every now and then you get a college student just throwing a disc around.
Yeah.
See, you got 2 Pitt area grads here. I went to Carnegie Mellon, game at 8 behind the scenes, went to Pitt. Oh, am I frozen? I am, in fact.
No, we can hear you. Are you frozen though? Is your face frozen? Oh, Christian has.
All right, back.
Okay, good. All right, good. Whew.
Yeah, no, it happens. Just every now and then, my laptop decides it doesn't want internet anymore, and I got to switch bands. But fortunately, I got that problem fixed, or at least more fixed than it once was, which was not fixed at all.
We're just glad to have you here, buddy. 3 in a row on a Friday. You're hoisting the Sims on your back as per usual. So, did you get a chance to watch any of the NFL action last night?
I did. I made sure, of course, I tuned in to that wonderful, wonderful Patriots victory over Washington, where we got to see Ramondre Stevenson break away on a 91-yard run against a bunch of guys who will not be in the league this year, but still impressive to see a guy that size put some moves out there and break away. Did not tag him as a 90-yard runner, but here we are, although he was very nearly caught at the end. And I paid attention to that Steelers-Eagles game as well, which was not great for Eagles fans out there because your most effective quarterback was somehow Joe Flacco, which is absolutely not what you want to hear right now. Jalen Hurts and Nick Mullins combined for 4 completions on 12 passes, fewer than 60 yards between them. So the Eagles seems like they're going to be as bad as we thought they'd be. And maybe, just maybe, the Steelers are going to be not in decent shape once Ben Roethlisberger retires, because I don't think Dwayne Haskins looked all that good, but I think they will be okay this year. I think Najee Harris, in his limited run, did look like a guy who can take over that RB1 role there, maybe come close to living up to the early hype that he's gotten in fantasy.
So I completely agree. Like, if you look at what Jalen Hurts did on the stat sheet, it doesn't look good, but I watched the game and then I went back and watched all his throws again. I mean, he only had 7 throws. Honestly, 2 of them were straight drops. Like, I'm not talking like he just missed the guy and he should have caught it. I'm talking like straight drops. So right off the bat, he was 3 for 7. 2 of them were like nothing even clear his fault. I mean, he legitimately put one guy like on the numbers, and I know Rager dropped one of them, which does speak to a concern that Jalen Rager is absolutely terrible, and that draft pick is probably going to haunt them for a decade. But
he's so good at getting open, and then he just does nothing. It's wild. It's like Nelson Aguilar all over again. So I'm looking forward to when Rager leaves after like year 4, and then goes and connects with Derek Carr and makes the Raiders
right, and becomes decent again. Yeah, the throws he did complete, like. And this is where you have to differentiate. All 3 of his completions were like legit completions. Like, they weren't checkdowns. Like, they weren't screens. He made a beautiful throw to Dallas Goedert. Like, he was covered, hit him right on the sidelines in stride. He made a couple other throws, like one over past the sticks for like 10 yards. He looked good, and he didn't take a sack. He had to, and one of his incompletions was a throwaway. So I think he basically missed one pass, and it was a bomb to Quez Watkins where he just overthrew him. So I actually think Hurts looked fine. I actually thought he had a bit more zip on his ball. Again, you're not going to get that by looking at the stats. That's my takeaway. But yeah, Eagles fans, I know, and the general media are going to look and say, "Oh, Hurts isn't good." So that was my big takeaway from that game. And I actually had the opposite takeaway on Mac Jones too. What was your opinion? Because I don't want to talk here for like 5 minutes in a row. What was your opinion on Mac Jones?
I think he was not asked to do too much. I think he was asked to identify defenses and make the right check down choices. But neither him nor Cam Newton was really going for it long. Neither was Ryan Fitzpatrick, who was all a very low impact offense on both sides. I mean, Fitzpatrick did have that very nice back shoulder throw to Logan Thomas, which suggests that he might be what Washington does need. But, I think the thing I like to see from Jones was he identified coverages and he made smart decisions. He just didn't make big plays downfield, which is not concerning right now, but it's something he's going to have to prove later on. And the good news is he seems to be picking up the playbook early, and that's not something that many rookies do under Bill Belichick. So if that is in fact the case, I do like his chances of emerging as a viable starter this season. Just might take a while.
Yeah, and I think you made a good point. He wasn't asked to do too much. I opposite to Hurts, I don't think any of Mac Jones's completions were like over 10 yards. They were basically all checkdowns, but that's basically what he was being asked to do as well, right? So, and he did move the offense a bit, which is good. If that's what they were doing, then he was executing it, and that probably puts him in a good grace to Bill Belichick. So, yeah, pretty muted game, like nothing to get too excited about, but he looked the part. He looked like he could execute a bit. I don't know. Maybe they'll open it up a little bit in game 2.
Oh, no.
Down goes Law.
Back-to-back sacks with goal to go. So this started off inside the 10 and will end with a 38-yard field goal attempt from Brandon McNiss. Not ideal. And Moose, we are diving into the weekend on the wrong foot because this game has been bad.
It's been bad. Been trying to kind of just ignore it. You know, we're talking about the first preseason games here on Thursday and a couple other things. You know, like week 1 NFL routines and stuff like that. But yeah, this game is stunk, man. Drew Lock obviously haven't been able to move the ball, taking a couple sacks there to keep the Broncos out. So if you stack the D's, you're loving this. If you stack special teams, you know, if you're a kicker guy, I mean, Jason Ross is probably leading the contest by like 1 million points right now. I didn't look, but anyways.
Yeah, Congo Cap saying that Haskins looked better than Rudolph, and I'm not sure about that. I think he still goes through his progression so slowly, and that it doesn't inspire any confidence that he's going to be able to get up to game speed, even in the Steelers' offense. I'm holding out a ton of hope. I think he's got a lot of talent. I think it's just the decision making isn't there, whether it's on the field or off the field. And there are times where he does make the right decision, and then his body doesn't go through it. Like he had a great third down play where he bought time in the pocket, he scrambled, he found an open guy, and then he winged the ball 15 yards past. And I think that's just kind of endemic of the problems you're getting with Dwayne Haskins. Not consistent enough to put it all together. I'm not saying Mason Rudolph is better, but I think that there is, and I am shocked I am saying this, even as I would never have said this, even like maybe even last month, but there's a non-negligible chance that Dwayne Haskins is not as good as Mason Rudolph, and that is wild to me. This is a guy who rewrote the record books at Ohio State, and he has been just so underwhelming and so disappointing. And hopefully, I mean, he did put together a nice stat line in the preseason. Maybe that's something to build from. Like, I want to see him get there. Dude has all the talent to be an NFL starting quarterback. Just holy geez. Like, he just hasn't put it together yet.
Yeah. I mean, at first glance, like Dwayne Haskins looked like he had a pretty solid game. But again, going back to look at like all his throws, which I did for some reason today, just because I was interested and I wanted to see if he actually, I mean, I didn't like, there was at least 2 or 3 balls, at least 2, where if first string guys are in there, I'm pretty sure they're picks.
Yeah.
Like he missed the guy by much, but maybe the corner didn't react fast enough, but like they're floated out there. There's a lot of the same, but maybe a little bit better decision-making by Dwayne Haskins.
Those windows.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's kind of where I'm with you. I mean, you know, you get to give him a little bit of praise maybe for being better, but I wouldn't steam it up too much here with Haskins. And also beating out Mason Rudolph isn't exactly, you know, like a feather in your cap.
Not confidence building, no.
Yeah.
You'd hope that he gets the hang of things and starts hitting those windows before they slam shut on him. But I mean, it's still pretty early into his Steelers tenure. He's still got to learn the offense. Let's give him time.
Yeah,
I hope he has the better raw talent than Mason Rudolph for sure.
And on that note, here's a clip from the Sweat earlier today. Stan's son, AJ Schultz, and myself, we all looked back on last night's NFL preseason game. So a little bit more color for you on that regard, guys. Here you go.
There were 2 NFL preseason games last night. Patriots and Washington football team faced off. Steelers and Eagles met in Philly. Any takeaways from either of those games? Biggest takeaway?
Biggest takeaway, probably 2. One was the Quez Watkins. You know, he had the splash play on the little bubble screen, showed off his 4.35 40 speed. You know, he's been the buzz in camp. Like every day, like the beat writers have just been raving about him. So it was nice to see him. He also, Hurts missed him on a long throw. So he had 2 targets. I think more importantly, though, he was out there with Hurts in 2 tight end sets. So, I mean, if you PFF, he tweeted that Gibson was on 57% of the snaps. McKissick still got 50% of the passing down snaps with the lone long yardage one. So, you know, his ADP's in the second round. You know, if he's not going to get the passing work, that's going to be bad for him.
All right, AJ, what do you think? Any key takeaways from either of those games?
Well, I think the one for me is on the other side for the Steelers. You know, we talked yesterday about all their offensive weapons. I thought it was interesting that Claypool didn't have a single catch in this game. He did have a run that he lost 2 yards on. Juju, for his part, he caught all 3 of his targets and looked solid. So I think it's going to be an interesting breakdown of how they shuffle around that roster.
What's up, guys? Welcome back in. Hopefully you enjoyed that little clip. We got one more half to go here before we call it a day on the Sims. Anyways, we do have the MLB Slate edition coming up for talking baseball with Steve Buchanan, Matt LaMarca, and then we've got we've got a little bit of big disc action coming up. American Ultimate Disc League, 7 p.m. Eastern, Boston Glory, Pittsburgh. Oh my God! Thunderbirds. Thank you.
How dare you?
T-Birds. How dare I?
First, you call Pittsburgh not an ultimate town.
I'm sorry. This is
throwing daggers all around. Now you can't even remember the name. The T-Birds. The T-Birds. There's one thing you associate with the city of Pittsburgh. It's all the classic cars that were made there, like the Thunderbird.
Oh man. Brutal. That's on me. Sorry, city of Pittsburgh. That's twice. It's twice. Try not to go for 3 here. We got a 6-3 barn burner here. Field goals galore. Giants. Graham Gano. Brandon McManus just having a hell of a day. Well, nobody else does anything. So that's where we're at.
No. Well, we had Justin Tucker, the player of the game in the first sim, so.
Oh, really? Tucker won the first. Wow, so it's just been that kind of day.
Yeah, it's exactly. Tucker drained 250 yards in the first half, and that was pretty much good enough to give him the win. These sims today have not been super exciting. It's like the game doesn't even know it's Friday. It's like it's just going to limp its way to the big disc energy that comes later. Like it just knows it's about to be upstaged by the Thunderbirds.
All right. Drew Lock, what you going to do? What you going to bring us here for the second half, friend?
Oh, yeah, there it is.
More of the same. So, I mean, let's talk about the other game then. We obviously, or the other teams, I should say. I mean, we talked about Mac Jones a bit. Anyone on Washington you're kind of hyped for next year? Anything you see from on their side that you saw in preseason that you liked, or?
I mean, Logan Thomas does look like he's going to be for real. The breakout does seem sustainable. The guy who really, really got me excited, and again, it's preseason, so I take it with a grain of salt, but Jarrett Patterson, I loved him at Buffalo. Dude was a touchdown machine. He played for a great head coach in Lance Leipold. Just was a little bowling ball of a running back who was the definition of pure action. And now he is on that Washington roster. He had a great night last night, 70 total yards, 4 catches on 4 targets, did a little bit of everything. Looked like he could really be maybe not a difference maker, but could work his way into the lineup, could maybe even usurp Peyton Barber in that 3-headed running back platoon that Washington runs out there with Antonio Gibson, J.D. McKissick, and then running back X. So Patterson is a guy who did look the part of a pro running back last night. I'm very excited to see him get a little more run. I kind of like what I saw from Taylor Heineke too. I mean, I think he is going to be able to stick around as a backup quarterback. He's not going to have to go back and finish his master's at Old Dominion just yet. He looks like he will stick around for a couple more years at least, collect some paychecks, maybe upgrade that house a little bit. So good for him. As Saquon stuffed there. We had a Broncos punt to start things, and unless the Giants can gain 7 yards here, we're going to get a Giants punt in response. What about you? Anything from Washington that stood out to you other than Chase Young still looking like Chase Young?
Yeah. I mean, that's probably like the biggest thing. I mean, I think they were obviously fairly conservative on offense, and I mean, I get it. It's, it's preseason, but I think the big thing is just I think this Washington defense could be legit in terms of how dominant they are, assuming like Young can stay healthy and stuff like that. So interesting to note. Not much else, there really. I mean, I don't know. Antonio Gibson not being used in the pass game. I saw some people kind of pointing that out. I don't think he's going to be like a huge passing game guy. So if you are planning on taking Gibson, I would really consider that. I don't think he's going to be a big PPR guy at all this year. You mentioned Patterson. He could get worked in. So I don't know. A little bit concerned about just Antonio Gibson's like path there to a big season. I still like him, but if McKissick is still going to be like one of their leading receivers, it's going to take away from the upside a bit. So
right, yeah. You have probably the most prolific PPR back in the league right now, right next to you. And Gibson's a guy who did get a fair share of targets as a rookie and came out of Memphis as like this hybrid wideout / running back. No one really knew quite what to make of him, which is why he fell in the third round despite having that bona fide speed and bona fide skills. I think part of it might just be that, Washington right now wants to drill run first into his brain. So that might be what we're seeing right now. And then they'll tap into that passing down capability later. It's a nice platoon in Washington where everyone seems to have some defined roles there. It honestly reminds me kind of what the Patriots do with James White and whoever RB1 is any given year, whether that's Sony Michel or this year Damian Harris. Nice strike to Saquon out of the backfield. Put this one into scoring position. Gibson's a guy who I think is probably going a little bit too high in fantasy drafts. I mean, per Fantasy Pros aggregate rankings consensus of 112 experts, he's now the RB11 ahead of guys like Joe Mixon, Najee Harris, CEH, Chris Carson, David Montgomery. And I can understand it because those guys, I think once you get out of the top 10, like once you get past that Saquon, Jonathan Taylor, Nick Chubb kind of level, things really do drop off. So make sure you're getting at least one of the top 10 running backs this year. Try your damnedest to get two if something goes weird, because you go from guys who are more or less kind of sure things in that top 10, if they can stay healthy, to guys who are going to be they're going to be useful and they're going to be really popular, but they're going to be a lot more difficult to depend on as the season wears on. Nice strike there. Sterling Shepard
just shoestring tackled there on the 5. Yeah, I mean, what's your overall take on the Giants? Like, do you believe Daniel Jones is going to take a step forward? I mean, like, how do you view this team going forward? I mean, are they your pick for the NFC East, or?
No, I don't think they're going to be either. I think Daniel Jones will. I think he's going to be better. I think even if he just.
It's hard to be worse. It's hard to be worse than what he did last year. He fumbled so many times last year.
Yeah, and he made bad decisions. He didn't have a lot of great targets to throw to, and honestly, Evan Ingram did him no favors. Evan Ingram's passer rating when targeted was like 57. It was just a shocking how bad he was when he was targeted, and yet he was still somehow a Pro Bowler. Makes no damn sense to me. I do like that they upgraded around Jones. I think with Saquon healthy for a full season, I think with the line, especially if Andrew Thomas can be a little bit better, as we get a touchdown to Evan Ingram, who heard me talking about him, decided, you know what, bro? I'm going to catch a touchdown right now and rub that in your face. First touchdown of the game belongs to the worst Pro Bowler in recent memory, Evan Ingram. Yes, what was I saying? Right. I think blocking will be a little bit better. I think the receiving core is greatly upgraded. For me, it's that defense is relying on a lot of guys to play up to their potential to make the leap. You need Adoree Jackson to look like the guy he was supposed to be in Tennessee. You need Jabril Peppers to be the guy he was with the loaded potential at safety when the Browns took him the first round a few years back. Those linebackers really do concern me. And Leonard Williams is great, and around him, I have concerns. So I think you're going to need Danny Dimes to take a Josh Allen type leap if you want to be able to compete, because the Giants are going to have to score a lot of points this season.
Yeah, I mean, I always talk to Rossi about the Giants. He's obviously big on them. He thinks everything's going to go good. Look, it's the type of division that's completely wide open. So he's not necessarily wrong. I just don't see it. I mean, you've got Jason Garrett there.
Yeah.
Joe Judge, like lack of head coaching experience. And then you've got like a guy in Daniel Jones who just hasn't really shown that he's like going to be some kind of huge leader in the NFL. And then Saquon coming off the ACL. Like I think there's a lower chance that like they put it all together than all of a sudden it comes together for them. So I'm not big on them. They kept a lot of games close last year. Like their defense was actually quite good, but
it punched above its weight class.
Yeah, I think so. It's just not a team I'm super thrilled on, but I recognize the division's wide open. I mean, look, all 4 teams were in it last year, and we could get a similar scenario this year. So I wouldn't shock me. There's Philip Lindsay on the catch.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if the Cowboys really do have a problem with Dak's shoulder, that's going to change things up quite a bit. I still think Washington is going to be the team to beat if we can just get like an average Tampa performance out of Ryan Fitzpatrick that does such wonders for their offense, because they didn't have anyone who could really throw downfield. And we saw what that did when Taylor Heineke came in the playoff game, and all of a sudden defenses couldn't just default to stopping the short route. They made Taylor Heineke look like a viable NFL starter. This was the Buccaneers. This wasn't some scrub team. Heineke took them by surprise and made some plays downfield. If Fitzpatrick can be that guy, it's not only going to make life easier for their defense, it's going to make life easier for that running back platoon that we were just talking about, because they will have fewer stacked boxes to run against. Safeties won't be creeping up next to the line of scrimmage because they know that there's a quarterback who's actually willing to throw a ball 10 to 15 yards downfield instead of Alex Smith, who might as well have been throwing slow pitch softball pitches out,
Yeah, absolutely. Washington's my pick for the NFC East. I think that offense is going to be better with Fitzpatrick, and I just think that their defense is going to be dominant. So, but hey, who knows, man? It's pretty crazy. It's a wide open division. All right, Ingram scored the only touchdown. If you're just joining us, guys, this one has been a bit of a snoozer. 2 field goals for the Giants. McManus field goal, 12.8% owned for Ingram in the captain spot.
Dom saying don't be talking bad about my Cowboys. Not talking bad, just pointing out the obvious. If Dak can't go, things get grim real fast there. So it's
they get grim in a hurry if Dak.
And this is even a team when Dak was lighting the world on fire and throwing for 450 yards per game. They still went 1-3 in those first 4 starts. Granted, against good competition, but man, you need that defense to improve. You need Leighton Vander Esch to look like the guy he was his rookie year, because I can't think of a player that's fallen off harder after showing so much promise early on. Vander Esch was a guy who looked like the future of that defense. He was everywhere, sideline to sideline, a great inside linebacker, the kind of guy who can get everywhere, like teleport to stop the run and really set up the rest of your defense behind him. And instead, injuries have really just crushed his effectiveness. Hopefully he can get back to full strength, and hopefully he can be that guy that he was back in 2018.
Yeah, drafted him to be the heir apparent to Sean Lee, and it appears like from an injury perspective he is. Here's one more sweat clip today, guys. Again, we talked a lot of NFL, so we want you guys to be able to view it. Earlier today on the sweat, Stan's son, AJ Schultz, and I again. So the 3 of us again, same 3 you saw at halftime. This time, though, we did actually debate the value for the prop plays of the New York Giants. So a little Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley mixed prop to debate. Here it is, guys. Here's our thoughts on that.
All right, guys, after a heartbreaking ACL tear last year, the Giants are hoping to get a healthy dose of Saquon Barkley in their lineup this season. If you think that'll happen, you can get plus 350 odds for Saquon to get 1,200 plus regular season rushing yards, plus Daniel Jones 400 plus regular season rushing yards. Now, this does include a Daniel Jones prop along with Saquon. So do you like that, Stan, or does including Daniel Jones turn you away from this bet?
Anytime I hear Daniel Jones, I just want to automatically fade it. But I'm actually good with that side of the prop. it's the Saquon side that I have serious reservations about. When he was healthy in his first 2 seasons, he averaged around 79 yards per game. At that number, if he misses 2 games, he misses the prop. I could definitely see him missing 2 games this year. So, if this prop was a combined yardage total rather than broken it down into individual players, it's probably more palatable. But, I just worry about the Saquon side of this.
AJ, are you actually more worried about the Saquon side than the Daniel Jones side?
No, actually, and I agree with what Stan said. I think there's a possibility that Barkley could miss this, though. I might be willing to take it, maybe if it was on its own. But yeah, Daniel Jones, let's not forget, he had 65 rushing attempts last year. Like, that's really high for a quarterback. I just don't see the Giants wanting him to go out there and do that often. I think maybe 45, closer to what he had 2 years ago, is a better target for him, even with the extra game in there. And I think they'll try and reduce the number of times that he does that, and I think that's really going to hurt his yards. So I'm with Stan. I think there's easily Barkley could miss a game or two, and then he misses that, but I'm actually more worried about the Daniel Jones side.
All right, Jeff, are you worried about both sides, one side more than the other?
I mean, definitely you have to be a little bit worried about the Saquon prop. I mean, obviously not even really guaranteed for week one, although it looks like he's trending towards that way. I do think if Saquon is healthy to start the year, this is a huge season for Saquon Barkley. He's going to do everything he can to stay healthy and obviously be out in the field. But more to that, I think if he's out there and ready and willing and healthy, the Giants are going to give him the ball. So I have less reservations. I'm actually interested to see what his prop will be, because his rushing over prop isn't actually on the DraftKings Sportsbook right now, at least that I can see, like as an individual. So when that comes up, that might be something to look for an over, because it could be lower than usual. Again, you are probably going to get a bit of a discount because you're talking about a player coming off an ACL injury. I think the Giants are going to do everything they can to rush him as much as possible, keep the ball out of Daniel Jones's hands so they don't fumble every drive. And I think the Saquon prop is much more attractive. But AJ alluded to this. Daniel Jones went from rushing from 21.5 yards per game last year to over 30. I don't think with Saquon in the lineup that's going to happen. And also, don't forget, the 80-yard stumble run really boosted his average there. Like, when you get one 80-yard run as a quarterback, that's going to do something to your averages. He's probably not going to do that again. He's probably not going to run for 80 yards ever again in a game. So all things considered, yeah, the Daniel Jones one, it has me out on this combined total. I am interested to see what Saquon as an individual rushing prop is once that is up on the DraftKings Sportsbook. All right, guys, welcome back on in. Hopefully you enjoyed that little bit of extra NFL talk on a Friday. Again, this is the last sim of the day, so let's take our time. Let's just stroll on easily through this last sim. Yeah. I know it hasn't been a back and forth shootout, Christian, but at least we're enjoying ourselves here. I mean, we're taking in some Giants talk. I know I blabbered on about the Giants there. I really was not into those props. I mean, we won't get into it again, but I'm not interested in taking like big time, investing heavily into Saquon Barkley's season when we don't even know how healthy he's going to be week one, right? So
yeah, exactly. It's been more that we hope he'll be here. So until you get something definitive, stay away from that one. Daniel Jones, though, I do think I maybe it's more of a gut feeling because his yards per scramble did go down last season. And his overall yardage total was padded by that massive 80-yard run that ended when the snipers got him at the ankles all alone. God, what a beautiful, beautiful play. What a beautiful memory. I'm so glad to have seen it. But I do think he is going to have a capable dual threat running kind of season because he has been that guy. Typically he does end those plays with a horrible fumble, but he has proven that he can be the kind of dual threat quarterback that does well in the modern NFL, and I got to imagine there are going to be some designed runs for him, even with Saquon nearing or at full strength.
Yeah, no, definitely. He averaged, I think he averaged 30 yards per game last year rushing. But again, when you have an 80-yard rush, like that is going to juice up your totals a bit. So, I think he averaged 21.5 in his rookie year. I'd expect that to maybe come down a bit, off the 30. So, I don't know. Again, it's a little bit random. He's an athletic guy for sure.
That's true.
He can move better than people give him credit for. It's probably going to be close. I wouldn't be shocked if he ended up with like 410, 420, whatever. 420, yeah. But, you get my point, right? So, I don't know. I'm a little bit worried about Daniel Jones, too. Like, if things go bad in New York, does he sit a couple games or something at the end of the year? I don't know. So, again, I just don't really want to invest in anything over on the Giants side this year, especially in their offense.
Yeah, I guess you can make the case that he does get beat up quite a bit. I mean, he fumbles so often because he takes all those hits. He got sacked on nearly 1 in 10 dropbacks last year. And while I do think that offensive lines are going to be better, there's still some major question marks there, especially at the tackles with Andrew Thomas having started his career on such cooler, and then you either got Matt Parrott or Nate Solder, who are a little bit questionable. I like Parrott a lot because he's a big Jamaican dude who came and played his college ball at UConn and really thrived despite being a Husky, which if anyone out there has been watching UConn football lately, you know that is not easy to do. But those guys still have a lot of questions to be answered. Melvin Gordon to the goal line before getting crunched. Will he get the call again here, or will it be maybe a Philip Lindsay handoff? Will it be maybe the ultimate vulture and we get a little bit of Albert Okwebunon? Not appear
Alberto? No.
Hey, Melgo in the end zone instead. So Alberto is actually a guy who might have some sneaky upside in that Denver offense, just because I really did like seeing his athleticism at Missouri. He's a guy who, if Drew Lock does get the call for these Denver Broncos, he's a guy who has a little bit of history with them. Didn't get called on a lot last year, but is capable of, he had a solid yards per target number, 8.1. He had 11 catches and 15 targets over 4 games. If he can stay healthy and really claim that tight end 2 spot, he could be a sneaky daily fantasy play, depending on who is playing quarterback for the Broncos any given week.
He was really coming on towards the end of last year, too. So, absolutely like that call. Very athletic wide receiver, really good receiver in college, Alberto. So, Denver has so many interesting skill players. Sutton, Fant, Alberto, even Judy has probably a bit of a bounce back potential. I like Tim Patrick is actually kind of underrated. KJ, the Hamler burglar, the Ham Man. Yeah. So I don't know. They just need to find someone who can distribute the ball properly. Not an easy task, I guess. All right, so we got a Melvin Gordon touchdown. We got an Evan Ingram touchdown. It's a 3-point game now. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the last sim of Friday. There's no sims tomorrow. We got all the preseason football happening tomorrow, so we're not going to try and run against that. We will be back with the sims Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern. You're going to get 4 sims, 4 p.m., 6 p.m., 8 p.m., and 10 p.m. Eastern. So 4 in a row on Sunday, but we'll be off all Saturday and the rest of today. We do have the MLB, the Slate MLB edition coming up with Lamarca and Bukes after this. And then after those guys are done at 7 p.m. Eastern, we have the American Ultimate Disc League. Oh my God, am I going to get this right? The Pittsburgh Thunderbirds. Yes, I did. Versus the Boston Glory. That's the American Ultimate Disc League today. Again, that's 7 p.m. Eastern. This Saquon. Oh, he had trips, or he had room. He had daylight to go. Not going to happen, though. Christian's here. I can see his fridge, but he's stepped away for a sec. So we'll get the full story from him when he gets back. Dude has worked 3 sims in a row. So, we'll give him a little break here. But anyways, regardless, we do have a bit of an exciting end to this game. So, we can step back, do a little play-by-play. A little bit of Daniel Jones stepping back. Check down to lots of room for Saquon. That'll be a good little yardage eater there. Everyone's doing well. It's Friday. Everyone's doing good against the last sim of the day. So we'll have some contests ending as well. The early classic. Assume that's what it's called. Right.
Looks like the Giants are maybe moving the ball to ice this one. Would need a full touchdown.
They are. They're trying. There's Ingram. Starting to get a little bit of movement, yeah. I mean, this one does have a little bit of OT written all over it, but the Giants now get close to field goal territory. Potentially going to squash that potential. Not much to talk about from skill perspective, though, in terms of like guys with totals. There's not much totals. So, again, if we looked at the contest here, Christians, yes, there's two of you. Christian, I feel like we're going to see a lot of defense at the top here. Let me see. Get this open. I'm going to guess we got Ingram. This is the leading lineup in the free roll, the big free roll. We got Ingram, captain, Barkley, Jones, Lindsey, Gano, and Melvin Gordon.
Okay.
All right.
Gordon been pretty much the only real useful player on that Broncos side. He's got their only touchdown. Ingram has been kind of indispensable, possibly having a better day. Well, I was going to say having Saquon Barkley. That helps him out a little bit. No, Ingram was a guy I was looking at, and I was like, you know what? I got enough money. I can roster both quarterbacks. Get in here, Drew Lock, and currently Drew has fewer than 6 fantasy points, so I feel like I've made better decisions in the past. Ingram, by the way, has just a shade under, looks like 18 points in the flex. So having a pretty solid day, despite only 46 receiving yards, 7 catches, and that touchdown. Saquon only 11 from him, and he is almost 94% owned in our very small Christian Moose, the happy hour free roll, but for real free roll, because I accidentally made one that was a classic slate for Monday, which you know how that happens, how you do that, right? Go in, set a showdown for 45 minutes from now, and you somehow get a full slate 48 hours from now. Happens all the time.
I mean, if I was making lineups, it would happen to me a lot. So, or making contests, I mean. All right, Giants can basically kill this with the first down here. So 3 yards. Saquon just saying, "Yeah, I'm good for today. Let's get out of here." That's gonna be the last timeout for the Broncos. So
I think they got one more after this. I think.
Do they? Oh, they do. Okay, you're right. I'm sorry.
They can get the ball back, but it'll be like 20 seconds and no timeouts when they do. Yeah. This whole thing goes to hell for them. 16 yards away from completely icing it. And, I mean, you go kneel down, field goal, and that would pretty much effectively do it as well, although it would make it academic. So we're going to see a little more Saquon here. If he can bust one in the end zone, he'd start to return some value on that big salary. He doesn't, but he gets pretty dang close. It's going to be 9+. Is it enough for a first down? It doesn't matter, but if it is a first, that will. Yeah, 2nd and inches. So we are not quite in kneel down range yet.
Broncos should have let him score there, for being dead honest, from a strategy standpoint. But realistically, yeah, we could still get some garbage times some garbage time points are on the board here with Saquon. They're probably going to run it again.
There's the first.
Didn't get the touchdown, so
I think it's just going to be kneel down from here.
So probably we're not going to get that garbage time Saquon touchdown, which kind of fits in the mold of this game, because this game has stunk from the start. So,
it really has, yeah.
Why end on a good note when the game has just been consistently terrible, right? So,
yeah. And as much as I would like to babysit Billy Saquon for this one, I think the guy you and I were both expecting to have a nice big performance, Cortland Sutton.
Say his name. Say it.
Against that nothing secondary, 2 catches, 25 yards. He has unfortunately claimed the ignominious crown, the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner.
Him and Drew Lock can
both bad.
Hop on their horses and Broncos and go out to pasture with each other.
Yeah, and then
they're dead in my eyes, Christian. They're dead to me.
Wow, tough but fair.
Didn't even get double-digit points combined. Brutal. Hopefully this isn't like a foreshadow of my actual week 1 lineups. It probably is, but
and let's go ahead and MVP postroute.substack.com player of the game, Evan Ingram. As much as it pains me to say, because he's been just so underwhelming on the field, but here in Simland came through in a big way. So let's go ahead and deal him the player of the game. One of only 2 touchdowns this one. It's 13-10. What an awful way to send us into the weekend. What an awful way to get us hyped for some ultimate. I am disappointed. Not hurt.
As Dennis Green once said, if you want to go ahead and crown him, Christian, you crown him.
Crown.
Evan Ingram, the player of the game, but this sim really doesn't deserve any players of anything. I thought that Broncos logo is it's just unsettling. Like it's like something from a Tim Burton film on that helmet.
That's the one. Yep. Creepy. A little bit off-putting, but like kind of endearing too.
Yeah.
Looking at like something out of Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yes.
Like I'm surprised more goth girls don't have it tattooed somewhere on their body.
Okay. All right. This was the last sim of the day, as we said. We got AR152020, winner in the free roll. He Captain Ingram. He's got Barkley, Jones, Lindsey, Gano, and Melvin Gordon. Okay, so again, I'm going to run through the schedule quickly, and then we're going to get these guys up here. The smart guys, the baseball guys. Oh, with my stats and averages and, BIPIS and whatever other stats are going to use. They're here. But no sims tomorrow for Saturday. The sims are back 4 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. We got 4 sims, 4 p.m., 6 p.m., 8 p.m., 10 p.m. American Ultimate Disc League, 7 p.m. Eastern tonight, starting again, Pittsburgh Thunderbirds, Boston Glory. But coming up right now, we got Steve Buchanan, we got Matt LaMarca, we got the MLB Slate Edition, and I hope they're ready to throw. I can't see their beautiful smiling faces here, but I think they're both here. They're unmuted, so if you're here, guys, take it away.
We are here, Jeff. Don't you worry. Don't you worry your pretty little head. Matt LaMarca and Steve Buchanan are here to get everybody ready for the MLB slate that is starting at 7:05 p.m. on a Friday. My man, Matt LaMarca, he's here. You can't see him yet, but I promise you he's here. Matt, just give us a little hello. Let us know that you are here.
Hi, I'm here.
There he is. There he is. We are very happy to have Matt LaMarca here. We're going to be getting into everything you need to know to win some money ahead of your weekend. If you didn't do well on the Madden Sim, you are going to do well during MLB here tonight. So we will make sure of that, get your bets ready and everything, all that good nature. This is going to be an interesting show for me, Matt LaMarca, for one particular reason. The only thing that is standing between me and a weeks-long vacation is this show right here. Ooh. But I am a true pro.
So this is a getaway day.
This is a getaway day, a long getaway day. But I am a true pro. I am going to give it my all in this show. I'm not going to mail it in. You're still going to get the same info, all the same goodness as you would if I was still going to be here next Monday. But I am also somewhat excited to embark on that vacation that is going to be upcoming.
Understandable.
Okay, so lot to get you here for this slate here. Like I said, 14 games starting at 7:05 p.m. Eastern. Not a lot of weather concerns, which is great. We don't like when there's weather concerns. How do you feel about tonight's pitching prospects that we have here? Zach Wheeler, the most expensive pitcher on tonight's slate, $10,300. And then a bunch of guys in the 9K range, a bunch of guys in the 8K range. Nobody really overly expensive, which is nice because we've been having some issues with expensive players, hitters, pitchers. Don't really have that tonight. So what are your initial thoughts as you look at the list that we have for tonight?
Honestly, I think this might be not from a top heavy perspective. Like there's really no clear cut stud, but this might be the deepest pitching slate that we have gone over. There are like legitimately 8 to 10 guys that I think I have some level of interest in tonight.
8 to 10?
Yes.
What? I think I have like 4, but okay. 8 to 10. Holy cow.
Yeah, and I'm not saying I'm going to play 8 to 10, but
well, of course,
there are 8 to 10 guys that I'm looking at, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. I could make a case for that guy.
Wow. Okay. I'm excited to hear this. So who's number one? Now you got me excited. Who's number one?
I would say my top pitching option here is going to be Robbie Ray.
Yes. Yes. Love
really?
it.
You like that? I thought that you would hate that against your Seattle Mariners.
Look, they can't win every game. That's what I always say. They have to lose sometimes. So
well, they better start winning some eventually.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. But on the days that they are okay to lose, that I give them permission to lose, yeah, I want to use pitchers against them. Robbie Ray is the guy. He's definitely that guy tonight. Yep. Go ahead. Let's hear it, baby.
Yeah, I mean, Ray's just had a great season in general, 2.90 ERA. The big difference for him is just that he is not walking nearly as many batters as he has in the past.
Yeah, not at all.
He's always been a great strikeout pitcher. He's striking out roughly 11 guys per 9 innings again this season. And this Mariners team whiffs an awful lot against left-handed pitchers. Third highest strikeout rate in the league. In that split. So it's just a very good matchup for Robbie Ray. I think he can pile up the strikeouts. He should be able to mitigate the damage on the balls in play. I mean, the Mariners are implied for 4 runs. It's not one of the lower marks on the slate, but it's acceptable for a 9,200 pitcher. And the Blue Jays are pretty significant favorites, moderate favorites, minus 163 or so.
That's pretty good.
So I like Robbie Ray. I think that he kind of checks the boxes of what I'm looking for here.
Yeah. And, I don't want to take credit for this, but I'm going to take credit for this. I said about a month and a half ago, Robbie Ray should be in the talks for the American League Cy Young. Since I brought that into the universe, he's gone from 80 to 1 to 20 to 1. He's actually in the top 5 now. If
you could bet on him to finish 5th, it'd be a great bet.
He might finish first. He might win.
No chance he's finishing first.
Well, you know what? I put my money where my mouth is. I took him at 80 to 1. Great value.
Great closing line value on a losing bet.
But hey, you know what? If I said to you, hey, this X player is 80 to 1, in about a month they're going to slide down to 21, you would say, I'll probably take that bet.
100%. I agree with you, Steve. It's a great way to think about it. Doesn't help anyone. You're ripping that ticket up.
Well, when he shuts out the Mariners tonight with 10 strikeouts, we might get him at 15 to 1, and the odds will continue to go.
Good point.
So, but this is a great spot for him. Like I said, I don't like going against the Mariners because the Mariners are the team that, I bet way back in February to win the AL West. Still a chance. The chance is getting smaller and smaller, but they aren't eliminated yet. They don't have that E next to them on MLB.com to say that they've been eliminated from the AL West. But in this matchup tonight, there's not a lot that you can really nitpick about this spot for Robbie Ray. He's got the strikeout upside. The Mariners don't walk a lot. They're not that good against lefties. There's a lot to like here, and he's only 9,200. Coincidentally, he just shut out the Red Sox through 6 innings in his last start and went down $600 in salary since that spot. So you're actually getting a discount coming off a really strong start. There's nothing ever wrong with that. So Robbie Ray is my number one. He is your number one. And when we're in sync, beautiful things happen. That's the rumor that's going around the daily fantasy worlds. So if that's not reason enough to use Robbie Ray tonight, I don't know what is. Already a couple questions coming in about Zach Wheeler tonight going against the Reds. I'm on the fence. Kind of on the fence here. These teams have only played 3 times together, the Phillies and the Reds. In those 3 games, it's been an average of 16 runs in those games. For whatever reason,
not bad.
These two teams just absolutely beat up on each other. Zach Wheeler has been one of the best pitchers in the National League. I believe as of today.
He's the Cy Young favorite now.
He is a okay. I was making sure because it looks like DeGrom's probably not going to come back this season, which is, par for the course. And, of course, the Mets are still vying for the division. And then that happens. I'm sorry, Matt LaMarca.
Happens.
How do you feel about him going against the Reds? This game is at home in Philly. That's where he has pitched his best baseball at home this season. How do you feel about Wheeler, the only pitcher tonight at 10K and above?
Yeah, I mean, you can use him if you want. I think
this is
the
America.
Ownership on him will be actually pretty reasonable for a 10K plus pitcher. And we know that, like, if he hits his ceiling, it's probably higher than every other pitcher's on this slate.
Correct.
That said, the Reds are about as tough of a matchup as you can get right now. Over the last 14 days, they're first in the league in WRC plus against right-handers. They're first in isolated power. They are striking out at a good rate, a good clip. So that does, play into that upside narrative. But I think my expectations with him would be a little bit lower than usual.
Yeah.
He's coming off a dominant performance against the Mets, but the Reds much tougher. So like for me, I'd rather save the money with Robbie Ray. I'd rather save the money with Desclafani or some of these other starting pitchers we'll talk about. But certainly the upside is there for Wheeler. Like, that's pretty undeniable.
Yeah. So I'm definitely not going out of my way to play Wheeler. Has he been great? No doubt. Can't take that away from him. I don't love the matchup, and that's the only thing. And when he is the most expensive pitcher on this slate by about $400, which is not a ton, but when he's the most expensive pitcher, I need all the boxes checked. And when I look at that matchup immediately and go, I don't love the matchup, the ownership on Wheeler when it comes to Steve Buchanan's lineups is going to be very minimal. Will I sprinkle him in? Absolutely. Am I going, heavy on him? Absolutely not. Because there are definitely other options on this slate, cheaper, in better matchups, better upside than I think that we can get from Wheeler tonight. Which brings me to the next guy I want to touch on, and you just said his name, and Anthony Desclafani. Somebody that has absolutely dominated the team that he's facing for the third time tonight. He has faced the Rockies twice. He's gone 15 innings, shut them out all of them. He's given up just 9 hits, 17 strikeouts, averaging 37.1 DraftKings fantasy points in those starts. With that said, he is coming off the injured list with a fatigued shoulder, which of course is his throwing shoulder. And that's where I get some pause. That's where I get a little bit worried, because all things aside, if this was just a normal start for him, he'd probably be my favorite pitcher tonight, aside from Robbie Ray. But coming off the injured list with a fatigued shoulder, I get a little worried because everything else is great except that one part. And by the way, it's an important one. It's a shoulder injury. It's not like he has like a bruised pinky on his, non-throwing hand. The shoulder that he throws with is bothering him. What do you think? What do you think about this one?
Yeah, I would say with that in mind, he's probably a better cash game play than GPP play, because I expect him to dominate while he's on the mound, but it might only be 5-6 innings. You mentioned the numbers against the Rockies. The Rockies just stink in general against right-handed pitching. They're dead last in WRC plus, specifically looking at the road matchups. They have the third highest strikeout rate against right-handed pitchers in that situation. Like, it's the matchup of matchups, pure dream matchup. I think the price is fair. I do see, looking at some like ownership projections, he will probably be the most popular pitcher on the slate. So I like his safety that he provides you in cash games. The Rockies have the lowest implied team total. Desclafani is the second largest favorite. Like, there's a lot to like about him, but I don't know if he necessarily has that 7+ innings, double-digit strikeouts type of game in his range of outcomes tonight.
Right. I agree with that too. And with you saying that, he could end up being the highest owned pitcher on the slate, that's scary, because there's a lot of bust potential with that said, because of the reasons that we've laid out with the shoulder. And, is he going to go deep into this game? Are the Giants trying to manage his workload? Like, could we realistically see only 5 innings from him tonight? That's a very real possibility.
Yep.
And if we're getting 5 innings out of him, I hate to break it to you, you're probably not getting around 27 DraftKings fantasy points at the minimum of what you're hoping for, rostering him at 9K.
Yeah.
So he is a potential fade on this slate if you're playing large tournaments. And I think that's something you definitely have to consider. Now, you said you liked other guys on here. So if you're going to pivot off of him, who is the guy?
Well, I think Charlie Morton is somebody that clearly stands out, taking on this absolute joke of a Nationals lineup at this point.
Oh, it's just ridiculous.
I feel bad for Juan Soto because I don't think that he's going to see another pitch to hit all season.
Yeah.
The Mets literally walked him every time he was at the plate in their 3-game series. And guess what? The Mets won all 3 games.
Yeah.
When you only have one guy on your lineup, it's pretty easy to pitch around him.
Right.
And Charlie Morton is just a solid pitcher. 3.42 FIP this season. He's averaging right around 10.5 strikeouts per 9 innings. He just pitched against this team in his last start, got us 24.5 DraftKings points. I see no reason why he can't do that again.
So he got you 24.5 DraftKings fantasy points in his last start, and he was $1,100 more expensive. He's dropped $1,100 ahead of this slate. Again, the algorithm doesn't make sense, but I don't care in this sense. I'm glad the algorithm is not making sense because this is a great spot for Charlie Morton, who is too cheap at 8,300 against a team he just flat out dominated and should do again tonight. And you brought up a perfect point. Whoa, Juan Soto. Juan Soto doesn't exist anymore. Juan Soto is not a thing anymore in 2021. They don't have to pitch to him at all. You want to talk about who's the most overpriced person overall in MLB on DraftKings right now? It's Juan Soto. Unless you want 4 walks, 4 walks ain't going to get you 3X on his price right now, but he's just that guy. Morton was my other guy. So I'm glad that you brought that up. Is there anybody else that you're kind of, looking to maybe?
Yeah. I'll kind of run through these rapid fire.
Sure,
I think
great.
I think Blake Snell is an excellent pivot off of Charlie Morton. Blake Snell, stirring. He is stirring as we head into the playoffs here. In 3 of his last 4 starts, he has allowed 1 earned run or fewer, and he has struck out at least 10.8 batters per 9 innings.
Woo.
His last start against the Diamondbacks, who, by the way, he faces against today, 7 innings, 2 hits, 0 runs, 13 strikeouts.
That's more than a batter an inning.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that at 8,400. And again, I think that Morton might be the guy that absorbs the ownership in that range, or at least he's going to take some people off of Blake Snell because like you said, your first indication when I brought up Snell was because he's been dreadful for most of the year, but he's turning things around and the Diamondbacks trash.
The Diamondbacks are that team, though, kind of like the Tigers. Like, they can be pesky against lefties. Like, they have some guys that can hit lefties on that team. And that's always where I get kind of caught up. Like, you could have a great lefty going against the Tigers, and I'm like, they're just so annoying against lefties. Like, the Diamondbacks is that team in the National League against lefties. Like, there's
over the past 2 weeks, they have a 73 WRC plus against lefties. 5th lowest mark in the league. Small sample size of just 2 weeks, but
I mean, Blake Snell it is. I mean, if that's the case, I mean, we're talking about small sample size with Blake Snell, because if you stretch it out for the rest of the season, Blake Snell, no way. Why would I? But if we're going into that small territory, small sample size, then the matchup gels. This would be a matchup. I did not have Blake Snell on my radar. I wrote down with a crayon Blake Snell on my little notepad here. So when I build my lineups, I might have to include some Blake Snell now. Yep.
All right. My work here is done.
Yeah.
Shane McClanahan. Let's talk about him.
Yep. Great strikeout stuff.
Guy's nice. I like this dude. He can rack up the Ks, taking on a Twins offense that, again, stinks. They're just not that good, especially since trading away Nelson Cruz. They have the 6th highest strikeout rate against right-handers, over the past 2 weeks, and they are 19th in WRC plus against right-handers.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Sign me up for that.
Right.
Adbert Alzolay.
Oh,
against the Marlins. That's all you need to know.
Right. I know.
Put him on the list.
How many lefties do the Marlins have in the lineup, though? That's very important. That's very important to know because he's literally statistically the worst pitcher on this slate against lefties. Like, I don't know what it is, but his numbers against lefties are so unbelievably bad.
All right, well, let's check it out. So right now, the projected lineup I'm seeing has only 2 lefties in there.
All right,
and they are Isan Diaz.
Yep.
And Magnarius Sierra.
All right, so 2 household names for sure. Right. Okay. All right, so then so avoided. We can do that. Alzolay is so good, man, against righties, but like literally whenever it comes to lefties, I don't understand. Like he turns into an absolute puddle. Like he can't do it. You know what I mean? It's like when I was younger, I couldn't go into a haunted house. Like I just couldn't do it. Like I just freeze. Like that's what happens when he faces a lefty. He's like he freezes. He gets all spooked. You know. A couple comments in the chat. I think Ray is going to get lit up tonight. That was from Bob M. Bob, I've never seen you in the chat before, but I don't appreciate that negativity.
Good luck.
We love Bob.
No, I said good luck, Bob.
Oh, good luck, Bob. Yeah. All opinions welcome here. All opinions welcome. But I would like to disagree. Robbie Ray's going to not only win the Cy Young, but he's going to make his case tonight. A couple of people asking about Tyler Mahle going tonight. No real interest. Phillies are a much better team at home than they are on the road. They're at home tonight. Not crazy about it. He tails off dramatically in the second half. Like it's been like a couple of years of data that we've seen now. He trails off dramatically, really after the month of May. Like once the weather gets hot, like all of a sudden he just the numbers just really slide for him. So not huge on him tonight.
I don't dislike Mahle, but I've got
I don't dislike it.
Who are cheaper that I think I prefer.
Yeah, I agree.
One, I cannot quit you, Jesus Luzardo.
Oh,
I'm not sure what
I want him to succeed so bad.
I'm not sure why you continue to hurt me when all I do is show you love and affection.
Right.
But Cubs, add them to the list of teams that stink.
Bad.
And look, if you look at the Vegas data on this game, the total for a Jesus Luzardo versus Adbert Alzolay start is 7.5.
7.5. Yeah.
And the Marlins are favored.
Yep.
So Luzardo has a opponent implied team total of 3.7 runs. That's tied for the 3rd lowest mark on the slate.
Yeah.
Like if there is a spot for you, Jesus, this is it. Please.
I got a nice auto of Jesus Luzardo. Look at that.
Oh, I've got some Jesus.
That's the 99 too. That's a good one. I love that card. I just want him to succeed because right now it's worth about $1 or so. So I'd like for that to go up.
I'll give you $1.50 for it.
You can have it for 2 at this.
All right, we'll
if
talk.
he does well, just full disclosure, it's going up to 3. Okay, so just so you know. A couple questions.
One more. Go
ahead.
One more. Austin Gomber, 6,800.
Okay.
I kind of like Austin Gomber. He's got weird splits this year where his Coors Field numbers are like ridiculously good.
Yeah.
And his away numbers are really bad. But I think we all can agree that that's fluky, right? Like he's got I think it's like a sub 200 BABIP in Coors Field. Like he's not somebody that we should be actively looking to play when he's at Coors and avoid when he's in a cavernous park like San Francisco. Like I don't buy that. So Gomber's been solid. He does average nearly 2 additional strikeouts per 9 innings when playing on the road. That's a positive. His xFIP is lower on the road. And the Giants, while they have been great this season, they're pretty mediocre against left-handed pitching. They're much better against.
Are they?
Yeah,
they
are. They are, sir. They are, sir. They are 14th in WRC plus against left-handed pitching this season.
What about the isolated power though? Give me that isolated power. That's got to be top 5.
Isolated power. Oh no, sir. You are way wrong.
Is it? Okay.
They are 13th.
13th. Okay. So it took a little bit of a slide. Okay. All right. That's fair. I would say I'm definitely not actively looking to use Austin Gomber. Probably a nice fellow. But if I'm in that range, I am thoughts and prayers in it with Jesus Luzardo. Because I really want that card to be worth $3. So I am putting my fake salary dollars into Jesus Luzardo, hoping that I can bring that salary up. Real quick, there was one other question I wanted to get to before we move over to the hitters. Somebody was asking about Jack Flaherty, who is also coming off the IL today. I think this is his first time pitching since May. Yes, that's correct. Coming off the IL, going against the Royals, coming off the 60-day IL. He's been on there with a oblique injury that's really just kind of wiped his season out. What are your thoughts on him probably staying away? Personally, I think there's a lot of good value above him and below him. And you have to really question how deep they're going to let him go. I think that's going to be a big factor there too as well. And the Royals really aren't a team you target for strikeouts either. So I wouldn't say the matchup is a slam dunk either in an American League park. So he will be facing a DH as well. Just not a ton to love about this one personally.
Yeah, they're 6.5 games out in the wild card race. They have a negative 37 run differential. Like, they're not a good team.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to
bring him back,
push Jack Flaherty in his first start back. I think he's kind of in a similar boat as Desclafani, but just with a far, far worse matchup.
Right.
Not that the Royals are a team you have to be scared of, but they're not like the strikeout happy team like the Rockies.
Right.
So yeah, I think that there's very little upside, and I'm not interested.
Yep, I think that's some good analysis. You should be on a show that starts at around 5 p.m. Eastern on Friday and talk about baseball. I think you'd fit in well. Let's talk about the hitters for tonight and some of the stacks that we're going to be looking at. The obvious clear one is the Boston Red Sox at home going against the Baltimore Orioles. Let me see if that run total is still the same. But this morning, their run total was 6.5 runs.
Yeah.
Which is honestly unheard of if you are not playing in Coors Field. It is still 6.5 runs at minus 105, which is just absolutely insane. But I look at 6.5 runs and I go, yeah, probably an over. Probably an over. The Baltimore bullpen in the month of August has an ERA over 8. Like, it has been bad. They have just been an absolute. They have allowed more runs than innings pitched. Like, it's just everything bad that you could, construct in your head and say about the Orioles bullpen is true. Now the Red Sox get Kyle Schwarber today too, by the way. Schwarber making his Red Sox debut, batting 6th in the DH spot. So just another bat to that lineup. The obvious stack is the Red Sox tonight going against Spencer Watkins. Would you disagree with that?
I thought it was Sammy Watkins.
Sammy Watkins plays in the NFL.
He's not. I thought he was the newest multi-sport star.
Oh, now we're just playing. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, Spencer Watkins is. I don't know if he deserves to be like a 6.5 opponent implied team total guy. Like, he's actually been pretty effective against left-handed batters for whatever that's worth.
Red Sox don't have many.
Yeah. Well, they do now. They've got Verdugo. They've got Schwarber.
Yeah.
They've got Devers. They've got Duran. They've got Franchi Cordero for whatever that's worth.
Franchi Cordero doesn't exist to us. Don't worry about that. We pretend he's not there.
I might be looking to just like one off some of the righties for this lineup.
Okay.
Like JD Martinez at 5,100 feels cheap.
He's been
a
struggling
guy,
bad.
No, I know, but this is a guy who we've seen at 6K against lefties in the past.
Sure. Yep. I agree.
So I might consider him at 5,100. Xander is always in play against the lefty.
Always.
But like none of the other guys really tickle my fancy all that much. If that's fair to say for a team that is implied for 6.5 runs.
Yeah. So then I would implore you to tell us who does tickle Matt LaMarca's fancy because I need to know now. Because if a 6.5 team total team doesn't do it for you, what does?
Yeah, and the one thing that I want to add about the Red Sox is that like they are going to be monster chalk.
Totally.
We've already talked about how the pitching, you can get reasonably priced options and feel pretty good about it tonight. So I think that there are going to be a lot of Red Sox stacks out there tonight.
Yep. I agree. So who does it for you?
I'm going to save my super sneaky stack. Let's talk about the Toronto Blue Jays.
Okay. That's fair.
I feel like they should be like the go-to offense every night.
Yeah.
They're that good. They're taking on Chris Flexen.
Yep.
Former New York Mets gas can, former KBO sensation.
Somehow in the Cy Young talk, by the way. Not lying. He is. He's in the top 10.
Chris Flexen?
Yep. I'll show you.
Is in the Cy Young talk.
That's correct. Yep. I'll show you. I'm going to it right now. Cy Young. Okay. They're only showing a few, but he's in the top 10. He's in the top 10 according to odds.
That's just absurd.
But look, also look at the odds. Hyun-Jin Ryu rounding out the 3-6. Some of the top guys here at 90-1. Okay. But
he's up to third.
I'm telling you. I'm trying to tell you.
Where's Garrett Cole?
We don't care about that bum. He has no shot. He has absolutely no shot. Garrett Cole, get out of here. Nobody cares about Garrett Cole. The biggest fraud to lead the Cy Young during the season. Garrett Cole. He was the massive favorite. If you took that bet, just rip up your ticket now. You can tape it later if you need to. The biggest fraud to be leading.
In getting it now if he's not even 90-1.
Right. Okay. So you like Toronto?
Yeah.
Against Chris Flexen. Okay. That's fair. I mean, Toronto's just been on a whole nother level offensively as of late, going against Chris Flexen. I will say though, Seattle's bullpen is quite good. They are quite good, so there is some concern with that.
Are they still good without Kendall Graveman?
Okay, dumbest move. I have no understanding of that. But yeah, they've been pretty good. I mean, they're nothing like Baltimore. They're nothing like Cincinnati. Nothing like Detroit. They've been pretty good. That's been like their crutch. Like that's what's been keeping them alive late in these games because they're not a great hitting club. Mm-hmm. But the bullpen is what really has been like knocking them down. And this is coming from a guy who pays attention a lot. Unfortunately, this is the team I landed on during the season. Blue Jays are good. I like San Diego tonight. The Padres going up against Madison Bumgarner.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I need to tell you that Madison Bumgarner has not pitched well this season. I don't think I need to tell you that Madison Bumgarner has not pitched well against righties this season. And I don't think I need to tell you that Madison Bumgarner hasn't pitched well against the Padres this season. 2 starts, 11 innings, 13 hits allowed, 8 runs, 3 home runs, 11 strikeouts. It's an average of 10 DraftKings fantasy points per start, which is not good. But anytime you can get a team against Madison Bumgarner who has a bunch of righties going against them, that's the play. And he's also so much worse at home. Like home is not where the heart is when it comes to Madison Bumgarner pitching in Arizona.
Arizona, man, it's tough place to pitch.
But it actually makes sense because when he was still with the Giants, his road numbers were so bad.
Yeah.
If you want to, really get,
San Francisco, great place to pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. That ain't where he is anymore. So I will absolutely take the Padres. Padres are one of my favorite stacks on the night. I need to hear your sneaky stack because I know you're not going to go back to the well and take the Pirates because that did not work out well last Friday.
No, it did not.
So I need to know who it is because you have to pick somebody else. If you go back to the Pirates, you're an absolute fraud and a cop-out because there's no way you can use the Pirates 3 weeks in a row. So it's got to be somebody else.
I was all set to take that. No, I'm just kidding. I was not taking the Pirates. Today is super sneaky. I don't know if it's necessarily all that sneaky. I think it's pretty sneaky. I haven't heard a lot of people talk about this team. Yeah, Cleveland.
That is sneaky. No one's talking about Cleveland. No one's talking about Cleveland.
Tyler Alexander.
Yep.
Tyler Alexander has a xFIP over 5 this season. And what I like here, 360 WOBA to right-handed batters in specific.
Yeah.
You look at that Cleveland lineup, they have 8 right-handed bats and 1 switch hitter in there tonight.
Yep.
And the switch hitter is a fellow by the name of Jose Ramirez.
Pretty good
So
guy.
you can get a leadoff hitter, Miles Straw, who has been pretty good, by the way.
Yeah.
2,600.
I love the move. I love the move. I was like, Miles Straw needs to be in the lineup more. The guy can hit. The guy can run. Like, he's a good leadoff guy. He's never be leadoff in Houston. He's a good leadoff guy. And the algorithm, which is, who knows what's going on with the algorithm, hasn't caught up. 2,600 for him. That's a damn good price. That's a good value. Put that in your little knowledge bank when making your lineups. Miles Straw. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know Ahmed Rosario, not your favorite guy, but he's okay against the lefty. He's fine. And then you've got Ramirez, you've got the Franmil Reyes. Those two guys clearly can do some damage in this matchup. And then rounding it out, a nice cheap right-handed bat in Oscar Mercado at 2,300. That's a pretty nice little stack right there, I think. It's cheap-ish.
It is.
You've got to pay up for 2 guys, but it's balanced out by 2 absolute punt plays.
Right. Yeah, I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. Yep, I think Cleveland is definitely a nice sneaky one because the ownership is going to be extremely low. Quick question in the chat: who is the not punch? We don't want to punch catchers. Who is the punt catcher today?
You hate catcher.
I do hate catchers. That's why I always punt them. It's like it's like a phrase that always goes with the show. You make your lineups, you punt the catcher. The catcher to punch. I keep saying punch. I think I just need to go on vacation. That's what it is. The catcher to punt, P-U-N-T, is Yan Gomes tonight. 3,100, batting 5th for the Oakland Athletics, going up against Dane Dunning. Been solid in that Oakland lineup since getting traded there from the Washington Nationals when they had the fire sale. I like it. 3,100, prime spot in the lineup. That's
Not
your
bad.
punt for tonight. Yan Gomes.
I'll go with Reese McGuire at 2,700.
He bats 9th, though, usually.
Yep. Yes, he does.
He does. So
They
at
call
least
that the double leadoff Bukes.
the double leadoff, right? But at least Gomes should get hopefully some chances to knock in a few batters. Reese McGuire is just there to round out the lineup because they have to have 9 hitters. So Reese McGuire takes that spot admirably. Brian says, "Can we not punt the catchers?" Brian, you can do whatever the hell you want. We are here to guide you. We're here to give you advice. You don't have to punt the catcher. Pay up for catcher if you want. That's why there's some catchers who do
In all
hit
seriousness, Austin Nola, 3,900 against your boy Bumgarner.
Sure.
I like that. I think that's a nice happy medium. You're not really paying up for the catcher spot, but you're also not punting the catcher spot. You're getting a guy who has some offensive ability in a matchup that we like.
Yeah.
Austin Nola. And don't punch any catchers.
Yeah, we don't punch anybody. Don't punch anybody. It's the weekend. You don't want to be locked up for the weekend. Enjoy your weekend. Summer's coming to a close. Don't miss any of your summer weekends. But yeah, we punt the catchers because in the grand scheme of things, what are the positions you want to pay up for? Not catcher. Catcher is not going to get you, multiple stats. First base, power position, outfield, power position, speed. You're not going to usually get that with catchers, with the exception of a couple of guys. But if I'm paying up for positions, it's very rarely going to be catcher unless it's someone like a Real Muto, maybe an Eric Haas, maybe Will Smith on a particular night. That's what it is. But this is America. If you want to pay up for catcher, nobody is going to tell you not to. We're here to guide you, not force you to do anything. And don't punch anyone. My kind of off the wall stack for tonight, I don't feel like there's a lot of them. But if I did want to choose one that I don't think is getting a ton of attention, I do like Tampa Bay going against Michael Pineda. Michael Pineda has not been somebody that you really need to worry about. That Twins bullpen has not been strong since the trade deadline. They got rid of a couple of their key guys because they're going absolutely nowhere. But I don't hate using Tampa against the righty. They're probably a better team against lefties, especially after the acquisition of Nelson Cruz. But It's an affordable stack because these guys are all in around that 4.5K range, which is not overly expensive. So with some upside, I think the Rays against Michael Pineda is a somewhat sneaky stack tonight. Like I said, don't feel like there's a ton of them, but I think the Rays could definitely be one.
So first off, I like the Rays. I want to throw that out there. Rays are fine tonight. They're underpriced. Second, you can't pick the team with the second highest implied team total on the slate and call them a sneaky stack.
Do they really?
Yeah, it's a monster drop off, but the Red Sox are over 6.5.
Yeah.
And then the Brewers and the Rays are 5.4.
Really? I do not think that was like that this morning.
Numbers. Just read the
no,
numbers.
Hey, you're just a messenger. I totally get it. You know, people bet all throughout the day. They're moving lines, they're moving numbers. I do not. I swear that was at 4.5 when I did it this morning. I mean, you know what? It's almost vacation for me. I might be slacking a little bit with some of the research this morning, so I apologize. But
we get it, Steve. You don't need to apologize to us.
I appreciate it. You know, these are hard times right now.
All right. I recommended the Pirates last week.
Right. Any other stacks you want to talk about?
I think that's it.
Okay.
There's, like you said, I mean, there are so many pitchers that we've talked about.
Yeah.
So the offensive choices tonight are pretty limited. I think basically if you're not stacking the Red Sox, you can do almost whatever you want and not have to worry about ownership. Because I think some of these Red Sox bats will legit check in like 30% ownership.
I agree. Especially the guys in the heart. Like Schwarber's going to get a lot of attention first day on the team. That's going to draw a lot of attention. Xander Bogaerts, Rafael Devers is going to draw a lot of attention tonight. So like those guys specifically in the heart of the order are going to draw a ton of ownership, which, rightfully so. When a team gets a 6.5 team total, they're not in Coors Field. That's going to draw a lot of attention. So I don't disregard that at all, especially with how bad the Orioles bullpen has been. But if you're playing in those big field tournaments, that's one of those things where you look at and you go, okay, realistically, how am I going to look if this team does not perform well? You're dead in the water, basically, because you're with the rest of the field. So just something to consider when making your GPP lineups. I want to take a look at the DraftKings Sportsbook a little bit before we wrap up the show here. I don't feel like we give it enough love, and we should be, because, obviously this is our favorite sportsbook. We are DraftKings, so we do like the sportsbook a lot. Any bets that really have kind of caught your eye tonight? Can be anything, can be player props, can be team totals, really anything you want. And then I'll give mine, and then we'll wrap it up. We'll wrap this baby up.
I love the Cubs at even money. I don't
really.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that Adzale really good against right-handed batters.
Yeah,
the Marlins have all right-handed batters.
Right.
Jesus Luzardo, as much as I want to believe in him,
right,
the results suggest that he is not a good pitcher.
Yeah,
maybe he can recapture it. Maybe they have to move him to the bullpen. I don't know, but whatever is going on right now with him is not working.
Yeah.
And yes, the Cubs completely gutted their team. They still have arguably just as much talent as the Marlins. I would argue Wilson Contreras is probably the best player between these two teams.
Yeah.
So why are they underdogs? Give me the Cubbies.
Okay. I can roll with that. Since DraftKings Sportsbook rolled out same game parlays, it's just been a death to me because I'm just constantly making these same game parlays. I would suggest not to make these, exuberant ones where you have like 9 legs that you have to accomplish. I mean, sure, the odds are fantastic, but the odds are, exuberant for a reason. But if you want something simple, if you want even money and you don't want to lay it on the Cubs, which is understandable because they're the Cubs. But if you want a same game parlay, you get even money on Madison Bumgarner to give up at least 5 hits, and Padres money line comes out to even money for a same game parlay. That's a pretty good one. 2 scenarios that should happen, and should happen with ease. In the 2 starts that Madison Bumgarner has made against the Padres this season, he's given up at least 7 hits in both of them, lost both games, shock to all. I know you can't believe it. Get yourself off the floor. I know it's that you passed out because you couldn't believe the information I just gave to you, but that should be the play tonight if you're making a same game parlay. I think that's one of the plays that you can make. Have you dabbled in same game parlays?
I'm not allowed to at the moment.
Okay, fair.
As a New Yorker, but
jeez,
trust me, as soon as I can, I will.
It's wild, man. It's absolutely wild. Okay, that is going to do it for this edition of the slate, the MLB edition. I don't know what the state of the show is for next week because, like I said, I won't be here. I don't know if you and Gary are doing together. I have no idea. So that will be to be determined. But I will not be here next week. As I've said multiple times, I am about to embark on a vacation. So there's that. For the rest of all you fine folks this night, there's no more Sims for tonight, no more Sims tomorrow because NFL preseason will be taking place. Coming tonight at 7 o'clock, though, the American Disc League will be up. Pittsburgh Thunderbirds versus the Boston Glory. That will be on tonight starting at 7 o'clock. Sims will return on Sunday, 4, 6, 8, and 10. So make sure to get your lineups ready for that if you want to get back into some of the Madden Sim action. From Matt LaMarca, I'm Steve Buchanan. I will not see you next week. I'll see you the week after. I don't know if this guy's going to see you, to be determined. Find out at 5 o'clock on Tuesday and see if Matt LaMarca is here or not.
Well,
Until then,
I probably won't be here on Tuesday.
That's true.
Maybe
true.
Friday.
Maybe Friday. But until then, when we do return, we'll catch you then.